Trying to get in touch with two of the submitters for a site visit tomorrow. So we will be visiting the Anna Hutchinson land and also the Glen Panel site, and then hopefully maybe to Threatwood and Cocoa Ridge. So just so everyone knows that we'll be doing that tomorrow, and hopefully the day will be like today. But I suspect Murphy's Law, that may not be the case. Anything administrative for today? No.
I'm sorry, actually, I say that. Would it be helpful if we gave you some of the summaries in advance so that if you want to read, I'm just not sure if you're happy having the witnesses read everything or if...
Should have thought of that yesterday. That actually, I mean, today we probably doesn't matter for today, and then we'll just have Mr. Brown tomorrow. So probably now read, and that's fine.
That's fine.
But no, that was a good idea. So we've got Ms. Galavasi. So over to you, and you've got your summary. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou. I'm Jeannie Galavasi, and I'm a senior planner for Senior Parks and Reserves Planner at QLDC, and I've been there for nearly 9 years. I was involved from the start of the Pūtahi Ladies Mail Master Plan, and in my time I have worked across many subdivisions and implement older structure plans with regards to open spaces. So I'll just start at paragraph 4 of my summary. I consider the TPLM variation structure plan provides for a range of open spaces that will accommodate a range of recreation activities and community facilities. This includes an open space precinct which would accommodate a significant community recreation facility. This will benefit the existing nearby communities that are lacking this provision, as well as those to be accommodated in the new urban development. The 2 local parks and 1 community park in the variation are centrally located and easily accessible within the neighbourhoods, while also being connected by high quality walking and cycle networks. The size and location of these parks have been determined through the QLDC Parks and Open Spaces strategy and the related Future Parks provision plan. In my view, the identification of the community and local parks on the structure plan is needed to ensure appropriately sized reserves in the right location and is provided as public open space. It's important that local and community parks are predominantly flat, quality recreation land, suitable for a variety of recreation activities and unconstrained by stormwater infrastructure or topography. The land needs to accommodate structures and buildings such as playgrounds, tennis courts, public toilets and community rooms. These parks need to be large enough to provide community gathering spaces and a variety of activities. These are in the areas where the residential community will connect, as private open space will be limited in medium and high density development. While smaller reserves or pocket parks can provide amenity, they are not large enough to adequately provide for most recreation activities or the associated recreation infrastructure. Quality reserve land must be provided in addition to other open space arising from the development that has other primary functions such as connections, stormwater or setbacks, including the amenity access area. This is to meet the needs of the future community. Council has the ability through the QLDC Development Contributions and Financial Contributions Policy 2021 to acquire funds for new reserve land and or new park assets or other park improvements to respond to growth. In practice, Council would need to collect the reserve land contribution as cash from the majority of the developers and use this to acquire the land from these landowners who have a local or community park identified on their land in the variation structure plan. I consider that the open space provided in the structure plan is the appropriate size, location and configuration to provide a quality network of different open spaces and experiences. These open spaces will need to accommodate recreation infrastructure and community facilities for the existing and future communities, many of whom who live in medium and high density developments that will have little or no private open space. They will also provide the green corridors and space for large mature trees and native vegetation which will strongly contribute to the ecology, character and amenity of the area. And then I've just got a response to a couple of the questions, particularly around the amenity access area. Would you like me to read out the questions or dive
No,
straight in?
just your answers. Thank
Okay. So my response is limited to the amenity access area and active trail link along State Highway 6. At the outset, it's noted that there has been no decision on how the active trail network will be controlled or held by council in the future. I'm setting out potential options of how council has managed active trails across the district that could inform or aid in making the active trail link be a more integrated transport system for the variation area. Council has managed active transport trails in a number of different ways across the district, such as a trail in a road reserve or the state highway corridor, and this is often the most common scenario, or that the land is vested as local purpose connection and vested to council. This is most common within subdivisions. Land vested for this purpose is not usually eligible for reserve land development contribution credits unless they're really strategically important, i.e. they're a gap in a network, a critical gap. Acceptance of this is at the discretion of council under the development contributions policy. I would not typically advise allowing development contributions credits for this land in the TPLM, as it would reduce the development contributions available for the local and community parks, which will already very likely fall short. If the trail can be on private land, and public access is often provided through an easement in favour of QLDC. Examples of this in the district are Queenstown Country Club land across the road and Remarkables Park land in Frankton. The advantage to this is that QLDC doesn't have the maintenance burden of this land other than the trail. It's important to note that, though, that this scenario is typically when there is a single landowner. There can be a combination of all of the above, obviously, for long trails. Some active travel links in the district traverse all of the above, as well as Department of Conservation land, Lynn's land and Esplanade reserves. If the trail was owned and administered by council, the advantages are that public access does not need to be negotiated. We can apply consistent district plan zoning, i.e. there can be consistent roles for commercial recreation consents and events, etc. And council would manage and maintain the land in a consistent way. It would also aid in providing a more integrated active transport system for the TPLM variation area.
Thank you very much. Now, any questions, Gillian?
No, not for me. Thank you.
Judith?
Thanks, Ms. Galavasi. I do have a couple of questions around the trail provisions in your summary and
Yes.
also the location of the parks in the structure plan.
Yes.
So one of the things I'm interested in around the park locations is how much flexibility is there, recognising of course that you want parks near high density residential development
Yes.
to provide the amenity. I'm just thinking around future development, landowner boundaries, that kind of thing. So I'm just trying to get a sense of, can they shift a little bit or do they have to be exactly there?
From my point of view, the primary objective for location of the reserves is that they are centrally located within a residential development and that they are accessible. With local parks, ideally a 5 to 10 minute walk for all the people that live in the proximity to that local park, and then community parks a 10 to 15 minute walk, although I would note that in our community parks across the district people do drive to them, so that central location within the development is important. It does help with the identification of that place, but primarily it's about accessibility, and from Parks and Open Spaces point of view it is really around the quality of that land, so it being flat and quality land that you can put the community facilities on or recreation infrastructure on is critically important. So yes, there is flexibility in exactly where they can be located, but also the spread across the development is important as well. So obviously, you don't want them all down the north end, for example, or within a few hundred metres of each other.
So I think there was some discussion yesterday around sort of zone provisions, just thinking around what were items that should be specified in terms of the structure plan. It must be in this location.
Yes.
And what is an advisory location? Do you feel that the provisions as they are at the moment provide enough flexibility to allow for that shuffling of the parks with some sort of framework parameters around location and the type of land?
Yes, I do. I think there is some flexibility there, which is okay from my view.
Thank you very much. And then I had a question around, I think it's paragraph 3 of your Appendix A, which is around the different mechanisms to provide the trail
Yes.
for the amenity strip in future. And obviously the question is asking, how do we provide for that to be delivered, given that we've got different landowners
Yes.
with different subzones who could be coming forward at different times. I understand we've got some options there. In your opinion, what would you prefer to see happen?
In this scenario, I think it could be achieved one of two ways. In structure plans, we do see easement alignments at the structure plan stage, and then over time, as the land is subdivided, various parts of that easement comes over to council or is formed and the easement is registered in favour of council. But that does mean that it can be piecemeal, and we do end up debating the exact alignment of that easement, and that can be challenging with regards to the best outcome both for the developer and their yield versus the trail alignment and the experience that that trail provides. So, but that is a mechanism that is used in the structure plan in this district. Mm-hmm. The other way would be that it is vested to council as a reserve, and we typically require that that's a local purpose reserve. That is also piecemeal because obviously that happens at the subdivision stage. So, you know, you can be receiving individual parts of that network across the course of, you know, however long it takes to develop all of the land.
Yep.
And depending on how many subdivision consents and stages there are as well. So I guess there would be a third scenario where council could acquire the whole alignment, whether that was as part of the road reserve, although in this case it's probably the state highway network. That is not something that this council typically relies on. It is usually comes through the developer and the subdivision process.
Okay.
And I would add to that as well, you know, there would be the risk that council would put all their eggs in one basket if they had to acquire that land, and then there would be limited ability to acquire the recreation reserve land within the development.
So just picking up on that third option, and
Yeah.
you're saying that sometimes it could come into the road reserve, but clearly we can't because it's Pūtahi as the road controlling authority.
Yes.
Do you see the long-term future of that amenity strip being in the local access reserve? And forgive me if I've got the wrong terminology there,
Yeah,
but
vested as a reserve, yes,
council
within
reserve.
council, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
And so could I just add to that? In practice, if it's public land and then council does maintain all of the recreation and active transport trails in the district,
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's in the state highway corridor or in the road reserve or it's a local purpose reserve, it still achieves the same objective. It's often the fact that it's, you know, that the public access has to be protected. That's the key criteria, in my view, for securing that network.
Thank you.
With regard to the open spaces,
Yes.
just want to explore whether there's areas required at the bottom of Slope Hill or maybe beside the State Highway 6 for overland flow for large rain events,
Yes.
whales, those sort of things,
Yep.
which effectively needs to be an open green space.
Yes.
Potentially, could you have your trails running along that and associated plantings, all those sort of things there? I'm sure it doesn't rain all the time here. There'll be times it would be usable, and probably when it's raining, people aren't going to be out on the trails.
Yes, we often have trails and stormwater reserves as a dual purpose. That is one dual purpose that's compatible and does work quite well. Yeah.
Yep, no, that was for me, to me.
Just picking up on that, and it made me think with the community park, and apologies, I've seen lots of plans and
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember what's what. I had thought that there was a link along the base of Slope Hill towards Threepwood at the back, but maybe there is, but it's just not an active transport access provision. Okay. So, but there is one along that sort of area, do you think, proposed or potential? It might
I
be.
could be wrong, but I believe it's actually a paper road that
Yes,
runs
there's
along the back
There's
there.
a paper road that's not being used for
Yes.
the collector road types.
Yeah.
But I just, for some reason, I had thought along the back there was a proposed sort of cycle route, but maybe not. I might have been getting that.
But that could be a recreation trail, you know, for dog walking and all of
Yes.
those sorts of things within the
Yeah,
development.
but
itself.
not a sort of
Not the actual transport.
beautifully formed with, you know, the
And to standards
segmentation
and-
for cycling and walkers. and
Yes.
things.
Yeah.
Thank you. Then there's some submissions, and sorry, I'll go to these first and then come to your summary. Some submitters have commented on pocket parks,
Yes.
and you've set out your sort of reasons and position. And attached to your evidence, you had the Parks and Open Places strategy.
Yes.
And at page 30 of that, it talks about pocket parks.
Yes.
In terms of being appropriate in medium to high density areas, providing amenity, a place of respite, etc. So that's reflected in the evidence you've given as well. But just in terms of, I suspect other submitters, etc., will talk to us about that.
Yes.
And in terms of this document, etc., you're happy with your position that in this case, the local park, community park, is the appropriate mechanism given the medium and high density we're potentially talking about?
I actually authored that strategy. So
Yes. Yep.
if I could just talk around pocket parks and density, because over time in our district, often we would only get pocket parks or stormwater reserves or sloping reserves. So in a low density residential area, we took the position that pocket parks were no longer required and that the local parks and community parks were our key objective. In a relatively short space of time, we've moved quite quickly to a medium and high density environment where that's actually the majority of the development instead of just a small patch of it in a certain area. So pocket parks in a highly urbanised environment, in my view, actually are quite important. However, they shouldn't come at the expense of the local and community parks, because you simply can't use that land in the same way that the community needs to on a much smaller area. It doesn't have buffers from the roads. But they are important, again, particularly in medium, high density environments. They're the only place that you can plant decent sized trees. You know, people can go and sit there and read a book and be, you know, have connection to nature and stuff, where they can't do that in a, you know, a townhouse with a small courtyard.
And from memory, I think it was the Sanderson submission. It was sort of pitched at the expense of, rather than this, have these sort of
Yes.
series of little parks.
Ideally, if there was a limitless amount of developable land, we would have many pocket parks and several local parks, like the other areas that are fortunate in our district to have that. But when land is so scarce and quality land is so scarce, we kind of have to really focus on what will deliver the most for the community and the most amount of activities.
Perfect segue to my next question. Glen Panel, I think it is, with their submission, you address it in your evidence, talk about the flat land versus undulating or sloped land.
Yes.
And you have a preference for flat land. Is there some form of compromise between the two, given the scarcity of flat land, etc.? Or given the structure plan here, you're comfortable, and I've read your evidence that you are comfortable, that irrespective of the scarcity, the importance of these open places necessitates, in this case, the
Yes.
flat land?
I just think that the level of demand for these reserves is going to be particularly high, higher than what we have in most other parts of our district. So accommodating shelters for barbecues, a small bookable community, room that they can use, or where do the scouts meet and all of those sorts of things. Yes, we do have wonderful reserves in our district that are a combination of sloping land and flat land, but they'll be large enough to accommodate both. And also, be very reluctant to have a constrained sloping hill that might have an ONL or an ONF, because that means we couldn't put anything there. So, again, if we had the luxury of lots of land, absolutely. But in this scenario, I think we really need to focus on maximising what land we are able to get.
And again, you predicted my next question, density.
Yes.
The pitch has been 2,400. Potentially it might be 1,800 to 2,000.
Yes.
If that density changed, would that change your ideas about sizes or anything like that? Or really 400 plus or minus is in the margin of error? And especially for the community park where others might, after shopping, walk their dog or something.
So we've done the calculations on the land required, and at 2,000, at the upper end, it's actually about 4 hectares of local and community park that our policy guidelines would suggest is required. So we're already at the very conservative end of that, recognising that there isn't much availability land. We do have to be clever in how we fit all of the lands for this development in here. So that's why having suitable land that can be well designed and accommodate a variety of different uses as much as possible, that's what we have focused on. And even with the maximum yield, because our development contribution policy hasn't been written specifically for medium and high density, there is already a shortfall. So we'll already be playing catch up.
Need to revise here.
That's on the list of things to do, yes.
Just sticking with sizing, and in your evidence at paragraph 55, you say a community park must be 1.5 to 2 hectares. The guidance you wrote, and at paragraph 27 you say is typically requires 1 to 2 hectares. So is the must because of the higher density here, or I'm just wondering why there's a typical requirement and then a must requirement? And it might just be that was
The word I chose,
The word you
at the
chose.
time. I think it is just probably highlighting that, it is a minimum of 1.5. Many of our community parks are 2 to 4 hectares, and accommodate a informal sports ground on it as well. So it's just really ensuring that there is as much potential as possible for that community, which might come to us in 20 years' time and ask for some sort of provision on that reserve land that we actually don't know about yet. And if we don't have that ability with size and quality, then we do have a similar scenario on the southern side of State Highway 6, where that land is all constrained and that community is crying out for a whole range of activities and that can't be provided on that land.
And with actually going to your summary, you mention at paragraph 8 tennis courts, etc. Would they be more likely, and just your sort of, again, your guidance with what's in a community local park, would that be more the sort of 516 site? Or could that be within the community park?
Yes. More and more we actually have like a half court, you know, which again recognises that we might not have the luxury of a full tennis court or 6 tennis courts, but a half court that provides kids the ability to go around and bounce a basketball and have a game of tennis up against the wall, those sorts of things. So it's just an indication of the types of things and that range of activities there.
And then I actually think I've asked you all the others. Nothing more from me, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So all done.
I'm dismissed.
Yep,
Great,
it's
thank you
as
very
easy
much.
as that. Well, not dismissed as such, but you're welcome
Next
to leave,
up.
you're welcome to stay.
Thank you.
It's traffic next, so you may wish to stay.
I will be.
And I think very rudely the panel's just about to get some coffee before you start, Mr. Shields.
Good.
And I'll get your evidence out from my folder.
Oh, lovely, thank you. Oh, sorry.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you. Should we read it? Might get him to read the summary and then the questions. Mr. Shields, we might get you to read your summary, please, and then we'll just read the questions.
You'll read the questions.
But we'll just take 5 minutes and just read them. I'm just thinking otherwise we might be here. Though traffic is a key issue. We'll give it a read and then we'll see where we get to.
Okay.
Thank you. So over to you to start with your summary.
Good morning. I'm Colin Shields from Tonkin and Taylor, where I'm a senior principal transport engineer, and I've been dealing with the Ladies Mile Master Plan and plan change since the inception of the project in August 2020. So I'll start reading from paragraph 4. Key existing transport conditions and context relevant to the hearing panel's consideration of the TPLM variation are: A. AM peak period westbound queuing from the Shodover Bridge to Easter Howards Drive, except during the school holidays. B. Essential community services are located west of the Shodover Bridge. And C. There is high car ownership rates and high dependency on car use. A mode share target of 57% of the external trips from the Ladies Mile variation area by non-car modes of transport has been identified. The Ladies Mile variation also offers the opportunity for mode shift from Shodover Country and Lake Hayes Estate, with the provision of community facilities with an easy walk, cycle and bus distance at Ladies Mile, thus avoiding the need for these residents to drive across the Shodover Bridge for some of their trips. In order to achieve this target, a number of transport interventions are included in the Ladies Mile variation provisions. A key intervention is the required installation of specified transport infrastructure works prior to development. including provision of a westbound bus lane on State Highway 6, upgrades to the State Highway 6 intersections of Stalker Road and Howard's Drive, and a new eastern roundabout. Other interventions include internal street cross sections, providing a safe, healthy and attractive urban environment to promote walking and cycling, State Highway 6 cross sections to promote walking, cycling and bus use, a bus routing strategy, maximum on-site parking rates and minimum cycle parking and end-of-trip facilities. These would complement the Way to Go partners' wider investment in active and public transport modes and transport demand management measures. Based on the modelling work carried out, the Ladies Mile variation will not give rise to adverse effects on the adjacent and wider road network and can be appropriately mitigated as development at the Ladies Mile variation area progresses. Through conferencing with the transport and urban design experts, a number of agreements have been made and, where possible, incorporated in the updated Ladies Mile variation provisions, including A, the key principle of urbanisation of State Highway 6, including that the speed limit should be reduced to 60 kilometres an hour, provision of signalised intersections at Stalkers Road and Howard's Drive, and provision of at-grade pedestrian and cycle crossings of State Highway 6. B, a density of at least 40 dwellings per hectare is required to achieve the critical mass for the required public transport mode share. I remain of the view that a density of 40 to 60 dwellings a hectare is required for effective mode shift. C, provision of a bus lane on Stalker Road. D, removal of a pedestrian underpass that was previously proposed at the State Highway 6 Howard's Drive intersection. In terms of the latest position on matters remaining in dispute, Mr Smith's evidence-in-chief, on behalf of Waka Pūtahi, requested that no development at Ladies Mile variation can take place until the NZ upworks on State Highway 6/6A west of Shodover Bridge are completed. Since these works are remote from and not directly related to the Ladies Mile variation, I do not agree with this. Furthermore, in subsequent discussions with Mr Smith, I understand that some but not all of the NZ upworks are assumed to be in place to the west of the Shodover Bridge, and as such the modelling work has demonstrated, in my opinion, that the Ladies Mile variation is not dependent on these works. Glen Panel Developments Limited consider that they can develop up to 180 residential units without the need to provide the transport infrastructure included in the Ladies Mile variation provisions. There is no agreement in place with ORC Regional Council or Waka Pūtahi to allow this development, and I consider the transport infrastructure included in the variation needs to be in place before development occurs within Ladies Mile for the reasons as set out in my evidence-in-chief and evidence in rebuttal. I do not support the proposal by Anna Hutchinson Family Trust to extend Ladies Mile variation to the Hutchinson land from a traffic perspective, since this land would be much further away from the proposed Ladies Mile variation local centre, high school and sports hub. I do not agree with the submitter's proposed public transport proposal, since this does not comply with the Way to Go partners' public transport strategy. Mr Smith, Mr Pickard and I do not consider the bus provision proposed on State Highway 6 would be a rapid transit service, or RTS, it's shortened to. As such, I consider that a walkable distance of 400 to 500 metres to a bus stop is an appropriate bus stop catchment area, along with the Queenstown Lakes District Council defined walkable catchments of 600 to 800 metres. I do not accept the walkable catchment of 1,200 metres as defined by the Anna Hutchinson Family Trust. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We might just read the next bit because it might be quicker, and then we'll come back to you. So just 5 minutes or so. Well, might be longer than 5 minutes. But With the Waka Pūtahi response, should we go through that with
No,
Mr.
I've
Smith?
incorporated that and Waka Pūtahi have confirmed that I've captured that correctly.
Cool. I'm wondering if maybe we wait for Mr. Smith and,
Yes, you can do.
yeah, just wondering though, some of it actually Judith.
But I do pick some of that up in my overall response.
Oh, wait on, it's not that long. And then there's the smart growth. Okay, I'll read the Waka Pūtahi one too. But I won't read smart growth now.
It's an interesting read.
I'll read it later, just. Okay, thank you very much for that, Mr. Shields. So we've read that and we'll move into questions and maybe, well, Judith, do you want to start or Gillian? Have you got?
I'll start.
Gillian's going to start.
I'll start because Judith will speak probably with you for quite some time. And I might not put a word in each way.
I got some practice and there was a silent interrogation there. So.
Mine are fairly high-level questions for you anyway, Mr. Shields. So, a quick question for you. So you're with Tonkin and Taylor. You're located in which office?
In Auckland.
You're in Auckland.
Yeah.
So you haven't had to experience too much of the commuting that people in Queenstown.
I've had plenty of site visits and
Have
I have spoken to members of the public on many occasions.
Good. Okay. So one of my questions around public transport, and as a user of public transport myself, this always affects me. When I get up and I pull the curtains and I see what the weather's like, I make a change to my plan. So given the conditions down here in winter, when you get inclement weather and it's windy and it's wet or it's icy, what impact do you anticipate, in your opinion, that has on people's behaviours around using public transport? So you've said 800 metres to a bus stop. For me, I'm going to be thinking I don't really want to do that unless I've got good cover. So what's your view around that? What do you think, how much does that affect people's choice of public transport?
Yep. Okay, that's a very good question. Firstly, I think 800, as I've said, walk to bus stop should be 400 to 500 metres. Not a 10-minute walk. There should be about a 5-minute walk. But I accept that QLDC define a walkable catchment as between 600 and 800 metres. So just on that. In terms of weather conditions, I reported on that in my evidence in chief. There was an article in Stuff of international research, and weather has been, based on research being carried out by others, weather has been found to impact more kind of the recreational trips. The commuting trips are less impacted by weather. People need to get to work or get to school. It's on the basis that you've got a short walking distance, which is, to your point, a reasonable walk, a safe and direct walk, and the service frequency is reliable, i.e. you don't turn up at the bus stop, you miss the bus and you have to wait an hour at a soggy bus stop. The other issue that I would also raise is in my evidence in chief, I refer to the sister city of Queenstown, Aspen, Colorado, where there is where through planning and investment in transport infrastructure, there has been a substantial reduction in car alone movements into public transport, and Aspen has similar weather conditions, if not probably worse in the winter than Queenstown.
Okay. In terms of the active transport, so in terms of, say, cycling, what's required for those, being a non-expert in transport, what's required for the surfaces that people are travelling on? Do they need to be sealed, or?
I would say on a commuter route they should be sealed. On a recreational route, they can be unsealed, but I am aware of a lot of examples of unsealed kind of commuter routes around a lot of places that I worked in, but ideally sealed, ideally lit.
Thank you. On paragraph 36, you make a comment about the movement of people for a
Of my side.
of the summary
Yep.
today that you've circulated. You talk about the recreational areas. So you've said with facilities on this side of the on that side of
Yes.
the bridge, particularly where I am.
Yep.
On the Ladies Mile side, there'll be potentially less people coming across the Shotover Bridge.
Yes.
And this might be a question, oh no, she did depart for Ms. Galavasi, around, hiding in the background, around sports fields. So in my experience, living in Auckland, you get a lot of movement of people in the evening going to Monday to Friday sports, formal sports games. So that adds to that movement of people. Is that likely to, so if we've got them in Ladies Mile, if we've just got more people going over the bridge that live on this side of the bridge, so is it actually solving anything by having sports fields on both sides? Are we assuming that people on one side of the shot over only use one recreational area and people on the other side only use that recreational area?
Well, I don't think we could dictate it that way. I think it would depend what club they're affiliated to.
Right.
So what I had put in the transport strategy was the data that we had on the clubs at the Queenstown Event Centre, and we were able to get some information on where those people actually lived, and that's how we're defined. I don't think you can say, sorry, you can't cross the bridge.
That's right.
Yeah, there still may be some of those trips. I don't think we can legislate that.
Okay, thank you. And no, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, it's down to me. So I do have quite a few questions that I've written down around your evidence in chief and rebuttal and your questions to the answers provided previously. And there'll be some coming through from your summary. So we may go backwards and forwards through topics and different documents, so please bear with me. To start, I would like to just ask a follow-on question to one that you've just been asked, and that's around commuter cycle routes. So obviously preference is sealed and lit. The question I have is, within the amenity strip along State Highway 6, I'm assuming sealed and lit is the aspiration for the cycle routes along there?
We haven't got into the details of the construction details, so
Okay.
I would envisage they would be sealed, and I would envisage they would be lit, but we haven't got into that level of detail.
Okay. So my question then is, we've got potentially a lovely sealed lit section along State Highway 6, and then to get from State Highway 6, cyclists have a choice of either going over Shotover Bridge and continuing on street, or they hook up and go over the old Shotover Bridge, which is, in my view, definitely a recreational route. So if you're trying to improve mode share by cyclists in particular and encourage that commuter use across the bridge, how is that being supported by having a non-commuter standard route available?
So I would not encourage cycling over the Shotover Road Bridge.
No, neither would I, but the old bridge.
But I know people do, the brave cyclists do. But in terms of that is the existing active travel route. As you may or may not be aware, there are, and I'm sure Mr. Pickard can elaborate more, there are improvements to the active travel network in the area, including linking from Jim's Way through into Frankton with a new bridge over State Highway. So I understand what you're saying, that link, that section of the old Shotover Bridge doesn't give perhaps the feel of a commuter route, but it is used by commuters, and it is part of the active travel network.
But do you consider it's a good enough level of provision to engender the degree of mode share by cyclists that you're trying to achieve through your transport strategy?
Potentially it does, yes. I do have a little bit of hesitancy, as you can tell from my answer, because I am fully aware of plenty of other locations in a similar environment that are used by commuters. If I had a preference, it would be surfaced and lit.
Yeah, okay.
But that's my own personal preference. There is evidence of it being used by commuters.
Okay, so if we go through your summary. So I just need to put another column in my table here. Otherwise I'm going to lose track of where I'm up to. Right. So if I can take you to paragraph 10, this is more just a clarification because I'm not quite understanding what you're saying here. So we're talking around the request by Pūtahi that no development occurs within the variation area until such place that the NZUP works on State Highway 6 and 6A west of Shotover Bridge are completed. And you obviously have a view that they are not relevant, and we'll probably come back to that because I have some questions around that. You're then saying that you understand that some but not all of the works are assumed to be in place to the west of Shotover Bridge, and as such the modelling work has demonstrated that the variation is not dependent on these works. Can you talk me through that?
Yeah,
Because you've lost me entirely.
Okay, right. So, yeah, that probably, actually, now I read that isn't quite, it's a little bit ambiguous. So, the strategic model does not include for all of the NZ up works to the west of Shotover Bridge. And that's a question you'd have to ask Mr. Smith why it doesn't. So, on the basis that so the point I'm trying to make here is that the modelling work has all been carried out with only part of that NZ up works, not all the NZ up works west of the Shotover Bridge. And based on the modelling work that's been carried out, the impact of Ladies Mile, I consider work that demonstrates that it would still work efficiently west of the bridge. And that's without all the NZ up works. Apologies, it's not
It's okay.
clear
I
there.
understand you now. Cool. And I think my question around the paragraph 13, where you're sort of saying 400 to 500 metres to a bus stop, and then you've got the QLDC
Yeah.
600 to 800 has been answered.
Yeah.
Okay, so going to your Appendix A.
Mm-hmm.
So paragraph 17, you're saying that in relation to whether State Highway 6 should be considered as essentially rapid transit corridor or not, you're saying you agree with Mr. Smith that probably not, because it typically implies sort of bus rapid transit
Yeah.
or sort of light rail type
Yeah.
situation. Paragraph 17, you're then sort of saying that in relation to the Anna Hutchinson Family Trust, that this should be considered as RTS. So once again, just a bit of clarification, please.
So when I did my responses to the submitters, I obviously did not have your questions. And the question that I had from the submitters was if this was an RTS. So I couched my wording, because I do not agree it's an RTS, should someone someone else decide that it's an RTS, then this is what I consider. So again, apologies, Commissioner, if
That's
I've not
okay.
made that clear.
It's all right, that's what questions are for. Okay, so if we take you to paragraph 21, and this is around the question that we asked on essentially the ability to deliver upgrades that are sort of outside the plan provisions, and the implications of way-to-go strategies not being delivered. And we seem to have a bit of a circular argument going on here, that the addition of the Ladies Mile adds weight to the way-to-go strategies and projects to be delivered, but the Ladies Mile depends on these being delivered. So can you help me out with that? Because, you know, what goes first, chicken or egg?
Well,
Before you go
Yeah.
get into that, I guess from a panel perspective, we have to try and think about what weight and what reliance we can place on these non-attached strategies to whether we can actually support this variation. That's the question we fundamentally have to answer.
I understand that, and I'd actually written chicken and egg next to mine. So it is a tricky question. You need a level of certainty of development in order to progress transport measures. Let's just call them, you know, whether they're physical infrastructure or whether they're policy changes. Because without that, you don't have the certainty of development, and therefore you don't have the certainty of what the benefit of that particular transport measure will be. So I would say you need the certainty of development in order to allow the way to go partners, in terms of looking at their investment strategies, in terms of what is actually required. And I would use an example of in Frankton North development, and you know, the need for the fourth arm up Hawthorne Drive roundabout, and that is a driver for some of the NZ upworks. Likewise, Ladies Mile development would be a driver to implement the NZ upworks at Howard's Drive and the bus lanes on State Highway 6. So I see, you know, we need the way to go partners, not we, the way to go partners need that level of certainty.
So I get that, because that's about specific infrastructure and specific projects. But my concern is around the wider strategies. You know, we could provide the bus lanes, that's absolutely linked to there being more development, and I get how that puts those projects forward. They could be hard to justify on just the sort of the Lake Hayes type estate provisions. But given the degree of mode shift that this development seems to hang on, and the fact that we need the buses to go in the bus lanes, but we have no certainty around that, you know, how can we rely on this?
Well, again, it's a similar situation. So at the moment, the Way to Go partners and the Regional Council in particular are leading the public transport detailed business case. If there is no certainty of development of Ladies Mile, then the provision of bus services will not be taken into account going into the future. So there has to be certainty of development in order to there to be a business case to provide that level of service in the Eastern Corridor. Likewise, Mr. Pickard will tell you about other initiatives such as the travel demand management, business case work and the parking management plan work that they are undertaking at this moment. That needs the level of certainty of development of Ladies Mile to incorporate Ladies Mile within that.
So just thinking about the business case process, is there an opportunity or an option for that to be written? You know, I understand you need a business case to support get the funding to deliver the service, that it's written in such a way that it is dependent on development occurring. So you can see where I'm coming from, because otherwise, as I said, we've got this circular argument that one depends on the other, and the first one depends on the second one, and we're just going round in this cycle of need.
Yeah, I understand that question. I can't answer that question. I think you would have to ask the Way to Go partners.
Okay, that's a Mr. Pickard question. Okay. So if I could take you to paragraph 32, and I think a few of our questions have touched on this. and this is around development density. And I think you've been quite clear saying that, in your view, the 40 households per hectare is sort of your bottom line. Does that align with Ms Fairgray's estimate of about 1,800 households being delivered?
Right, that's a good question. So obviously when I was here yesterday listening to the questions, I did a calculation, and I'm happy to share this with you, but that's what I was typing away yesterday doing, looking at the public transport demand, what we've got for the 2,400 units, that's what's been modelled, and then I looked at scenarios for 2,000, 1,800 and under the baseline of 1,100, using the transport model predictions of public transport flows, and obviously pro-rated them from the 2,400 down. So I'm not saying this is an exact science.
It's okay, it's close enough.
And then
Envelopes
looked
are
at the, we've specified a 10-minute bus frequency. So looking at the capacity of buses in an hour. So basically you would have 12 buses, 6 in each direction at a 10-minute frequency. I've assumed a 50 passenger occupancy. That's based on the existing single-decker buses that run that have approximately 40 seats and have allowed 10 people standing on a bus, which is an ideal stand. I appreciate buses may change in the future. There may be double-deckers, there may be Arctics, but I'm using the best information.
Yep.
And I then looked at, okay, what does the transport model tell us? 2,400 units, public transport patronage in the peak hours, AM and PM, because it does differ, both for Ladies Mile and for Shotover Country and Lake Hayes Estate. How does that compare to the capacity of the buses? And I think it might be easier if I just share this very simple spreadsheet with you.
Yep.
But the bottom line is, at 1,800 units, the buses will be still about full, i.e. in a sustainable world, of not the environment sustainable, but the viability of them being sustainable, those buses will still be full. As you drop below 1,800, that's when it starts, and then at 1,100 I think we were about 50% full. So that gives you the range, and I will share that spreadsheet with you so you've got that information.
Please.
So, and I appreciate we haven't done the strategic modelling on 1,800, but I was listening to the conversation yesterday and I just thought it would be a useful assessment to carry out. So if Ms Fairgrave's assessment is right and we end up with 1,800 units, the public transport service will still be viable.
Thank you.
At that 10-minute frequency.
Yep. That's the key. Cool. Right, so paragraph 34 next. So this is a question around how the variation may reduce traffic on State Highway 6. And you're saying that around 19% of the existing AM westbound flow is to get kids to high school, essentially. I guess once again, just a point of clarification, you're saying that it has the potential to dramatically reduce traffic flows on the bridge. Given people's concern about this, is that an overall reduction, or would that then be replaced by other Ladies Mile traffic?
That's a reduction in the Shotover Country, Lake Hayes Estate movements.
Yes, but would it be replaced
Oh, yes.
by Ladies Mile traffic?
Yes.
Thank you. Yep.
But that's accounted for in the strategic modelling.
That's fine, it was just a clarification for people.
Yep.
Probably, because I have lots of questions, I'm afraid.
I don't worry, we've got another hour and a half or so.
Got the whole day, got the whole day.
It's all right, we'll get the torture out later.
Yep. Perfect. We'll take a 15-minute adjournment and we'll come back just after 11.
Oh, I'd be out there.
We'll just wait for Gillian, and then we'll make a start. Thank you very much. So we're back with Mr. Shields and Judith.
Thank you. Right, paragraph 38. So this was a question around the number of households in the base model. I think, as other commissioners have alluded to, we have read a huge amount of information. And I have a recollection of seeing within the ABLI technical note attached to one of your pieces of evidence around there being 1,100 households in the 2053 model.
Yeah, correct.
So that's where the question came from, is around whether that as the baseline is appropriate. Now, I understand from what's written here that Waka Pūtahi suggests not. Am I correct in understanding that the growth forecast in terms of households in the base model would put 1,070 households
Correct.
in Ladies Mile?
As I understand it.
Yeah, okay. So realistically, the difference between 1,070 and 1,100 from a model
It's a moot-
perspective
I think
is
it's a moot
nothing.
point.
Yeah, cool. Just wanted to check my understanding was correct there. Thank you. Oh no, it's gone back the wrong way. So over the page at question 1.13, and we were asking around mode shift. Now, you've provided a lot of information around what the PT model says, and based on household numbers, service frequency, all those things, it's suggesting around the 20% mark is feasible.
Yeah.
The question we all have, and the one that's probably burning in everybody's brains, particularly lay submitters, is whilst it's theoretically possible, is it actually feasible? And what happens if it doesn't occur?
What, the 20%?
Yep.
Ah, okay, right. Right, okay. Okay, I'll just make a note, so I'll make sure I pick up the right points there. So, is it feasible? 20%? Yes. I mean, I accept, fellow experts and members of the public indicating that, the targets of 43% like us as use the word aspirational, I would say challenging, but 21% most definitely yes, with the Ladies Mile provisions, where you have the infrastructure in place, where you have transport demand management measures, which is effectively parking restraints, where you have the travel behaviour change measures in place. So yes, and with the regional council providing a 10-minute bus frequency. So on the proviso that those plan provisions and those way-to-go partner measures are implemented, then I think 20% is actually low.
So can I take you back to where we started our conversation around the interdependency with Ladies Mile needing the way to go,
Yep.
and way to go needing Ladies Mile? Not necessarily something to answer now, but could you put your mind to how, as a panel, we can, if we were minded to approve this variation, deal with that through planned provisions? Because at the moment it's still a very big risk in our mind that they are interdependent, and as you've just said, it's this 20% in your opinion is feasible if all those things are in place.
Correct.
But those things seem to depend on having the density to support their provision.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, so paragraph 46 is next. And this is around daily variation. Thank you for the graph. Would you be able to provide that as a percentage and a standard deviation, please?
Yes, yep. So standard deviation and
Your percentage changed based on that standard deviation.
what I would say is it's obviously over 2 weeks, and the figures that I quoted, the daily traffic flows in my evidence in chief are over a much longer period. So you know, there's always daily fluctuations, which is why you've asked for this information. Kind of looking at the profile, I would say that the weekday daily flow is around 18,000, with Fridays seem to be quite a lot higher. My evidence-in-chief indicated the daily flow is 17,876. So I think the data is fairly representative of the information that I was using in my evidence-in-chief. But yes, I can provide the standard deviation and the percentages.
And could you also provide a bit of commentary around seasonal variation as well?
Yes, we can get that information, yeah. And you're meaning monthly variations, or?
That's close enough.
Yeah.
Cool. We'll come back to why I'm interested on that later. So, paragraph 47. So I asked a question around what articles and international research you'd relied on in terms of your assessment of realistic mode share and density. So thank you for the smart growth. As the chair alluded to earlier, not reading it right now, but it would be interesting to understand whether that was the only piece of research you relied on, or whether others...
It was the primary piece. There was other research, and some of it has actually been quoted by Mr. Parlane on behalf of the Ladies Mile Syndicate.
Could you provide a list of what you've used, and also a comparison to what Mr. Parlane has used?
Yes, yeah,
That
can
would
do.
help.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Judith, do you mind if I just ask a piggyback on that?
Sure.
Without inviting additional evidence, it'd be helpful if we could have a short statement for each of those explaining how it's relevant to the specifics of this district and its geography.
Right, yeah, okay, yeah.
That was my next question. It's all right. It gave me a break for a minute.
I mean, to be brutally honest, we'll struggle with that. The research is international. The comparator, I keep coming back to it, is Aspen. But when you're looking at residential density and transit-orientated development, it's European or American or Canadian examples. So it'd be a very short statement.
Well, the data is the data, and we expect you to factually tell us that.
Yeah.
So that leads nicely on to the Aspen question, which was, I think, paragraph 49. And we're asking about the actual environment, the transport environment in Aspen, and the answer we have back is around this transport strategy.
Okay.
So what we actually want to know is, in terms of comparability between Aspen and Queenstown, things like weather, terrain, degree of public transport service. I understand from, I think it was your evidence in chief, you said Aspen had free public transport. So all these factors have a fundamental impact on the attractiveness of PT, and we need to understand that.
That's in the transport strategy, so I will refer you to the correct paragraphs in the transport strategy.
So going to paragraph 52, And this was our question around whether the 2,400 was a cap or a preferred maximum and the implications. And we've sort of touched on this a little already in terms of PT and dropping down to the 1,800 dwellings. And we've talked around density. And you're saying here that you would expect higher volumes of car use if we've got lower density, sort of larger scale households being developed. Now, obviously taking into account what Ms. Fairgray was saying around delivery of density, and we've already touched on the 1,800 households. Sorry, I'm wandering around mentally a little bit here. If we do end up with a typology that is more of the terraced or duplex style dwellings and fewer of the sort of 6-storey, 1-2 bedroom type apartment situations, are you comfortable that in terms of traffic effects, the 1,800 dwellings and the 2,400 with the smaller dwellings are comparable in terms of traffic effects?
Yes, as long as we are still talking of a medium density of a minimum of 40 units a hectare, therefore they're less likely to be the larger, three or more bedroomed units.
But if we are pushing into the sort of more the duplex terrace houses that typically have 3 to 4 bedrooms, where does that put you?
Yeah, that could potentially be an issue because you obviously have got more permittable parking spaces and therefore more potential car usage. Yeah, that could be an issue.
Okay, thank you. So I'm not going to ask you to go and model that. Right, so I think that's it for the summary.
Mm-hmm.
So you're being very patient with all of this. So I've now got some sort of more topic-based questions that came up through reading your other evidence and that have come up through questions with other experts. So I'd like to start on parking. So are you familiar with the parking rates that are proposed for Ladies Mile with the district plan?
Yes.
Yep, okay. So for residential, we have a proposal of, I believe it's 1.5 spaces for 3-bed or more bedroom dwellings.
Yep.
So I understand how that works for when you have communal parking, but I'd be interested in your view of what happens when you've got potentially on-lot parking for individual dwellings.
Well, as I understand it, and Mr. Brown may be able to provide more details of this. This is an average over the development. So some units might have 2, or, that are 3 or... Sorry, explain it better. So if you've got several 3 or more bedroom units, some may have 2 parking spaces, some may have 1. It averages out at 1.5 across that particular development plot. But
This is a question for Mr. Brown.
I think that's my understanding, but...
Yeah. So it may be something for Mr. Brown and yourself to put your minds to as to how you could actually control that through district plan provisions. Yeah, it's just a little beyond me right now, I have to be honest. The other question I have around parking is something that I think Commissioner Munro raised with Ms. Hampson yesterday. I don't know if you were in the room for that. And it was around parking rates for the supermarket.
Yes.
Yeah, so looking at the zone provisions, we're looking at about 1 per 50 squares, which is about half what I'd typically expect for a supermarket, which is usually around the 1 per 25. And the question that Commissioner Munro put was around whether it might be suitable in the Ladies Mile context to actually allow for more supermarket parking to attract the operator in to develop early, then limit the parking, which from an end point might be, sustainability might be what we'd prefer, but then potentially limit the attractiveness of an operator actually going in. So I'd be interested in your views on those parking numbers.
Yeah, so in the proposed plan provisions, that maximum parking rate is restricted discretionary, so it does not prevent a supermarket operator, developer, to justify a case for increased parking. So it's not, for a restricted discretionary, it would be possible if that was the case.
What's your view on doing away with having that army rule and just saying you can have one per 25?
I understand the comments from Commissioner Munro and the discussion yesterday. I'm happy with it as a restricted discretionary. If a case can be made that it's a large supermarket operator that requires a certain level of parking, then make that case.
Thank you.
Just to follow up on that. The discussion yesterday was about the importance of the supermarket. And it might be something for Mr. Brown to consider, but as a transport expert, from an efficiency Section 32 point of view, is that, in your view, an efficient rule to require resource consent if 1 to 25 is more standard, noting that we're now talking about a bigger supermarket as well?
That's a good question. When we wrote the draft rules, the supermarket was of a smaller scale. With a large supermarket and the potential, as identified in Ms. Hampson's evidence of reducing the trips across the bridge, because there's obviously through traffic on State Highway 6 and may attract even more trips from Lake Hayes Estate and shot over country. There could be justification for that. Yeah, I could see that. But equally, it's not non-complying. An operator can make a case. I suppose your question is it's not efficient.
Let's just put it another way. Let's assume an application for resource consent comes in for a supermarket. It's a restricted discretionary activity. The council engages you to be the top gun on traffic. We're talking about a supermarket in the very early stages, so there's no real housing in the zone. There's no one able to get to it right now other than by car. Are you going to give evidence that X% are going to come by bus? What are you going to do other than say, yeah, fair play, everyone's going to drive probably for the next 10 years?
In the event that it's the first cab off the rank at Ladies Mile, then I'd probably agree with you, yes. In the event it comes later, I would be content with it being restricted discretionary.
And how much later would that need to be?
That's a good question. Yeah, I can't answer that one, but yeah.
Okay, so moving on to State Highway 6 and its cross-section and the changes that have eventuated through the Joint Winners Conferencing. This may be a question a bit more for Mr. Smith, but I'd be interested in your view on how much reliance the panel can place on the 60 kilometres per hour happening.
How much you can rely on that happening? Well, for the plan provisions to achieve the required urbanisation and the signalisation of Stalker Road and Howells Drive intersections and incorporation of at-grade controlled pedestrian crossings, it will need to be a 60 kilometres per hour posted speed limit. So there is significant reliance on that.
So that significant reliance on it occurring, but how much reliance can we place on it actually occurring, because it's outside the
You're going to
zone.
have to ask Pūtahi
Yeah,
that.
okay. So just confirming a couple of things there that are probably fairly self-evident, but I'd just like to get them out there on record. Is it your view then that to get signalised intersections you need 60, not 80k?
Yes.
Yep. And the same with the at-grade crossings?
Correct.
Yeah. Sorry, the wrong button there. And just in terms of the intersection modelling, I think in part of your rebuttal, you state that you assume that the Sidra is based on a 60k speed environment. Can you just confirm rather than leaving it as an assumption?
Yeah, confirm that, yeah.
Please. So the next series of questions around conversations we were having with the urban designers yesterday around road cross-section and tree planting and amenity and lots of interesting things like that. From a transportation perspective, obviously we have to balance lots of different drivers and thinking about safe and appropriate speeds. Is having a tree-lined avenue a good outcome from a safe system approach to road safety?
But this is probably where the, and not just me, but the transport witnesses probably deviate from landscape and urban designers. For us, as you know, mere mortals, transport planners and engineers, to urbanise State Highway 6, we would expect, you know, building frontages, probably not so much adjacent tree planting. We questioned setback distances, and they you know, I think there is some agreement on reduced setback distances, but so I would personally want to make it look more urban than what is proposed, and that is my personal opinion.
So you're saying with a 25 metre setback either side to the building frontage, and on one side you've got, I think, around a 10 metre amenity strip with your walking and cycling and trees either side. If you have that from a transportation perspective, in your opinion, does that support a 60 km/h speed limit?
Yeah, it does, because there are other ways. You know, we use the term side friction. There are other ways that we can create side friction, which is introducing the curb and channel, street lighting, the traffic signal intersections themselves. You know, we're introducing a lot of new infrastructure. So I think the reduction in the setbacks that's kind of been, I'm not sure if it's all agreed, but proposed, especially around the Howards Drive intersection, also contributes to that. But in terms of a safe system assessment and your original point about tree line, there is some concern. We've checked the standards in terms of the distance, you know, the kind of the safe distance between edge of curb and where the trees are against Austroads requirements. So we will, in those cross sections, we will comply with that. We're obviously reducing the speed from down to 60 km/h. So yeah, my opinion is, from a safe system assessment, with the distances back of the trees from the curb line, yes, that should comply, but obviously that would be subject to a safe system assessment.
Yeah, okay. And I think Mr. Lowe yesterday, in his summary, raised vertical traffic calming as one way to assist with speed reduction. What are your views for a 60k corridor with vertical traffic calming?
I'm not sure it'd be appropriate on a 60 kilometre. I have discussed this with Waka Pūtahi, and it may be appropriate that if we wanted to reduce the speed limit further down to 50, then vertical traffic calming, you know, raised platforms, etc., would be a suitable treatment.
So with
We-
those, can I just interject, do you mean at intersections? Or along
the
length?
intersections or mid-block. You have got to remember that, you know, we've got about a 1.6 kilometre frontage of Ladies Mile. We've got the Eastern Roundabout. We've got the signal intersection at Howard's Drive. We've got the signal intersection at Stalkers. So there will be a lot of speed reduction through those three intersections. We also have potentially additional mid-block pedestrian and cycle crossings, one in between Stalker and Howard's, and a mid-block crossing to the west of the Eastern Roundabout. So I would argue that we potentially have the speed reducing features that we probably need for a 60k. If there was a future scenario that Pūtahi would want to introduce a 50 kilometre or even lower, then I think you would probably then need to look at, you know, vertical traffic calming.
So just thinking about that potential 50k, does the corridor, never mind the carriageway, just thinking about those setbacks and the tree lines and all those
Yep.
things, in your opinion, does that signal to drivers a 50k speed environment?
Sorry, can you repeat? Sorry.
So we've been talking about the corridor.
Yep.
And obviously how a corridor looks is a big signal to how drivers should behave,
Yes.
particularly in terms of speed.
Yes.
And you want to create that urban feel to bring the speeds down, because if you have a big wide road and nothing going on, people don't
Yeah,
understand
exactly.
at 60k, they'll just drive at 100. So my question is, if the corridor is okay for a 60 in terms of the building setbacks, does it support a future 50k? As a theoretical question.
Potentially not. Which is why we have agreed with Pūtahi it would be 60.
Okay.
And as you've also got to remember that the State Highway 6 is performing, you know, a very key movement function, as well as the, you know, the place function that we're trying to create. It's got a very important movement function as a key route into and through Queenstown.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Okay, big kahuna, modelling.
Before you change topic, can I
Yep,
just
sure.
ask a follow-on? I want to go back to that question of the edge and your preference for a lesser.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a sense of what that might be?
Well, if I look at a lot of urban corridors, not necessarily state highway corridors though, but you know, you would be, you know, within 10 metre of frontages.
Okay. Can I, appreciating that this is your question time, signal to Mr. Brown that, in all fairness, where I'm sitting on that topic at the moment, is that there's a substantial volume of evidence in support of the setbacks, but no objectives or policies that directly refer to it in the proposed plan change. I appreciate we've been given some potential tweaks. I haven't seen any reference made to the broader, higher level district plan objectives about gateways. And I don't see many methods that tell me how it's going to be implemented or achieved. And I do have a live question whether it's even a viable candidate to survive a Section 32 evaluation in light of that. What I do see a lot of in the strategic provisions of the district plan and the Ladies Mile objectives and policies and the matters of assessment for buildings are matters of activation of streets, relating to streets, safety of streets, provision of amenity for pedestrians and cyclists, and the outcomes Mr. Shields is talking about. And I have to say, in all fairness, just as I look at the plan change, I'm far more likely to be persuaded by what Mr. Shields is talking about than the urban designers, because they've simply said this is a great idea, and then it doesn't seem to have been really carried through with the significance they clearly think it should have in the planning provisions. And that's not to say on merit they're wrong. It's to say as an exercise of our obligation as plan makers, I'm really questioning how far it can survive. Now, I may be wrong. There may be much more to the provisions than I've picked up on. But for you, and it's not a question for you now, Mr. Brown, but it almost feels like there's a need for some 32AA type analysis actually exploring this issue. What are the provisions that support a greater or lesser setback? What is this plan change ultimately trying to achieve? And which approach is the more appropriate from a pure, dry, if we use the word nerdy, planning assessment? And it is for you, and I think it's pretty important for where this goes. And I don't want to make anyone think they haven't been persuasive in the outcomes they want. This is just what I read in the plan provisions put to us. How those wider issues survive, especially because we have witnesses like Mr. Shields suggesting actually it might not be appropriate from at least some aspects of what we're considering. And I think it's sufficiently important that some thoughtful, reasoned information in writing to us is warranted. But I don't want anyone to think that's indicative of where we might land on it or what's in or out. It's a question mark of what's in the plan provisions. Sorry, Judith, back to you.
I lied, actually, I have one more question about the amenity corridor. So a lot of the cross-sections that we saw to start with had essentially a laneway serving the residential properties. Mm-hmm. So you had footpath, road, cycleway, road. I'd be interested in your views on the need for that laneway to be in that amenity strip.
Well, the laneway is essentially providing access to those properties and quiet, low traffic volume.
But I guess my question is, does it have to be a route parallel to State Highway 6, or could it be rear access? Because do you know Tokoroa?
No.
No. Okay. If anybody wants to hop on Google Earth and have a look at Tokoroa, you have a situation where you've got State Highway 1 going through the town. You then have parallel service lanes and access strips. And it is a town centre environment, so it's not residential, so it's not exactly the same. But my question is just around the feel of that environment and whether being sandwiched between essentially two roads is attractive for pedestrians and cyclists.
I can't see why it would not be attractive to pedestrians and cyclists. I mean,
Okay.
if I got safe crossings of the service, the laneway, quietly trafficked, I don't see a safety issue with that.
Righty-ho, thank you. Now on to modelling. So your evidence in chief, I think at paragraph 140, I'll just let you get to that document. I will do the same, and I'm a bit of a Jekyll and Hyde. Sometimes I like paper, and sometimes I'm okay online. You found that?
Yep.
Yep, okay. And I think there was a question from submitters around data from the 2018 census and traffic data from November 2020 being used to basically validate the model. And I thank you for the daily variation information you've provided, and this is why I was interested in what the standard deviation is and the percentage difference. I did a back of an envelope calculation and I got around a 6% difference between, I think it was 2020 and 2023. And my question is, if 2023 is 6% higher than the traffic data I understand you've used to validate the model, is it actually a reasonable validation case?
Well, right, so the validation has been carried out not by me,
Okay.
So the model, Dave Smith really is the person that can answer the modelling questions. Previously we were using, in the original modelling work, the 2048 assessment year, which has then been updated to a 2053 assessment year. I looked at some of the outputs from that base year of the transport model, based on the information that I had, which I agree is a mixture of 2018 and 2020 data, and I felt it was a reasonable fit. But in terms of the validation of the model, that's a question for Mr. Smith.
I think we need to be clear on validation versus calibration. So I regularly have access or use a different tracks model. Waikato Regional Transport Model is a tracks model. And as somebody accessing it, I will obviously go to the model provider who will give me the information I ask for, the different model runs. And for me to then depend on it without carrying out a validation exercise around the degree of fit of the model to the particular area I'm looking at, to be honest, I'd be very surprised that you had not done that.
Well, I have done that in terms of
Right.
comparing the output queue lengths from the model and looking at the journey times and comparing the flows, and that was reported in the transport strategy. And then based on the updated model, I compared the updated travel delay and queue lengths from the TomTom data and the Bluetooth data against the model, and also used that information to validate the SIDRA models that we built using the transport model turning flows.
So you've validated the output in terms of the delays and the queues you're seeing,
Yep.
but you haven't tested the input flows against what's actually occurring on the network. Is that what you're telling me?
I validated the output flows, correct, yes.
Yeah, but not the input.
No,
Right.
I wouldn't have access to the input. I don't operate the tracks model.
No, but if you have the model traffic volumes and you've got a record of your existing traffic volumes, have you compared those two?
Yes, oh yes.
Yeah, thank you. That's what I was
Sorry,
trying to
I thought you were
get
talking
to.
about the inputs of the model.
No, not the behind the doors input,
Yeah.
but your,
No.
yeah, okay. So that leads to my question around the 6% difference. Am I correct in understanding that the flows that you've checked the model values against are 6% lower than what the current traffic
There is that
volumes
potential
are?
difference, yes.
Yeah,
But
Okay.
I would check that with Mr. Smith.
you will or I will?
No, when Mr. Smith is here on Friday, I would ask him that question.
Could you just flag it to Mr. Smith?
I can
in
ask him
advance,
that
please?
question.
Yep, it would
Yes,
be
if you want
helpful
me
if
to,
you could
yep.
ask him that question.
Right.
Because that also goes to whether you've had a look at any of the GEH statistics for the model. And just for non-traffic people, sorry, it's getting a bit detailed. It's about model fit, and we're looking for a value below 5. So if it's below 5, it's a fairly good fit. If it's more than 5, it's looking a bit dodgy. Under the model overall, you're looking for about an 85% fit. So what I want to understand is whether this particular area of the model has a good GEH fit, or if it's one of the slightly dodgy bits.
I'll ask Dave about
Yeah,
that.
if you could. So I think in your rebuttal, around paragraphs 36 and 37 is where I'm looking. Oh, and I don't have that one. Bear with me, I have to find it now as well.
Sorry. Which paragraph, sorry?
I think it's 36 and 37, but I'll just check.
Mm.
Have you found that?
Yep,
Yep.
got that.
Okay, so you're talking about the conservatism of the model, and you're talking around the fact that, sorry, I've lost myself here. You consider it robust, given that it won't take into account non-motorised trips and internal trips to the Ladies Mile Zone. Now, this may also be something that you might flag to Mr. Smith, but I'm also asking you. My understanding of TRACS models is that they are based on census data.
Mm-hmm.
They are based on household travel survey data, which record travel patterns and mode share. That they also have different trip types that are applicable to a zone. So they will consider things like journey to work, sort of home to work, work to home to education, and back to retail, all that sort of thing. And that there is a link between the number of households and the number of jobs within each zone. So you already have a built-in reduction for some in-zone trips based on the degree of education, community facility, employment and households,
Yes.
and how those interlink.
Yes.
So given that, I would just like you to think about that statement of robustness and conservatism and give me an update on whether you still consider it to be that highly robust and why.
Okay, so in terms of internal trips, the model does report on the amount of the percentage of internal trips, and that is specified in my evidence in chief, and I can find the paragraph numbering. So that's what the TRACS model does. What it doesn't do, it doesn't look at the impact. It doesn't model off-site cycling. So that's not taken into account. It doesn't. So if I decide to cycle from Ladies Mile to Frankton, the TRACS model isn't going to model that. It does not model active modes.
But if it's based on census data, so you've got essentially the trip rates within TRACS allow for how much actual traffic, and I agree it doesn't sort of pick up cycling, walking as in terms of an actual demand number, but if they are taken into account within your car travel trip rate, they are taken account of. So rather than, let's say, if everybody drove, it would be, we'll call it one trip per person.
Mm-hmm.
If we've got the HDS and census data that say actually only 85% people drive, we've got a trip rate of 0.85 in the model per person. So it's already taken account of the cycling.
But that's based on census data that is predominantly car drive alone.
It is, yeah. But you understand the question I'm asking?
I understand the question, but I can clarify this with Dave, or Mr. Smith, sorry. Yeah, and I'll come back to you. Yeah.
Please. So you also, I think in a similar location, talk about tracks not taking count of peak spreading, which it doesn't. It just assumes there is infinite capacity or space in which people can queue.
Correct.
Which there isn't. And I guess my question is around whether peak spreading as demand management is an acceptable tool.
Well, the key problems on the network are peak times. So, is peak spreading an acceptable demand management? We would obviously prefer not to be an increase, we would rather see a reduction in vehicle distance travelled. But in terms of resolving the current issues on the transport network, peak spreading is an option, and I'm sure it happens at the moment.
My last question on modelling, you'd be pleased to hear. I think everybody in the room would be pleased to hear. I'm aware that the council has recently issued a request for expressions of interest for an advisor in relation to rebuilding the model, acknowledging that it's at end of life and no longer fit for purpose. So my question, and it's a big gnarly one, is given that, is it the appropriate tool to assess the effects of Ladies Mile? And how much reliance can we place on it?
Okay. In terms of is it the appropriate tool, it is the only tool to be used. It has been used to support business cases that have either been approved or under development, and it has been used to inform the spatial plan and future growth within the council. So in terms of is it appropriate, well, yes, because it is the only tool. Can you rely on it? Based on the information that I've got from the model, I do have concerns, as I have indicated in my evidence, about it is a strategic model. It does only really model public transport and vehicular movement. It doesn't model the intricacies of the Ladies Mile variation, because it is a strategic model.
So what do you mean by that?
Well, I don't think it models correctly the interventions, not just the physical interventions, but the mixed-use development, medium and potentially high-density development, active modes, travel behaviour change, transport demand management in terms of parking restraint, the linkage to adjacent communities. I don't think a track strategic model can actually physically do that. But I'll go back to answering your first point. Is it appropriate? It is, because it's the only model available.
So picking up on all the things it doesn't do, in your professional opinion, how do we take that into account? So should we be going, the model is conservative, or should we be thinking that it's underestimating traffic?
In my opinion, I think it's extremely conservative.
Thank you. So moving on to, well, actually back to your rebuttal, I think, around paragraphs 23 and 24. It's all right, it's lunch in 45 minutes.
Oh, rebuttal, sorry, not the summary.
No, rebuttal.
Right, sorry, 23 and 24.
Oh, sorry, I might be taking to the wrong place. I think I am taking to the wrong place. My question is around your response to Mr. Smith. So apologies if I've got you in the wrong spot here.
Oh, no, I think you're pretty close.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah, response to Mr. Smith starts at
Sorry, it's 25,
paragraph 8.
I think.
So 25, right.
25. And this is around the bus lane provision.
Yeah.
And I'm quite clear that you're comfortable with the westbound bus lane to the east of Shotover Bridge.
Yes.
And the bus lane on Stalker Road, but you do not appear to support the need for the east and westbound bus lanes to the west of Shotover Bridge being in before Ladies Mile happens. Yeah. So from a traffic congestion perspective, in terms of effects of Ladies Mile, I can see your point to a degree. My question is around, in terms of delivering that quality bus service that Ladies Mile is depending on, is expecting the buses to sit in congestion until they get to the bridge and only providing for really nice rapid service when you're heading back into Queenstown appropriate?
I understand that. My point is, should the improvements to the network further away from the development site, if that doesn't happen, should that hold up development at Ladies Mile? That's my concern. It is remote from the site. I understand your point, Commissioner, and I totally accept your point, but I just consider it is too far remote from the site to potentially hold up development of the site.
Judith, could I just...
Yeah, please do.
Just given the, from memory, is it 50% mode shift that you're after
That's the target, yes.
is the target, then how, and the importance of PT, we've discussed active transport, and that's going to have some issues with surfaces. The importance of PT, especially when you're heading east at the PM, where, from my reading as a layperson of the evidence, that's the largest range of congestion timing, or near it.
Yes, yep.
So you're going to have the buses sit there in the traffic for that congestion, and then they'll pop out the other end at Ladies Mile, have some bus lanes all of a sudden. Do you see that as, in your expert opinion, is going to deliver a 57% mode share? I know there's other, and there'll be questions, I'm sure, about advocacy and other things, but is that really good enough?
I understand that. I just think it's linking a NZ Up proposal quite distant from the Ladies Mile site to development occurring at Ladies Mile. That's what I struggle with. I totally agree with your point that you need a corridor approach in terms of providing that bus priority. But it's kind of like, where do you have to fix, does Ladies Mile development have to wait till all the problems on the state highway network are resolved before anything can happen?
Oh, that's the question we're asking you. Does it need at least that western part resolved in order to achieve what you're telling us is an appropriate traffic outcome?
It could potentially, yes, but I still think it's too far remote from the site to hold up development at the site.
And just thinking of the many submitters who say traffic's a disaster, they're sitting there, they're then watching the buses sit there, and they live in Shotover country or Lake Hayes. Are they going to think, yippee, I'll go and sit on that bus, in your experience? Or do people actually watch what happens with the PT network and talk with each other?
No, people will watch that, and I like I say, I understand and I agree with your comment. I just think those works are too far away from Ladies Mile to hold up the development.
So your position's on a distance perspective rather than a transport perspective?
Yes.
So next question is, what distance does it trigger? Where's the tipping point?
Well, I would say immediately adjacent to the site, as in the Howard's Drive intersection improvements and the westbound bus lane, most definitely, and that's within the provisions. Further downstream, less so.
Are you aware of any other projects or developments where there's been requirements from either Waka Pūtahi or a council as a road controlling authority away from a site?
There are instances, I'm sure, yes.
And with those instances, if you know of any, what was the driver? Was it the development of the site needing to accommodate such a change? Or was it just done on distance? Oh, it's adjacent, you need to change it, or
Well,
actually it's not adjacent, but
The,
the
the,
development?
the NZUP proposals are not directly all related to development. They are related to achieving the Way to Go partners' aims of by 2028, 40% transfer from car loan trips.
And sorry, Jude.
That's all right.
And because it's probably one of Judith's, so we've touched on it, the aspirational versus your very challenging of that 57%. Surely if it's very challenging, or in Waka Pūtahi's position, as I understand it, aspirational with an exclamation mark, you'd want to do, have all the planks in place to actually achieve it, rather than have some, what seems to me as a layperson, missing plank, especially on such a fundamentally important plank to promote this variation. And that's that western peak time PM heading east. So western side of Shotover River heading east at PM.
I understand your concerns, and I will rethink.
And rethink from a transportation point of view rather than a distance point of view. Because if it's a distance point of view, we never need a transport engineer to tell us. We just say if it's not adjacent, then it's not required. And to my mind, that doesn't stack up.
Okay.
Thank you. That covers off that one. Saved me a bit of effort. So my next set of questions are around monitoring and staging. So we've had some discussions with a number of experts around staging of development, with Ms. Galavasi this morning around the walking and cycling link through the amenity strip. And I understand the plan provisions where certain infrastructure is tied to delivery of a certain subzone. My question from a transportation perspective is whether that approach actually provides the coordinated network necessary to support walking, cycling and PT use if, for example, I think it's area F is at the east end of Ladies Mile, gets developed, and then you get area B and they're doing their little bits of walking and cycling network, but there's nothing joining them up.
Yes. So you're talking about where the active travel links are on the development land, not in the road reserve.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or even if it's in public reserve, given what Ms. Galavasi was saying this morning around easements at time of subdivision, rather than council actually being able to acquire the land and then provide a concerted pathway.
We have a structure plan, and we have which the developers will have to comply with. But I do note it will be doing each piece of the jigsaw, and eventually there will be a continuous active travel link in accordance with the structure plan. And that is my experience of developments of similar type.
Given the reliance on achieving this high walking, cycling and public transport mode share, my question is that good enough? We seem to be jumping to an end point of when the whole thing is built, it's going to be awesome, but there doesn't seem to be much consideration of how we get there and what the effects are along that journey. So I'm just interested in your view as to whether this piecemeal delivery is actually going to cut the mustard as Ladies Mile is being developed.
Yeah, I understand that concern, but the way the provisions are written, we are reliant on when the developments actually happen for that infrastructure to be put in place.
So you just said as the provisions are written,
Yeah.
which is a key. So maybe this is for you and Mr. Brown to put your heads together, maybe with some other experts, as to thinking about why the provisions have been written that way and maybe how they may need to be amended to actually support development of Ladies Mile, so we don't, as I said, leap from this sort of blank canvas to end point without thinking how we get there, particularly in terms of this infrastructure provision. So the good news is a lot of the other questions we've already actually gone through. So I'm just reading through here. So my next one is around monitoring. And I think in your rebuttal around paragraphs 28 and 29, once again in response to submissions, the question was raised about regular traffic modelling to understand whether this mode share target is being achieved. And this sort of goes back to my immediate previous comment around we seem to be going from blank to fully developed and not really thinking about the journey on the way. So once again, this might be a little bit of homework. Can you, with the relevant experts, have a think about or rethink around the relevancy of monitoring? Because as a panel, we have to think about whether if we approve this variation, we end up with a situation that we've said, yep, great, 24,000 homes. We hope we're going to get this mode share of 47% by non-car, but we have no idea whether it's actually going to happen. And if it doesn't happen, whether we can control the effects to what has actually been assessed. And that leads into another probably piece of homework. At the moment, I'm not seeing anything around having a cap. We've been talking around, from a transportation perspective, 2,400 households is it. It's what the network can take, but I'm not seeing anything in the zone provisions that actually limit that. So if we've got potential household densities of up to 72 houses per hectare, whilst I accept Ms Fairgray's assessment of the market is that it's unlikely to be developed at that, as a panel we've got to think about the what-ifs, and at the moment that's quite a big what-if.
Sorry, Judith. Just one question from me, and again it's in the conferencing statement as well, this idea of monitoring and measuring shares of mode performance. And it ties to what can actually be done later on. So in 10 years' time, you do a monitor or you do some modelling or whatever, and you're at 37% and people are stuck in traffic, and you're not at 57%. Are you proposing, okay, no more development here, this is not working? Or do you just record it, file it away in the council records, and in another 5 years do another monitoring round, record it, file it away? I'm just not seeing a connection with doing monitoring and anything in the planning provisions.
Yeah, and it's a tricky area because you could be, my experience from outside of New Zealand, putting in triggers and monitoring and implementing penalties if the targets are not met is a legal challenge where a landowner developer says, well, I've put in the cycle parking, I've provided free bus passes, I've done everything that I'm supposed to do. If my residents or my workers choose not to do that, that's not me. And there's another question, is it the landowner, developer? Who is the person that is responsible? So it's immensely fraught with challenges. But you raised the questions about monitoring and a kind of an enforcement.
Well,
It's not so much around enforcement, it's around having control through the plan provisions that says, well, actually, if we're at 1,100 houses and we're getting our 30% mode share, it's okay. We're at 1,500 houses, we're still only getting 30% mode share, it's not okay. If the zone rules are saying, we don't care, just keep building, that's our concern. Is it appropriate, and this is what we want you to think about, to have something in the zone rules that says, actually, we're doing the monitoring in whatever way, we're not getting the results, so there is going to be a pause on development until we see what we need to see in terms of this moat share. That's what we want you to think about.
I'll have to talk to the team on that one.
Oh, I'm sure you will. It's a big question.
Or you might not be saying that at all and just say, keep on building.
Yep.
In which case, why monitor?
Sorry, I've now got an
Sorry.
update going on, which is extremely annoying. So, one of the questions I also have is around section 29 of the district plan, which is around the ITA provisions. And in terms of the monitoring, I totally understand the difficulty of getting individual developers to do it after the fact. In your opinion, is the ITA mechanism a suitable way to assess progress of overall development traffic within Ladies Mile and traffic changes generally, or should there be something that the council is doing to monitor on a more regular basis?
Well, an ITA will be done to support any future resource consent applications. I'm not aware of ITAs then being used to monitor.
Maybe I wasn't clear. In terms of, in an ITA, you consider existing traffic effects? Or
Yes.
Existing traffic volumes, you might consider PT volumes. So from that perspective, as a developer comes forward to do their land and they're assessing the existing conditions, what I'm asking is that enough information, or should it be a council-led approach, in your opinion?
Well, that's probably something I need to think about, actually, and talk to the council.
Okay.
Whether that can be... I think if it was done through the ITA, I think perhaps there would need to be slightly different guidelines on exactly what the council are looking for in terms of monitoring what exactly is happening at the moment,
Okay.
because that isn't really clear in any ITA guideline. You know, it's not. It's ITA guidelines are not written for stage development.
No.
So I think if it is done that way, then we would perhaps need to provide some clearer guidance. I would need to check.
We'll let you think about that one.
Yeah.
Okay. The good news is we're kind of on the home stretch. So I've got some sort of fairly miscellaneous questions now. So one of them is around the location of Collector Road A, which is the one that goes east to west along the sort of slope hill side of the development. And from a transportation perspective, in your opinion, does it make that much difference moving it by 10 to 20 metres? Because in some places we've got very close alignment with that collector road, and in other places it deviates a little bit more. So from your perspective, does it matter?
From my perspective, ideally it is as central as possible between the two blocks, either north and south. I wouldn't say it's too sensitive from a transport perspective, no.
Okay, thank you. So we've been talking with, I think Ms. Fairgray, around residential visitor accommodation and the degree to which it could potentially be included within the Ladies Mile variation. Has that been considered in your modelling at all?
No.
How might it affect the outcome?
Okay, so I've not. I'm going to have to.
Once again, I'm not asking you to go away and remodel.
No.
Just think about it.
I can give you my view on that. Is so you're talking Airbnb type of
Potentially.
Yeah.
It's a residential visitor accommodation rather than hotel type.
So you've probably got people that may or may not have a rental car, who may therefore be reliant on public transport, who are unlikely to be travelling in the morning peak, may be travelling in the evening peak if they've been out for the day. There would have to be some mechanism within Bash or Airbnb, whatever the provider is, on some units will not have parking and some will, so that would have to be made clear to potential users. I'd be concerned then that might cause some displaced parking if people choose not to follow the guidance. I don't know, there's some initial views. I suppose I'm not, bottom line is I wouldn't be unduly worried. I don't think the effects would be massive. Some potential benefits and probably reduced morning peak demand. But I think the issue about how you would control parking for visitors would be, visitors of those units would be an issue.
So that does lead me back to the parking question earlier. So you mentioned about potential for overspill. And we've talked around having limited parking for each dwelling based on bedroom numbers. How do you manage overspill effects?
How do you
Manage the potential overspill effects? Because just because we say, you know, a 2-bedroom house can only have one car park doesn't mean to say they only have one car.
Yeah, so the intention is to provide only, well, I suppose you've got to think, where else could they park if they can't park off-street? We, in the provisions, are providing extremely limited on-street parking, which will be enforced through broken yellow lines, NSATs. Would they then displace to cross the road? Again, I think through the parking management plans work that Mr. Pickard may explain a bit later.
So when you say across the road, you mean
Shot over country, Lake
to
Hayes
State Highway
Estate.
6, yeah.
Because other than that, there's nowhere else displaced parking could take place. I'm not going to park on State Highway 6. So I think that it can be controlled through parking controls would be my answer, and would probably be complement the council's parking management plans and parking management strategy.
So you don't think they park on the lawn?
Park on the...
Their lawn? You know, what is to control people from saying, well, you might have built the house with one car park, one garage and a bit of a driveway, but I'm going to park in my front yard.
So I think Commissioner Munro asked this question of one of the witnesses yesterday, and we are going to address that through plan.
Okay.
Can you then, while you're undertaking that exercise, and I'm assuming it won't just be you sitting in a room by yourself, you'll be talking to the wider team. Ms. Fairgrave spoke to us yesterday about the importance of things like affordable housing and compact housing choice. And I'm familiar from some of my own early career battle scars where plans had the unintended consequence of developers sizing houses specifically based on parking rates, and whether there may be an unintended signal for developers to provide bigger houses, such as a small additional bedroom, to specifically qualify a more favourable parking rate that the market might want.
I see where you're going, yeah.
And if you're going to consider these things, that to me is a closing of the loop that I'm very interested in understanding.
Okay, we'll have to discuss that one, yeah.
Of course. But you appreciate what I'm saying anyway, so...
I got where you're going, yeah.
good news is that was my last one.
Oh.
So thank you for your forbearance. I know I've been grilling you a bit there. Thank you, Mr. Shields.
All right, well, there you go. You've done really well, heroic almost, to withstand that. Not sure I could have. Okay, so let's start with the mode shift. I've been listening with interest to the discussion. And while you've been answering the questions, I went back to the proposed objectives and policies, which don't at any place refer to mode shift as being a relevant outcome that this plan change actually has to even achieve. We're talking about minimising vehicle trips, we're talking about supporting pedestrian cycling, we're talking about supporting passenger transport, but nowhere does it say a particular mode shift has to be achieved, and I don't understand why it would be monitored if it's not even a relevant outcome for the zone. It may be a very important shadow in terms of supporting why what's proposed has been proposed, and it's not to take away from it.
Mm-hmm.
But if the plan change doesn't mention it or refer to it, and the evidence that a near 50% mode shift is variously aspirational or challenging or unprecedented, and to be blunt, I'll be applying a commensurate level of scepticism given those qualifiers, and the evidence is that it doesn't actually need to be achieved to support, broadly speaking, the plan change.
Mm-hmm.
There's a point where I ask whether it's actually a big red herring, and whether the actual question we should be asked isn't how good could it be, it's what is the maximum vehicle generation that would trigger your view to change from supporting the rezoning to being opposed to the rezoning. And you said the model is the model, but then you said you don't think it's necessarily very accurate. So why are we even having the discussion? If the plan change doesn't require it, the information we've got isn't very accurate, and we're not having a discussion about when the system breaks. That's just as a almost back at step one. Why am I having this discussion if it's not actually a requirement of the plan change to do anything other than minimise vehicle trips, which developers could say is being inherently done by the provision of mixed uses and densities that internalise trips and self-contain them? And all we have to do is provide for pedestrians and cyclists and support buses.
Well, we'll have to talk internally about those, the objectives and policies. I didn't say the model was not good enough. In my view, I think the model is too conservative. Well, is conservative.
Yes.
Is conservative.
Yes.
I didn't say it's unbelievable or.
Yes, no, that's fair. You did.
So I think the model is suitable for use, given it's the only model, and we have done subsequent capacity assessments. So I think we have the tools to understand what the impact is of development of Ladies Mile at a lower public transport mode share than I think is achieved.
And that was around that 20%.
That's about 20%.
Yep.
At a lower modal
Yep.
public transport mode share than I think is
Okay.
achievable. So I think we do know what the transport implications are.
Okay.
Albeit we may not have made that explicitly clear in the objectives and policies.
Very good. But you'll appreciate our task under a statutory direction is to evaluate methods and policies solely based on the extent to which they achieve the objectives, not other stuff.
Yeah. No.
So as good as that is, there's a point where we just have to stop and say either it passes test or it doesn't.
Yeah.
But that's again, and unfairly, you're not here as a planning expert, and I don't expect you to know all that nuance. So 20% mode shift would be okay. Would 15% still be okay?
No, because at the 20% mode shift, the traffic volumes on Shodover Bridge eastbound in the PM peak is above
Yes.
the slightly
Yes.
revised capacity
Yes.
from Waka
Okay.
Pūtahi. When initially they told
Okay.
me it was 1,700, it's now been revised down to 15.
Would you be able to numerically identify the vehicular trip generation figure that would equate to a 20% mode shift?
Yeah.
Because that might be a useful traffic trigger
Mm-hmm.
if we were minded to agree with you that there was a necessity of a certain level of performance being achieved.
20%, yeah. And that would just be for the AM and PMP. So I wouldn't be
Yeah,
able
I
to
understand,
calculate
understand.
that. Yeah, can do that.
So following on from that then, the nature of the adverse effect is the congestion that we're seeing on the highway. You know, you're not here to speak to Waka Pūtahi, you're here to speak to the council. But congestion's one of those really interesting adverse effects. Everyone says you can't build your way out of it, and living in Auckland, I can believe that. But I raised yesterday with Mr. Harland, I've seen Waka Pūtahi build replacement bridges in this district in response to congestion concerns. So how severe and serious, how much weight can we put on the adverse effect of congestion, knowing that, at least in some respects, A, it can be addressed by way of capacity improvements, accepting it's outside of the council's control. It's not like a local road that it can go and provide. Presumably the council could build a bridge, its own local road bridge. I imagine it couldn't possibly do it, but how do we untangle that?
Okay, so I heard your question yesterday that you addressed to Mr. Harland, and I had the answer. I wanted to speak, and I'm sure Mr. Pickard may also want to comment. And I think you made it quite explicit about Waka Pūtahi and rather than the council, but Waka Pūtahi, the Regional Council and Queenstown Council worked together as the Way to Go partnership. They developed the Queenstown business case. I refer to that in my evidence in chief. That identified a long list of options to looking at the transport issues in Queenstown, and they were looking to this 28 and 2048 horizons, and new infrastructure provision, such as a second bridge, widening of roads, was rejected within that business case. And what was identified through the strategic transport modelling was what was needed for the Queenstown network was this 40% reduction in single occupancy cars. And that has then guided the NZ Up proposals, has then guided the public transport DBC, the active travel, Wakatipu active travel business case, and all subsequent business cases. So that decision, I think you might have been a little bit unfair to Waka Pūtahi yesterday. It's not solely a Waka Pūtahi decision. It's a way, well, Mr. Pickard may correct me, but as I understand it, it's a way to go decision.
So are you saying Waka Pūtahi wouldn't be able to make its own decision to improve facilities without the agreement of its Way to Go partners?
Oh, no, it can make its own decisions, but through a business case,
Sure,
Queenstown-wide,
sure.
in terms of looking what is needed on the whole transport network, not just the state highways, but the regional council bus services and Queenstown Council, local roads and active travel links and travel behaviour change. Oh, and that travel behaviour change, transport demand management, parking management, that's all come out of that as well. So it was a holistic assessment, as I understand it.
Okay, that's very helpful. What I didn't disclose to Mr. Harland when I spoke to him about bridges was the particular bridge I'm thinking about is a dedicated bus lane and cycle lane bridge, not an extra vehicular bridge.
Over the shot over.
Yeah, and you spoke to Commissioner Moken about the adequacy of off-road trails as part of commuter routes.
Yeah.
We've talked about highly aspirational mode shifts. The evidence supports transit-oriented developments, which almost always have a rapid transit type network, not a frequent type bus service. And I'm interested in understanding the circumstances when when even Waka Kotahi is putting multiple explanation points after the word aspirational in answers to our questions about the mode shifts, at what point things like that facility or a bus bridge, much like we see the Eastern Busway in Panmure, when does that happen?
Well, if you want, you're asking me that question, I'll give you my answer.
Yep.
I would totally agree with you. At the early stages of the master planning process, what we said to Waka Kotahi, at least a foot cycle bridge,
Yep.
and it was a flat note. Now, whether that was assessed in the Queenstown business case, I don't know. I wasn't involved.
Yeah, look, I really
But I
appreciate
would
you're not
agree.
here for Waka Kotahi
No.
and you can't speak for them, and I absolutely accept you can only give your opinion based on your...
But I would totally agree with
Okay.
you.
On to something, yes, not different.
Sorry, just briefly on that, I was just thinking, related to your comment earlier about development, needing to go first to then force infrastructure, which seems to be this horrible cycle we're in New Zealand. So does the business case, the Queenstown business case, factor in Ladies Mile already?
I would have to check that. I'll check that.
Because it seems to me if it doesn't, then this might be the catalyst that I took it, that you were talking about earlier, that this variation could drive a change.
Yeah, I'll tell you straight away.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. And again, you're not Waka Kotahi's spokesperson. I'm interested not so much in the setback question around State Highway 6, but the provision of what we might just describe as basic pedestrian and cycle facilities. Why is it not Waka Kotahi's obligation to provide for those modes? Why is it landowners and the council that has to provide for non-vehicular modes?
So within the development site, we view that as a developer's responsibility.
But it's not serving the development as such, is it? It's contributing to something much more linear following the highway where those facilities don't exist.
Yeah, but it does help link
Okay.
up
Yeah,
to
okay.
the
Okay.
schools, the local centre, the supermarket, etc. In terms of crossings, well, in terms of connections, to the proposed bus stops, again, that's development related. That's to get from the sub areas to the bus stops. So that is why those provisions are made. So I don't see those as being Waka Kotahi.
Okay. And presumably pedestrians and cyclists across the river would be a Waka Kotahi question.
If it was a second bridge, yes, a green bridge, let's call it.
Whatever it is.
Yeah.
And that's because it's not inside a development site that you'd then say it's the developer's problem.
Yeah, and there's wider public transport benefits with that, because
course.
obviously the bus lanes are stopping either side of the bridge.
And we might call it what's there and come back after lunch because Judith needs to.
Okay. I only have a couple more questions.
Cool, and I've got a few too. So we'll just adjourn for the lunch break and then we'll be back at what time? Sorry, I should have looked at the program. We'll be back at what does it say, 1:15? Oh no, 1:30 we start back. So we'll start back at 1:30.
Sorry, just if I can signal, Miss Gilbert was planning to only be in Queenstown today, so we might just rejig the order of some of the witnesses this
Perfect.
afternoon. if that's okay.
That will speed up.
I'm sure, I
quite
realise
a lot
that.
after this. It's just this is the fundamental. And
Yeah.
Mr. Shields doing a sterling job, so having a break would be nice for you too. Thank you. We'll adjourn until 1:30. Okay. We're all go. Welcome back, everybody. We're with Mr. Shields on transport and Ian.
Thank you, Mr. Shields, for your answers so far. The structure plan that's proposed to sit in the district plan contains, in addition to roads running perpendicular and connecting to the state highway, generally east-west collector road running the width of the zone. What's your understanding of the way in which that would be delivered? And I'm thinking particularly about different landowners across the zone that might want to start their development at the state highway edge and not necessarily include all of their sites, or not get to the bit with the collector until later on. And so how did you see that collector being delivered? And I'm particularly thinking about the proposed objective that seeks to minimise vehicle trips on the highway, which would suggest that getting the internal connectivity early on might be a justifiable and worthy goal.
Again, it's a bit like the answer to the question on the active links. It's going to happen in a piecemeal fashion as each developer develops their land parcel.
And there'll always be gaps until developers come and do their bit. But to the extent to which a developer is proposing development, and it may well be that the provisions already do this, and it's an academic question, but let's assume they don't right now. Would you be supportive of requirements that when developers did develop their land, they had to do the bit that contains the collector road first?
Not thought of that.
Just I have to say, I've got no idea how these developers think, but I've got a lot of experience in structure plans where developers sometimes do everything they can to push cars not through their nice premium little bit of subdivision and onto existing highways.
Not thought of that. That could potentially be an option if we can make that work in the rules. But what I would say is it's one of the many reasons why our public transport strategy is focused with buses staying on State Highway 6. So there is always going to be access to public transport. I think the concern that you're raising is kind of the internal connections.
Yes, people going to the local supermarket that's just opened.
And I would, it goes back to the same point about the active travel. It will happen in a peaceful nature, but perhaps that's something we can go away and look at. I'm not sure I can give the definitive answer.
Well, as a traffic engineer, and mindful of the objective to minimise vehicle trips on the highway, would that be desirable?
Yes.
Okay. Last question, hooray. I haven't quite fully got my head around the one aspect of the density versus passenger transport viability. I completely understand the argument about needing to achieve a sufficient density that would enable a mode shift, and Mr. Harlan spoke to it yesterday, I thought, very eloquently. What I haven't quite got my head around is the argument that it is the densities required to make the bus service viable. I haven't quite got my head around that, and when you were speaking earlier on and talking to your summary, you talked about you don't need to get this density across the whole route of the bus, and it really is just the ladies' mile bit that needs this density. Can you just draw that out for me a bit further?
Right, so I'm talking about the ladies' mile master plan development.
Yeah.
We do need that density of at least 40 hectares. 40 dwellings a hectare, and that is based on research, and I don't think anyone is in disagreement. Well, amongst the transport experts, I don't think anyone is in disagreement with that. They might slightly disagree with me saying, well, actually, we'll get bigger mode shift if it's higher than 40. But
Sure.
That's just a separate issue. So I'm focused on, when we were doing the master plan, to ensure that we had that level of and that density of development within a walking distance of the bus stops, as well as the walking distance, walking catchment of the local centre and the schools.
I understand all that, but what I had understood to also be being said, and I may be wrong, hence the question, is that when you think not just about one bus stop, but the routes that are proposed, and the spatial plan gives some helpful advice about what they might be, and Arrowtown at one end and Arthur's Point at another end, is that they all don't have to have high density of 40 a hectare. It's only Ladies Mile that uniquely has to, and it's responsible for making all the buses viable. That's what I understood.
That's not. It's partly yes, partly no. Right. So let me explain. We can only influence the scale of development on Ladies Mile, and that's why we are.
It does its bit.
Yeah, it does its bit. South of Ladies, south of the state highway, we know is a low density sprawl. Part of our efforts in the master plan is about providing, the mixed uses that those residents don't have, and a public transport strategy that's focused on improving the existing bus services that also connect Lake Hayes Estate and Shodover Country to the Ladies Mile. So we're not, I'm sorry if I gave the wrong impression, we're not looking to change the density of those developments. It's about connecting those developments.
Yes, very good.
But accepting they are a low density.
Yep. What I was in the back of my mind having a slight curiosity about was whether in fact there was some bigger picture that getting density in Ladies Mile helped get more buses to Arrowtown, but let Arrowtown not have to have density needed to provide those services. We're not talking about any of that.
We're not talking about any of that.
Very good. That was all I had for you. Thanks again.
Thank you. Mr. Shields, starting with the Anna Hutchinson block, just because over the next little while we're going to hear quite a lot about it. So you've said this morning your preference is the 400 to 500 metre sort of walkable catchment. And we heard yesterday, and all of this is hypothetical on the basis of there's scope issues, there's questions whether we think it's appropriate or not. But setting that aside, just go with me on this hypothetical basis. So there was a discussion yesterday, especially with Mr. Harland, about the top terrace. So what I'm interested in, and I'm loath to try and work it out myself, is what is the walkable catchment of that top terrace?
Yeah,
please?
I did do some measurements of that previously when we were doing the joint witness, at the conferencing, sorry. I calculate kind of the maximum distance from there to the Ladies Mile town centre, let's call it, is about 1.6 kilometres.
Yep.
And in excess within the site of 800 metres to bus stops on State Highway 6.
Could you just so we have it, could you just look at that, Mr. Harland mentioned that top terrace?
Yep.
Could you just have a look at that and just give us some figures on that, please?
You can do. Yeah, I'll do it on a plan, yeah.
And then thinking about various aspects, the distance of the 1.6 in cycling, given the cycling routes, etc. I'm no biking expert, but I'm not sure how long would it take to bike the 1.6?
1.6 would take about 20 minutes to walk, so you're probably 4 or 5 minutes on a bike.
And on
you're on an e-bike, maybe quicker.
And so I've been involved in some projects where people have wanted biking for shopping. Is that likely over the development and time frame of this to be an option of biking? Can you see that potentially picking up? And this is all devil's advocate. I'm just wanting
yes,
these questions out there.
And that's it's the intention of providing active travel links. You know,
Yep.
it's walking and cycling.
And so that sort of 5-minute or less type cycle, is that similar to what sort of, is that at the right walkable catchment, but cycling catchment?
In terms of
Type.
time, yes, yeah.
And then with the various densities, etc., if there were lower numbers, would having some medium density, etc., there help generically with a PT type number? If we were to get the lesser at 2,000 or whatever it might be and not 2,400?
Well, as I explained this earlier in regarding to Commissioner Makinson's questions, and I will provide the data, I actually think 1,800 will still provide, would probably be the limit of a viable public transport service at a 10-minute frequency, which is what we're aiming for. So in that respect, you wouldn't need the Hutchinson land to fill in any gap, unless there's a housing need gap that I can't advise on that. But from a transport point of view, there isn't a need for, we're 600 units short on what we previously looked at, where do we put that? We don't need that from a transport point of view.
So I took it from your evidence that 40's at the lower end, and there was discussion with the experts about what's the 60.
Yep.
But your view was if you go up, you can get more benefit, and others were...
You can, but I do agree with Mr. Parlane. There is a diminishing return, and my research demonstrates that.
Yep.
But 40 is the sweet spot.
But if there was more, that could be beneficial?
In terms of density, yeah, and the research backs that up.
And lastly, with the Anna Hutchinson, there was a discussion earlier about the access down to the Shotover River cycle bridge. Could there be access benefits from an active mode perspective if you didn't go down, I'm trying to remember the name of the road, it's gone out of my head, I'll just jump onto Google Maps. If you didn't go down Spence Road, but you went somehow through the Hutchinson property, recognising that there's going to be some private land issues once you get to the bottom of that, I suspect.
I'd probably say some level issues.
Yep.
But no, there's certainly an advantage of the Hutchinson land is it is closer to the active travel network and the old Shotover River and bridge, and I acknowledge that.
Now, just sticking with your answers, actually it's not sticking with anything, jumping. The schools and the importance of the schools with the traffic generation in terms of the Shotover Bridge.
Yep.
Do you consider that there needs to be some thought given to development timing versus provision of schools?
Well, it probably look. If the schools are not there, then that will have an impact in terms of transport because the other schools are across the river.
My next question was that, but seeing you've said it, in your opinion, how big would that impact be if the schools are not there?
We'd have to double check that in the modelling, but in particular in the morning peak, it would be a big impact. I've indicated just based on information from Ministry of Education and school roll and 19% traffic flows on the bridge potentially. So it is potentially a big impact. But I think what you might want to look at is maybe if there was either not going to be any schools or a huge delay in the schools. It might be more about the transport provisions that you provide, and whether, you want to reduce car use, provide school buses as part of the travel demand management or travel behaviour change measures, not only for the master plan site, but you would also have to do that for the Shotover Country and Lake Hayes estate. So there could be different measures that you might need to look at should there be a delay in the school provision.
And because none of us have any control over whether there'll be schools or not or when, if the school was to be, and again it goes back to your discussion earlier about the need for development to then drive infrastructure, if the school is 15 years away, would that be a concern to you?
It would.
And what does thought need to be given as to what management or provisions might need to be required to address that?
That's probably something I'd need to speak to, planning and our legal team, whether we can incorporate kind of a backup provisions.
It's just your comment of big to me is, it's whether it's, to my mind, 19%, 20% sort of traffic over the bridge as a layperson is a significant volume. It's a fifth.
Yep.
So if you can remove, and it's a peak.
Yep.
So you're getting a double benefit. If you can remove that, that unlocks a lot of bridge capacity
It certainly
and
does.
road capacity.
And that's one of the advantages of the master plan in being able to do that. But yes, there is the concern, the risk. What if there's a delay?
Yeah.
Can I just hop in
Yes.
a question of clarification? So that 19%, I understood that was the benefit from a high school being provided for the existing Shotover and Lake
Shotover
Hayes.
Yep.
So if the high school isn't there, obviously you've got the Shotover Lake Hayes carries on,
Yep.
but what is the impact from Ladies Mile kids not having a high school
Yeah.
on their doorstep?
Again, I would have to look in the transport model to see what that is, but it would be, in the morning peak in particular, it would be a big chunk, yes.
Yeah. If you could confirm that, I think that would be helpful.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll-
And a follow-on around you saying that you could provide school buses instead. So is that down to the school? Is that down to the ministry? Is that regional council?
That's what we're going to have to discuss.
Please.
And what would help me too is not just the numbers, but your expert opinion as to the significance or not of the transportation effects if the schools aren't there. So I've got, you've said it's a big
Yeah.
chunk, but is that big chunk irrelevant or is it significant or?
If I could, I'll ask Mr. Smith to get those numbers to and from the school, and knowing what's already existing at Lake Hayes and Shotover Country, I'll be able to quantify that number that will go across the bridge.
And then lastly, in some of the responses to the questions from Glenn Pannell and Anna Hutchins, one of them was to please confirm that no network or corridor modelling has been undertaken to quantify the change brackets improvement in network capacity arising from the proposed signalisation and reduction to 60k. So that's question 18 of your response, so you might want, sorry, I should have said that first.
Sorry, which document?
This is your reply to the questions
okay.
asked.
Yep, okay, let me just get that. It's going to be the last one. Yep. So, where are we?
So question 18, page 5.
Yep.
And that first one, that no network corridor modelling, but you said correct, as in I took that to be there's no modelling. What
Yeah.
I'm interested in is whether you agree or not that there might be an improvement in network capacity arising from the signalisation and the
sorry,
reduction in speed.
Yeah, fair point. So purely reducing the speed limit from 80 to 60 k's, would that improve capacity? The capacity improvement comes from the signalisation, and to have signalisation you need it to be 60k. So I cannot see a reason why there would be an improvement in capacity just by simply dropping the speed limit. I can think of circumstances where that would be the case, but not on Ladies Mile or State Highway 6 Ladies Mile.
And what about the signalisation? Does that have benefits and flows onto the bridge, or could you sorry, as a complete layperson, but you see, well, not in Wellington, but in Auckland, they have lights onto the motorway.
Yes, the ramp
light
metering.
phase.
Yep. So the signals firstly provide improved overall general capacity compared to the roundabouts. Secondly, they provide the controlled crossing facilities for pedestrians, but they also introduce kind of, you're able to control traffic flows because you've got a mechanism, unlike a roundabout, and that combined with, you know, the NZ Up proposals west of the bridge, which is signalisation, you're then starting to be able to control traffic flows, and then there may be particular movements like buses that you want to give priority to.
That was my next question.
So-
In Wellington, you have a B.
Yep. So there is potential that the signals could provide that. So they provide traffic in this location. Traffic signals compared to the roundabouts provide a series of improvements, and one of which is being able to control the flow. Will it improve traffic flows over the bridge? I think I might be overstating that, to be honest. But in terms of controlling traffic on the rest of the network, yes. But in the morning peak, you're still going to have traffic trying to get onto the bridge.
Actually, that's just before we go to Waiani, that's just made me think of one more question. We've got these 6 to 12 minutes of delay and not belittling it at all in terms of the frustration and the annoyance. And actually there was a discussion with Mr. Munro yesterday. But in terms of your experience, etc., how severe is that sort of delay? No one's saying it's great, no one's saying it's good, but how severe is it?
Well, it's quite severe for Queenstown.
Well,
Yeah.
so if you're in Auckland,
if I was in Auckland,
would you be limiting your development to size?
No, I think maybe it was Mr. Munro. You used the word congestion's a way of life, and it is.
It's a philosophy, but
Yeah. I come from Auckland, but I'm nice. But I choose to not drive in Auckland because the congestion is so bad. I make that choice. You know, I don't want to sound like I'm getting on my high bike here, but I do. I walk, cycle, use public transport because congestion is so chronic. 6 to 12 minutes delay in Queenstown, for me coming from Auckland, is nothing. Tell people in the residents on Stalker Road and Howells Drive, it's a huge event because, you know, up until recently they didn't really experience this. But what I would say is, go out in the school holidays, there's no queues. And several submitters have actually confirmed what I say. And it's true, there are no queues. It's the schools that cause the problem. But to answer your question, I don't think 6 to 12 minutes delay is a great deal.
And on that then, and it's back to the development, you're comfortable with limiting, in effect, the scale of the development in the variation area on the basis of transport, which comes back to that delay that you've just discussed?
Because, you know, as much as I'm saying you know, we're looking to reduce or give the modal choice so that people don't drive. We do still put car traffic on the network, and the bridge, in the absence of any widening, is already at capacity, and we do slightly increase that flow. And that is why I don't think we can go any higher than the 2,400, and that is why I'm more than perfectly happy with the evidence that's subsequently come out where we're looking potentially at 1,800, 2,000. Because we've still got the density, we still have a viable, we still, just based on the transport model predicted flows for buses, we still can have a viable commercial bus service.
Thank you. Paul,
Yep, yeah, and I still have one question that might be three. Not predetermining outcome of our discussions, putting a scenario that may be along the toe of the Soap Hill, where there's some paper roads and various other things that are currently there, putting a road through the length of the Pūtahi Ladies Mile development right through the Hutchison land, right down to Spence Road. Just thinking about that as something that may or may not be sitting on the landscape. Is that too far from your response earlier that the collector road didn't need to be in the middle?
That's taking it quite north. If you're, yeah.
There are two follow-up questions.
I would have a concern with that, because it is maybe if there was an active travel link that was also provided central, I might temper my concern. The other issue comes is that our preferred bus strategy is on State Highway 6, but that's us as the master planners. We're not the regional council or Pūtahi. If a decision was made to actually also run buses on that collector road within the site, then that's potentially taking probably not the optimum location for that collector road, because it's going to be more north.
Yep.
So some reservations, but I'm not wedded. From a transport view, I'm not wedded on the actual position of the collector road, but I would have some concerns should public transport route into the site, and what the route would be for walking and cycling.
And part of my thinking there is there may need to be other infrastructure over there, such as stormwater or those sort of things. There's going to need to be some access for maintaining that.
Yep.
But maybe there could also then be a shared pathway there.
Yep.
That are allowed for that mode shift, which then takes you straight down onto the bridge that they would be using if they weren't using the SH6 bridge.
That's a potential, yes, yeah.
And then the other question relates to the inclusion or not inclusion or scope for the Anna Hutchison land, when you indicated there was concerns about impacts of that on State Highway 6, but if there were commercial zones and school zones that could be accessed from the internal road, not requiring them to go out on State Highway 6 to get there, does that address that concern?
There would need to be internal road. If you were minded for us to include the Hutchinson land, there most definitely would need to be internal road connectors, but I would still remain concerned about the walking distances, accepting your point about the cycling distances, and I would be concerned about the distances to the public transport stops on State Highway 6, because the public transport proposal put forward by Hutchinson is not an acceptable solution, and it does not comply with Way to Go Partners bus strategy, public transport strategy. So, there's caveats. I am concerned about the distances.
So given though that scenario and the various things that it may or may not address, are you able to further just clarify those concerns in and a short note back to us when you're doing that other
Yep.
work rather than trying to deal with it now.
Yep, no problem.
No, that's fine.
Thank you. Mr. Shields, we've given you a little bit of homework.
Yes.
Luckily, I don't think any of the other submitters who will be relying on it are until next week. We've got Mr. Smith on Friday morning.
There's one issue then.
So potentially just in terms of timing, ideally sort of any responses, etc., in writing just would be fine.
Mm-hmm.
And that way Mr. Smith would have it before he presents, but also before next week, where otherwise other submitters will say they're being dropped on things that they can't respond to.
Mm-hmm.
So is it feasible in terms of timing to give us responses, or even as many as possible?
Yeah, as many as possible, yeah.
By sort of maybe before Mr. Smith presents at 11
Mm-hmm.
on Friday?
I will do my best.
Thank you. That would be good. And obviously Mr. Brown's on tomorrow, but there'll be ongoing discussions, I suspect. So that can all loop into closings, etc. But that way, we've got as much as possible for people next week. And then if there are other things, they can respond in writing. If
No,
needs
I
be.
understand that, yeah.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, do you want to go out of order?
No, we'll have Mr. Picard now, and then we'll go to landscape.
Perfect. Brilliant.
You don't want to sit in my hot seat. I'm going to steal one of your sweets.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, I use paper, so just flicking around. Definitely going to use a computer next time. Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Picard. Over to you for your summary.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name's Tony Pickard. I'm representing Queenstown Lakes District Council. My title at QLDC is Transport Strategy Manager. If I can explain that a little bit, it means I'm responsible for the Transport Improvements Programme, strategic forward planning of transport. As an example of the roles and tasks I have, technical lead for the public realm and transport master planning of Queenstown, Frankton, Wanaka, and a number of other related projects and programs. I also have a secondary role, which is as the current program manager for the Way to Go partnership. To my summary, I'll start at para 2. I've prepared a statement of evidence in chief dated 29th of September. Also attended the expert conferencing for traffic experts. I have not provided rebuttal evidence or responded to submitted questions, but I have continued to be involved and provided input on transport matters, mainly through ongoing email exchanges between Colin Shields and Dave Smith. In my evidence in chief, I stated it was my opinion that the TPLM variation approach to development of the area should be supported. I'm still of that opinion. It provides an opportunity to provide transport benefits to the wider corridor area by actively reducing congestion issues. My evidence also covered the following. The Way to Go partnership. QLDC is working together in partnership with Pūtahi and the Otago Regional Council to address the complex transport issues in the district. The high-level consensus of the partners is that development of the TPLM variation area can be supported and each partner will address its individual areas of interest separately. We're not on. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you okay. I think it's just the people online.
On to 5B. Ladies Mile Transport Strategy, as provided by Mr Shields, identified that the transport impact of the variation will be acceptable and will be managed such that safe, effective and efficient operation of the transport network can be achieved. They also acknowledge that the transport strategy's success is dependent on the wider programme being implemented, and as such is not in the sole control of QLDC. While the transport strategy will not solve the corridor or network-wide issues, it can provide positive effects, such as remedying, in part, the traffic effects developed from the south side of the highway. Transport initiatives provided by QLDC that are of relevance to Ladies Mile and partly to the district as a whole, comprehensive parking management plans and the travel demand management programme, and I'm happy to explain more on what's included, directly related to the site, active travel routes from Arrowtown to Ladies Mile and from Shotover Country to Frankton North via the old Shotover Bridge. Also, paragraph 6, a little bit of an update of what's been going on since this project has started. I can confirm that elements of the wider transport programme have progressed. Namely, the travel demand management business case has been open to public feedback. That's now closed, and we're due to have a draft business case with us before the end of this month. The comprehensive parking management plan workstream has opened for public feedback with the parking strategy element, and that is open till late January. The Queenstown public transport business case, which is essentially PT services, which was being led by the regional council. We are now at the closing towards the end of the business case stage, also due to receive a draft business case by this month, and we've reached an emerging preferred option, so that's quite well advanced. Happy to take your questions and help you any way I can.
Thank you very much. Gillian?
No.
No? Judith?
I have some questions. So not as many as I had for Mr Shields, don't worry.
All good.
So just picking up on one of your updates since you wrote your evidence in chief, you're saying that you've got your Queenstown public transport business case and you have an emerging preferred option. Are you able to share what that is?
No, not at this stage.
Okay. So what I'm gathering from this is that we have some forward movement in terms of business case to support the need for all the lovely elements of your transport strategy. And I'm going to ask that question that I asked Mr Shields earlier around this interdependency of, it appears the business case kind of needs Ladies Mile to help support it in Mr Shields' view, but we're then depending on delivery of these elements to say that Ladies Mile can actually occur with manageable effects on the network. So I would really appreciate your take on that situation.
My take is it's neither. It's really what we're trying to achieve with the transport programme, and in part the variation here to allow development there is all supporting the spatial planning exercise that has been carried out.
Sorry, I missed that with the door.
Okay.
Would you mind repeating it?
Yes, my response would be it's neither. They are dependent, interdependent. We're not waiting on one or the other. They are both there, if you like, to serve the outcomes we are anticipating through the spatial planning that's been done. Okay, so that leads me on to the question of what happens if they don't happen, if you don't get funding through your business cases, because it's never certain. It is a bit of a gamble. If the strategy can't be delivered, where are we left in terms of Ladies Mile effects? And I guess that is part of the bigger question. This is Ladies Mile, which is important, but it is only Ladies Mile. We have taken a network approach to planning for transport, and Ladies Mile sits on the eastern corridor, which stretches main freight route all the way up to Christchurch. We have development all the way along that corridor. So, forgive me for interrupting slightly.
that's a nice response in terms of a transport strategy for Queenstown as a district. What I need to understand is if you can't deliver that to support Ladies Mile, what are the effects of Ladies Mile on the network? We have to consider, that's one of the fundamentals we have to answer to the Minister.
So if Ladies Mile variation doesn't happen, we still have
No, Ladies Mile happens, but the transport strategy to support it isn't achieved.
Right, so the interventions do not occur.
That's the one. So your business cases aren't successful. So we don't have all the lovely things that you want to do, but we've still got Ladies Mile because we've said, tick, okay, and we need to understand what that risk is and what the outcomes of that decision might be.
Okay, so some of the wider programme has been approved and is proceeding. If any particular part of that does not proceed, then we just need to regroup, if you like. If I can give you an example, we ran a business case for Park and Ride in the Wakatipu Basin. We found that the outcome wasn't supported by the partners, so we put that to one side for now. And similarly, if something wasn't supported in terms of taking it through the investment partners, if the business case wasn't successful, we would then go back to earlier business cases to try and revisit the problem areas and how we might address them slightly differently.
Okay, so playing that lovely devil's advocate person, if you're in that situation, what other options do you think there might be available? I'm not saying they have to be on the table, but as a transport expert, what else could you see being done?
So I'll give you an example. Town centre master plan here allowed us 3 multi-storey car parks. That didn't survive through various processes, so we had to then readjust how we manage parking through our parking strategy. We would do the same if, say, the public transport business case wasn't supported. We would have to look at what infrastructure is there, what our other tools are. We've talked a little bit about managing or applying travel demand management, which is a very wide-ranging way of addressing traffic choice or transport choices. That may not be as successful as it would be if we had a fully operative or improved public transport service, but it would go some way to mitigating those effects.
I guess what I'm trying to understand is whether there is anything else, because those things are kind of part of your existing strategy. And given the concern of residents, particularly in Shotover and Lake Hayes Estate, I think we really need to drill down and understand what else might be in your toolkit, and if the plan provisions are strong enough to control effects in terms of the build, and I think that's homework that Mr. Shields and Mr. Brown already have. But your views on that would be quite interesting to me as well.
My views on what else is in the toolkit?
What's in your toolkit, and your thoughts on whether there should be controls on development if you can't deliver these things through your business cases.
Okay. So what else is in the toolkit? There's a variety, as well as the TDM, the parking management. The panel talked earlier on about monitoring. There's a district-wide monitoring program we need to do. Network operating plan. We're replacing the transport model to upskill ourselves. We'll be looking at an emissions reduction plan, feeding into the climate action plan, and carrying out a strategic review of transport, because it's been 10 years since the last time. So there's a fair amount going on. We have extant business cases for Arthur's Point Crossing, which is a road bridge or an active travel crossing at Arthur's Point. We did look at Park and Ride. We are currently engaged as part of the future development strategy with structure planning on the southern corridor. Obviously a lot of similar transport issues there. So as part of that wider toolkit, there are physical infrastructure interventions such as the New Zealand Upgrade Programme, the Town Centre Works, but there is also service side, mainly public transport services, but there is also the behavioural change side as well. So the toolkit is quite wide.
Okay.
Could you repeat the second part of your question, please?
That's a trick question. I've got to try and remember it. It was around the whether you think maybe development caps could be part of that toolkit, I guess, and thinking about the zone provisions.
The key point for, from my side, looking at that network or corridor approach, if you like, is to understand that we want to reduce demand or minimise demand on that external network. So any measures that help with that, that control it through triggers or control it by staging, will assist in monitoring that and assist in slowing the adverse effects.
So playing devil's advocate again, having said that, in your opinion, is Ladies Mile realistic and should it be supported from a transportation perspective if you're looking to minimise all the effects?
Yes. And I say that as someone who's lived on in Lake Hayes Estate a couple of times, rented there. I'm fully aware of the problems there. And it is that you don't have alternatives for your transport. It's not a self-sufficient suburb. Including those other types of infrastructure, community, social, employment areas, will overall provide more benefit to that wider area. You don't control, however, what's on that wider corridor, and I'll keep coming back to that. Arrowtown is growing, Gibbston Valley, we've got no control over Cromwell, Tarras Airport, none of those things are within our control if they're outside the district, so those volumes can't be controlled. All we can do is, as best as we can with any new development that has been anticipated through our spatial planning, is control with whatever measures we can.
Thank you. I do have another question if I can find it. Oh, yes, it was about the bus lanes. I think you would have heard our discussion with Mr. Shields around delivering your bus services out to Ladies Mile, and in Mr. Shields' view, having the bus lane on the east side of the Shotover River is directly attributable or connected with Ladies Mile, but in his view, having the bus lanes on the west side of Shotover River less so. I'd be interested in your view around whether development in Ladies Mile should be dependent on those bus lanes on the west side of Shotover.
And the westbound.
No, on the west side of the bridge. So between town and the bridge.
Okay. From the various projects and programs we've been involved with, and probably at the heart of the New Zealand Upgrade Programme work is the control valve that the BP intersection provides. That's the key control and the approaches to it. So I'd probably agree with Mr. Shields that I don't think that what happens as far out as Ladies Mile is going to be specifically on its own going to alter that issue.
It's more the other way around. So if you've got a throttle at what's currently the BP roundabout, and you've got congestion between that and Shotover Bridge, and we're hearing from yourself and Mr. Shields that having a frequent bus service is a pretty important piece of the toolkit to support your vehicle trip reduction, to support Ladies Mile. Is having a bus sitting in all of that congestion going to deliver the high quality, high service PT outcomes you're looking for Ladies Mile? So should that be delivered before Ladies Mile starts to develop, is the question.
I guess that's the balance, because the more people you have on buses, the less cars you have.
That's not really answering the question, because call me a sceptic, but I don't think we're going to have that much traffic reduction just because we've got mode shift. So the modelling I've seen from Mr. Shields, there is still congestion on the network. It's just not as much, and the benefit of being in the bus is in a nice shiny bus lane, so it skips it all. So the question is, should we have that in place to support development in Ladies Mile, or should we just sit there and go, well, Ladies Mile can go ahead and the bus lane will just arrive at some point in future, we're not too bothered?
In that case, yes, it should be in place.
Thank you. That's it from me.
Thank you.
No questions.
I have a couple of questions. First one, and bear with me. I can in my head understand a scenario of a sufficient quantity of dwellings being developed in the zone, say 1,800-ish, sufficient to trigger the ideal 10-minute frequency bus service in terms of demand, and such that if additional development in vehicular traffic generation terms nonetheless still created an unacceptable congestion effect over and above the people catching buses, the use of a trigger type mechanism could create a means to prevent that additional congestion without jeopardising the passenger transport outcome. I'm interested in a scenario of 1,800 or so dwellings occurring, but because of a failure of particular methods intended to limit vehicle ownership, the desired creation of demand for passenger transport not quite reaching sufficient thresholds to then justify the desired frequency of 10-minute buses. And in that scenario, the idea of having a vehicular traffic-based trigger to then limit further development so as to not worsen a congestion problem might also have the problem of then stopping whatever additional contribution to trying to create the bus thresholds might have, which might be a double negative. So the question for you from a council perspective, if in the implementation of the zone, development happened in such a way that the decision had to be made to either limit further development because of vehicular traffic congestion problems, or accept that on the premise that more development might help finally get to that PT threshold that triggers a switch, what would be the council's preference?
You'd have to go back to obviously 5 or 6 years worth of discussion on what would be that optimum figure, and I don't think we ever reached. We were at one stage thinking 3,000 units there. We know that through the work we're doing at the moment, there is likely to be a capacity for public transport fully. Waka Pūtahi have in their state highway investment proposal another business case to look at high capacity public transport offline. So it may be that there's yet a further solution needed which doesn't involve the standard bus car approach or the paradigm we're looking at. In terms of how we trigger that, once we get to that trigger point, assuming that you are accurately measuring where the impact or the effect is coming from, bear in mind this is on a corridor and you may be facilitating those on the other side of the road at the same time. Say for example someone on Lake Hayes drives over, goes to the supermarket, then comes back onto the state highway. Are you measuring that as a movement? It's going to be a complex measurement to complete. Should you then restrict it and build no more until the problem is eased? I would say that given the size of the toolkit, we have a lot of other opportunities to understand how we might address that. Your journeys they're not all restricted to within Ladies Mile. We need to understand what happens at the other end of that journey as well, so we might be able to control that through parking management, which then reduces the attractiveness of taking that journey. So it may not be that the control is stop building more, it may be that QLDC may need to control more and manage their network in a different way.
Well, that was a very thoughtful and reasoned answer, thank you. I actually thought you weren't answering me, but then you really brought it home strong. So the last question I have, and you will have heard, I think you were here earlier before lunch, and you would have heard some of the discussion about to what extent should we be overly concerned with congestion on a highway if ultimately that could be resolved, albeit at huge expense. From a council perspective, in what circumstances would its view be that additional river crossing capacity is needed, whether it's general vehicles or bus only or cycle or pedestrian type bridges?
So I've been involved right from all through the master planning, through the active travel network. We're currently in public transport. We're looking at the similar issue for the southern corridor as we did for this corridor. We have looked at a public transport only bridge with difficulties in physically landing that on the southern corridor, negate that. But then it's about where that goes. What's the circulation once you get to that point? So if you were, and we've had this discussion many times as part of these transport projects, if you were to put extra lanes on Shotover Bridge, if you were to provide a PT only bridge or make a different bridge, all you're doing is displacing the effect further down. If your public transport is completely separate and could get you from Ladies Mile to a destination, that might be different. But if it just then rejoins back onto the state highway on the other side of the bridge, it's not achieving much more than putting a bus gate on the approach to Shotover Bridge, or, as is the rest of the New Zealand upgrade program, using virtual priority or a mixture of virtual priority at signals and bus priority lanes.
What I took from that was that the circumstance from the council's point of view would be a system-wide benefit, not a localised fix that just pushed the problem onto another bit of the network.
Exactly that.
Yep.
And I've heard the question, or heard the discussion from the panel earlier on about the active travel route over the old Shotover Bridge. Pūtahi are dealing with one side, we've dealt with the other from Shotover country under the highway and through. Doesn't mean we can't improve on those later on. I mean, it may be that there are improvements on the approaches to Shotover Bridge, similar to what we were thinking about approaches to the Carrow Falls Bridge from the southern corridor. Maybe we put a PT lane in there to assist with that movement, to reduce the impact.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you. Just in your summary at the end with the updates, the last one's the Queenstown Public Transport Business Case. And the draft stage by December 2023. And again, you might not be able to answer this, but does that factor in this variation? Or does it not?
Yeah, so I think the question was asked earlier on, does the Queenstown Transport Business Case take in Ladies Mile? Yes, it does. It anticipated development in this area. Not a specific amount of development because that wasn't available at the time we went into that business case. The public transport business case stems from that other transport business case and so has built on the information gathered in it. Timing is not, they're not all running sequentially, they're running all in parallel. So it's not a case of we'll decide one thing and then we'll decide another. They're all moving at the same time.
All my other questions have been answered, so that was very quick. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Okay. Now we're miserable.
We're going to do Mr. Skelton first.
Oh, it's like a sort of surprise package.
If
Mr.
that's
Skelton, let's go.
If that's okay, because we just got new things to do the true landscape.
Yeah.
You're clumping them. Yep, perfect. Yes, landscape comes up and the room sort of disappears. Transport was obviously more interesting.
Wow, that doesn't happen often.
Landscape.
That's usually when the room empties out, when they go, oh, traffic.
Smith, too many things.
Sorry.
Oh.
And again, nothing should involve.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right.
This is a lot thicker than You may have been anticipating, but that's the images that were requested
Oh, right.
in one of the questions. So
Pretty pictures are fine.
Yeah.
it's not too many words.
Thank you. Now, sorry, I'll just grab the evidence. So skeleton is 11. Whoa. What statement? Perfect. Okay, thank you, Mr. Skelton.
Thank you. Excuse me, I started this morning with a little tickle in my throat, so I'm going to keep the mask on for everybody's benefit.
Thank you.
Would you like me to start at paragraph 3?
Yes, thank you. And then we may need to do some reading, but I'll see how many pretty pictures. Oh, there's lots of pretty pictures. We don't need to do reading. That's perfect.
Okay.
But if I will ask you just to take us quickly through the pictures.
Sure. So a succinct summary of the key points of my evidence. I consider the proposed TPLM variation will change the variation area from a mostly rural area to an urban character area. This urban character area will be well contained within the Ladies Mile Landscape Character Unit. Development will generally only be visible from within the Ladies Mile LCU itself and from distant views. When seen from the more distant views, development enabled by the TPLM variation will be seen on the periphery of the broader visible landscape and in tandem with other existing urban areas such as Shotover Country and Lake Hayes Estate. While the Ladies Mile LCU's existing open character will be changed, the primary amenity available from this landscape character unit is embodied in visibility of the wider outstanding natural landscape, which will be retained to a moderate to high degree. The latest position on the matters remaining in dispute. My evidence also provided a response to a number of issues raised by submitters, and my rebuttal evidence responded to submitters' landscape expert evidence, excluding the landscape effects of slope hill, urban growth boundary issues, as it is not within the scope of my evidence and is instead covered by Ms. Gilbert. The main area of dispute is the landscape effects with regard to extending the TPLM variation structure plan sought by the Anna Hutchison Family Trust. I do not consider the intensification of this submitter's land to be appropriate, mainly as that development on the Shotover River terraces will extend urban development into another LCU, which is highly visible from places where the TPLM variation area is not, and would result in adverse effects on the values of both that LCU, the Shotover River outstanding natural feature, and the Slope Hill outstanding natural feature. I am also of the opinion that the Anna Hutchison Family Trust extension area sought would open up potential for urban development to extend north with no defendable edge, where currently, as proposed, the TPLM variation has a defendable edge to urban development. Now, the following Appendix A is my response to your questions. You don't need me to read the questions?
No, thank you.
Okay. First is to do with the gateway. And I heard Mr. Dunn's explanation yesterday. So mine's very similar to what he has expressed. The experience of entering Queenstown from the east is a narrative. He called it a sequence. And in my opinion, the road user does not actually experience an arrival into Queenstown itself until they round the bend at Frankton Road near the Punamu Apartments and first see the Skyline gondola. Users first experience a closeness to Queenstown on an easterly approach in two ways, from the Crown Range Road and from State Highway 6. From the Crown Range Road, a sense of closeness is first experienced when elevated views are available towards the Wakatipu Basin and Lake Wakatipu, and that experience is relatively consistent until the user meets the base of the Crown Range zigzags. From State Highway 6, once users cross the Shotover Bridge near the Bungee Bridge, they leave Gibbston, and there's a verdant approach along a long straight of highway across the Gibbston Highway Flats, which provides a change in character and a sense of closeness. These approaches converge near the base of the Crown Range zigzag. Users of State Highway 6 then round the road, the open character of the Bendemeer Hills, where near the Amisfield property, views are revealed to the west across the southern Lake Hayes area. And that's where Commissioner Langsbury expressed yesterday that he saw the glow of Queenstown. Here, a sense of arrival is experienced as users experience a change in character, which is perpetuated by the more intense rural living and peri-urban areas of the lower north-facing slopes of Morven Hill and those adjacent to the Lake Hayes' eastern edge, where there's low-density development there. The junction of Arrowtown Lake Hayes Road, which intersects with State Highway 6, also contributes to a change in character. The State Highway 6 user then descends into the Lake Hayes Basin, which generally displays a limited but natural and open character at its western end. It's not until the user emerges from the Lake Hayes Basin onto the Ladies Mile Terrace itself that the urban areas of the wider Queenstown area become clearly present. At the moment, we can see Lake Hayes Estate down to the left from that location. It is at this point, which is indicated on the landscape JWS, where as a result of the TPLM variation, the Queenstown Gateway will exist, and the user will feel that they have arrived into the greater Queenstown urban area. To my knowledge, a gateway is not referred to in the district plans, objectives, and policies. However, Schedule 24.8 describes part of the Ladies Mile LCU's sense of place as being its role as a green entrance into Queenstown. To answer another part of your question, there are other ways in which gateways can be expressed, and in my opinion, setbacks do not necessarily contribute to the gateway experience, and instead they retain a sense of openness and open views across the landscape to the wider O&Ls. Other ways gateways can be expressed include both a change in speed limit, signs which indicate you've arrived, and a legible change in land use, which in this instance is what is creating that gateway. To answer your further question, so this is where all the images are, so I can walk you through those in just a second, but I'd like to tell you that I've overlaid our simplistic modeling onto the images, which were attached to my evidence in chief. Use of this modeling exercise should be prefaced by the understanding that the modeling only represents proposed building heights and the edge of future development. This modeling does not represent density, recession planes, building form, height variation, future vegetation, gaps in buildings for roads, paths, or other design provisions in the TPLM variation. Its use is limited to developing a better understanding at a high level from where development may be visible and at what potential scale. I have not excluded intervening vegetation between the viewpoint and the model, and have only used landform to demonstrate the intervening screening features. I rely on the decision maker to make a judgment on how the intervening off-site vegetation and other things like buildings is visible through the transparent building height representation graphic, and how that may screen the TPLM variation area in the future. Should I go to the images?
Yes, thank you. And then we can come back briefly to the Appendix B.
Okay.
But
So at the start of our Appendix A, I provided a map which sets out where all of those images are from, and that's from my same original evidence. So what we've then done is we've taken these images and we've added them to the model. So image 1A is the Amos Field, that first sense of arrival, where that glow of Queenstown, especially at night, can really be held. Turn to image 1B, then you can see the heights of the TPLM variation area. Now, between the viewer and this graphic are some existing trees. Some of those are not in the control of the TPLM variation. Particularly, there's a large band of high stature evergreens which are on the Threepwood site. So whether or not those are going to be retained is an unknown future. But there has been a recent variation, which I believe is contained in Mr. Lowe's evidence of the eastern access way, and how there will be some vegetation there, which will provide some base level of screening from this view. There are also some existing the western red cedars on Mr. Finland's site that have been planted. They're approximately 3 to 4 meters high. They're non-wilding conifers that could be retained and provide a significant level of screening from this view. Then we do my image 1C is the wireframe, which just sort of sets out how that fits into the model and the image fits, just as a way to reveal how the process has been undertaken. Image 2A, so that's from, what do we call it? It's the Lake Hayes Estate. There's a park in the middle of Lake Hayes Estate, which I found to be a relevant viewpoint. And you can see in image 2B, the TPLM variation area. Now, That's cut off by, and it's probably most legible in image 2C, the edge of the Ladies Mile Terrace that then drops down. That's currently mostly clad in poplars and other high stature trees. That's the view from Lake Hayes. So image 3A, that's from Hawthorne Drive, which is at the eastern edge of the airport, rounds around the airport, offers us views across the Shot Over River Delta. And then 3B, we show the TPLM variation area. And then image 3C, for your benefit, we also put in the Anna Hutchison Trust variation area. Now that's the one that was lodged with their original submission, not any changes that have happened since then. 3B. And then 3D again shows the wireframe. At image 4A, now this is the view that I really consider important to protect in terms of the Anna Hutchison Trust submission. That's image 4A as it is, or as it was in April of 2021 is this image. And then if you look at the visual simulation, you can see the TPLM, so this is image 4B, the TPLM variation site off to the periphery, and there are existing trees that are between the TPLM variation site and this viewpoint, which could provide some screening if they're to be retained. And then image 4C, we've overlaid the AHT submission as well. Image 4D is the wireframe to help understand how that's all come together. Image 5A is from Quail Rise, and then image 5B demonstrates the TPLM variation site with intervening landform. There's vegetation, which is obviously between the TPLM variation site and the viewer, which in my opinion is likely to be retained. But that does provide a high degree of screening at the moment. If any of that vegetation or all that vegetation were to go, there may be some visibility of the TPLM variation site from Quail Rise. Image 5C demonstrates the Anna Hutchison Trust submission, and then 5D is the wireframe. 6A, really just because it was included with my original evidence and you asked for it, we've overlaid that. It's not much of a simulation, more of a representation, where 6B is. We weren't able to overlay the model on this image, so it's not scientifically based, but it gives an indication of where that development's going. 7A, image 7A, now this is from near the Threepwood site. You can see Threepwood at the base of Slope Hill. 7B demonstrates the TPLM variation site and the building heights behind the existing vegetation. Now that existing vegetation that's screening the TPLM variation site here, half of that is, I believe, the northern half is actually on the Threepwood site, and the high stature trees in the mid-ground is on Dave Finland's land. So the retention of those trees, again, is unknown. Image 7C is the wireframe. Now 8B, I believe, is where there starts to be a bit more of an effect. This is nearing the roundabout, the Howden Roundabout, Stalker Road roundabout. So we have 8A, and then 8B demonstrates the potential building heights of the TPLM variation. You can see that views are still available towards Morven Hill, which in my opinion on this approach from State Highway 6 are the most valued views moving in that direction. And you can still see the Crown Range and Mount Sale just above the TPLM variation heights. And then 8C is the wireframe from that view. Now 9A, 9A is looking across, I believe it's area H1 is the Cocoa Ridge site. And this was taken in September 2023. There's been some additional planting there undertaken since, and the mounting, at least to the west, has changed just a little bit. Image 9B demonstrates a potential 8-meter building height. Keeping in mind this is low density, and there could potentially be 1 or 2 buildings in this view at 8 meters height. It's unlikely, but there is a potential that you could have a building that breaks that view. That is what I consider to be a highly valued view. We did discuss that during the development of the TPLM variation, and that had already been given effect to from a resource consent perspective, so there was a decision made not to make any more limits or provisos to protect that view because it was already given effect to by the Cocoa Ridge consent. And then, so that's their wireframe is at 9C. And then 10A, this is where Spence Road meets Lower Shotover Road, where there's a proposed roundabout. And here you'll see at image 10B that there is a potential effect due to the increase in height and the TPLM variation. Again, there will still be views to Morven Hill, but there's a potential for some of the more distant views of the Crown Range to have to be screened from the TPLM variation. And then 10C is the wireframe.
Excellent, thank you. I might just, so that we get it out of the way, maybe Appendix B. Do you mind just, oh, we can read it, I suppose, but maybe just quickly just reading your response to those questions? And
Yeah, I can just summarize probably if you want me to do that.
Summarise would be perfect. Thank you, actually.
So I never offered any verbal support to Mr. Tilden for 6 to 9 dwelling units on the mid-slopes of Slope Hill. I did provide a memo to him in 2018, at which point I set out the sensitivity and didn't support one dwelling unit on the hill. So I'm a little confused where that came from. I did explain to him when I was out on site that, like I do a lot of my clients, ways that we can avoid, remedy, or mitigate adverse effects, and how I've done that in ONFs and ONLs in the past. Yes, during the Glen paneled HASHA application, we did support development near the toe slope. At that time, the ONF line wasn't confirmed. It was part of the hearing stream 14, I believe, that we were relying on the evidence of Helen Melsop, which he presented to the panel, and the panel had accepted, which you'll see in my figure 1 is derived from her figure 5 and that evidence, which sets out her proposed ONL-ONF boundary, and we were able to use this very basic graphic on figure 1 to overlay it onto our plans and come up with what I produced as part of the HASHA application. My figure 2 is where the ONF line was located at that point. I believe, looking at it a bit closer now, council actually took the very bottom of that thick line than the top or the middle. So that's where we had proposed development during the HASHA site, the HASHA application. Yes, in answer to part 2 of the Glen panel's questions, I did not support development within the ONF, only at the very base of it, and that was a deliberate decision to keep any development outside of the Slope Hill ONF. And in answer to their question 3, yes, we did support development that's very similar to what they are proposing.
And as I took your evidence, it's actually Ms. Gilbert who's looking at the Slope Hill ONF rather than and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, you didn't go there, you looked at Glen Panel in terms of the building heights.
External effects mainly,
Yes.
landscape character, but then at that ONF line, that was where my scope finished and
Finished
Ms.
it up.
Gilbert's
Ms. Gilbert.
picked up, yes.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Mhm.
Now, questions from the panel. Gillian.
You raised the diagram, the pictures, and I'm sure everyone's way ahead than I am on that, but can I just clarify on the few images where you have illustrated the Anna Hutchinson Family Trust land?
Mhm.
So I'm looking at image 3C, I think. I probably wasn't fast enough annotating these images for later reference, so if I can just work through that. So the difference between image B and C, 3B and 3C, is the Anna Hutchinson Family Trust land, is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And then moving on, I think this is where I got very confused. Can you tell me between 4B and 4C what the difference between those images is?
Yes, so 4B is just the TPLM variation site, which is subject to this hearing. And then 4C includes the TPLM variation site and the Anna Hutchinson site as it was originally submitted. I believe there's been some changes since, but we don't have access to that, so as originally submitted. I think there may be some breaks in variation and other things in the height that have changed from the original submission.
So in 4C, 4C, that's what you would see from the road, or is there some screening with the existing vegetation?
4C.
Yeah.
There, for the Anna Hutchinson site, there are some existing trees that are off-site that may be screened. Just on the face of that terrace, but there are some significant high-stature evergreen trees on their site, which are wilding conifers. I rode past them the other day, and they're all wilding conifers. So there are some significant evergreen trees that could provide some screening for development on the terraces on the AHT site. But generally, as landscape assessors, we don't rely on exotic wilding conifers for screening because they're prohibited by Chapter 36 of the PDP to be planted, and they're not to be protected generally for visual screening.
No, but if they serve a purpose, then there may not be a motivation to remove them.
That's right. There has been one application that I've been involved in where we've retained wilding conifers for a period of time while other screening vegetation emerges.
Right, is that fairly common?
I couldn't say if it's very common, no.
Okay.
I know that in that application, it was a hearing that the Wakatipu Wilding Conifer Control Group showed up as a submitter in opposition to the application.
Okay, thank you. So again, just to clarify on 5B and 5C, can you just reiterate the difference between those two images for me?
Yes. So again, we haven't extracted any of the potential built development on the building heights based on vegetation, only intervening landform. And that intervening landform, when you're looking at 5B, are the Shotover River terraces, which are generally spill over down towards the Shotover River. They're higher in the east and they move lower to the west. And the edge of the westernmost edge of the Ladies Mile Terrace provides some screening of the TPLM variation site. So on image 5B, we've only shown the part of the actual building heights which may not be screened by the edge of the terrace.
Right. Okay.
So the long and short of it is if all of the trees in the foreground were removed, you would see that potentially that extreme building height of the TPLM.
And 5C, you mean?
You may see, yes, if the trees were removed. And then image 5C is the Anna Hutchinson Trust submission, the proposed building heights there.
Right. Thank you. That's all from me.
Judith.
So I also have some picture questions.
Okay.
Two of them have just been asked. So I'm looking at image 8B. And I'm interested in understanding what the built form is on the right-hand side of that image.
8B.
Yeah,
On the
so-
right-hand side, it's area H2, it's the low density of the Cocoa Ridge. The Cocoa Ridge area, which does have a maximum 8-meter building height and isn't subject to this 75-meter building setback. I could come back to you to tell you exactly how many potential dwellings could be in that built-up area, but I believe it to be between 2 and 3 that you could see in that. So it's really a volume that we've extracted, but within that you still have the spacious quality and the yard setbacks to create the neighborhood there. So it's really just a volume that's been extracted, not a true representation of potential future built form.
Okay. So I thought 9 was Cocoa Ridge, as it's sort of looking back, and 8 seems to be going more towards the Queenstown Country Club.
Oh, let me double check this, sorry. Let me get a structure plan in front of me, please. Oh, no. Oh, no, that's it. Yes, we are looking at it. That's H1. So it's the H1 activity area.
Right, okay. Thank you. So going to image 9B, which is the Cocoa Ridge, and you're saying there's the 8-metre building height. Now, I think under the current consent, there are the larger lots of 2,000 square metres, and I think you're correct that you probably have a couple of buildings within that sort of white-built form. One of the things we're being asked to consider is further intensity on that particular area, where we could have sort of 500 square metre size lots-ish, which could potentially increase the number of lots you've got in that. Sorry, damn update keeps going on. So we could have more houses in that white-built form area. I guess my question for you is, if we were to increase density, how important would that loss of view be?
Well, I consider this view significant. When the mounding went up, we reduced. You used to have views of the lake from this part of the highway, and that's been lost with the mounding.
Yeah.
I think it is quite an outstanding view towards many of the mountains, being the Bayonets and Peninsula Hill, and you can even see, I think, you can see all the way to Mount Nicholas, Cecil Peak, Walter Peak, and if that were to be removed completely, then I mean there are trees that when they're within leaf, it would screen some of that view, but I do consider this view to be highly valued, and any further reduction of view than what's already anticipated by Cocoa Ridge, I'd consider to be an adverse visual effect.
Thank you. So one of the questions that we've been debating with a number of experts is around the setbacks along State Highway 6. And I don't know if you were here for the urban designers yesterday, and we had quite a discussion around how wide is too wide, what the setback should be, trees, no trees, all sorts of things. And we picked that conversation up to a degree with Mr. Shields from a transportation perspective, and from speed management point of view, having a narrower corridor, houses close to the road actually helps give that urban feel and keep speeds down. From a landscape perspective, where would you sit on that continuum of sort of 25 metres, 10 metres, 75 metres?
There is a bit of a tension between the urban design and landscape, especially in this context. From my perspective, the open character of the Ladies Mile landscape, mostly appreciated on the approach when someone's coming from east to west direction. When there are those first views as you emerge onto the Ladies Mile Terrace itself, that's where the open character is most appreciated. In that instance, to the north, there's the 3-foot area, which, as I understand, will be retained in its open space. And to the left, to the south, the terrace is quite narrow until it opens up into what would be the open space precinct, or 516 Ladies Mile. That again has all the trees, the chestnut trees, and that big open paddock, which used to be a landing paddock, and it's appreciated by the public. I think that open character there is where it's most vital to be retained. As the Queenstown Country Club is encroached onto the terrace itself, it's maintained that 75-meter setback, which does retain a semblance of openness and rural character. You've got an active travel network there. They've done some additional planting, but it's a nice, the buildings are set back far enough that it does feel like a rural approach still to this day. They've asked for a decreased building restriction area, which our joint witness statement sets out that there could be some bespoke provisions to allow that to be decreased, or for some built development to occur in that BRA without resulting in adverse visual or adverse character effects, with particular regard to openness. But I think the 75-meter setback does provide for that main sense of openness and visual access across and above buildings. As buildings get closer, even at an 8-meter height, then it restricts the visual access, as you've seen in our images 9 and 8. It restricts visual access to the wider landscape as buildings get closer. So I guess it's a tension between having that urban feel and having the buildings closer from a traffic or urban character point of view, and retaining that sense of openness and views across the landscape to the wider mountains.
So
Don't know if that helps.
Can I take from that you can live with 25 metres, but 10 would be a push?
10 to the south would be a push, yes. Yeah, 10
How
to the
about
south.
north?
To the north? Views to the north generally of Slope Hill. You do get some glimpse views, particularly around the Stalker Road roundabout through to Cornet Peak. Not widely appreciated, but it's there. The main reveal of Cornet Peak is one crosses the Shotover River Bridge, and it's quite outstanding through the Shotover River corridor to the north. So to the north, I think is especially the Threepwood area, that first experience or the last experience of looking at appreciating the values of Slope Hill and that more eastern edge, the gullies and the way it's associated with the lake, with Lake Hayes. That's where the views to Slope Hill I think are most appropriate. But to the north of State Highway 6, I think a 10-meter setback would be okay in terms of visual and landscape effects.
So my last question is possibly a bit of a basic one. But we've heard quite a lot about having a defensible edge. Why is it important, in your perspective?
Urban creep, to prevent urban creep and urban expansion. As you might hear from Ms. Gilberts, when you have, I believe, when you have something such as an outstanding natural feature landscape, highly natural against highly urban, or highly open against highly urban, that better exposes the values of both characters. That there's, generally, other times you can have a feathered edge, and that's probably more appropriate. But by having the dense urban edge, particularly in the eastern edge of the TPLM variation site, where it abuts the Threepwood area, that creates a very distinct change in character, which provides the defendable edge in that instance. It could go all the way to the very edge of Lake Hayes, but in my opinion, that may degrade the values of the ONF in that instance, because there's already rural living type development, and it might seem it as urban sprawl to the edge of that valued ONF, Lake ONF. But yes, it's to contain urban creep and to reduce the spread of those visual and landscape character effects.
Okay, I lied. I have follow-on questions now.
Okay.
So in that regard, why, in my understanding, are you considering that Stalker Road is a defensible landscape edge, but developing the terraces for the Anna Hutchinson Family Trust land towards the river is not, given the river is sort of a hard boundary, you can't go any further than that?
Well, it's to the north from the Anna Hutchinson Trust, where I believe that there's potential for further development creep. Mr. Milne's evidence has set out there's a gully to the north that he'd like to use that he thinks is an appropriate defendable edge, but there's another 3 gullies to the north of that have very similar characteristics on those terraces. And I could see, and I think Mr. Brown's evidence says that it could be suitable for urban development in the future. I think if that area were to be developed for urban expansion, that it should be subject to a very similar process, where it takes in not only the AHT site, but all of the Shotover terraces, and potentially even moving up onto the triangle area, the Hawthorne Triangle area, and looking at that.
So can I take it from that the key issue for you is not necessarily that it's not suitable for future urban development, just not yet, because from your perspective, you don't consider that enough of a broad assessment has been undertaken at this point from a landscape effects perspective?
Well, I think there'd be significant visual and landscape effects resulting from development on the Shotover Terrace. It crosses, it changes, it basically, it's not the terrace, the Ladies Mile Terrace anymore. We're now then in the Shotover River terraces. So it's expanded, it is that urban creep. So it moves across the defendable edge into a different landscape.
It's not really answered my question. So that's thinking about it in the context of Ladies Mile. But in the context of that land being suitable for future development, you know, we've heard from the economists that it could well be. We've heard from traffic specialists that, you know, if there's enough capacity in the network and we're getting the PT changes that we need, then it could be. What I'm trying to understand is whether from a landscape effects perspective, it's an absolute no, or is it that you just haven't done enough work on it yet to be able to answer that question, and it's maybe a later outcome?
I think it's a later outcome, and I've looked at it in terms of effects on the Shotover River, that portion of Slope Hill, the western edge of Slope Hill, and particularly that viewpoint, that valued viewpoint from State Highway 6, which currently is not affected or has very limited effect from the TPLM variation.
Okay, thank you. That was me.
Thank you. Pūtahi.
From the previous planners we've been listening to, there's been a bit of scope in what may end up being considered as a setback from the road and the treatment that might be applied to the edges of the road corridor, even to the extent where there may not be any setback at all. And just wanting to understand from the scale of full trees planted with a shared pathway you may not be able to see, what impact that has on the landscape values once you're onto the terrace itself, compared to no screening at all and housing frontages, and the only setback really being the width of the road corridor.
It's particularly to the north of State Highway 6?
Yeah, the higher side, yeah, rather than
Yeah,
terraces.
I think that would result in a fairly dominant built form if there wasn't any landscaping between the buildings and the road itself. I would like to see this, you know, what's seen in the master plan is a healthy mobility network and paths and stormwater infrastructure in that setback, but still having the buildings close enough, kind of like what you'll find at Kmart Queenstown Central right now. You do have an open space which provides that buffer and does allow for some sense of openness and verdant character, you know, recreational values and that feeling of, well, I could go there and not feel like I'm being dominated by the buildings while the highway is right adjacent to you. So I think that having some landscaping between built form and the highway is important. That could be achieved in a 10-meter setback. Probably better to have a bit more of a generous setback than that, but it could be achieved.
And I gave you that one because it was easier of my two questions. Yesterday we explored not having any restriction on densities, which might mean not 8-metre high buildings near the edge of the road and corridor, but 6-storey apartment blocks. Through the, so if we're to look at removing any density on the
Right.
medium, and so saying, why not just have it open to any application outside of the low density areas, and what effect that'll have if that creeps closer to the road as opposed to being in the Taua slope hill.
If building height were to increase closer to the road?
Yeah.
Okay, it's my understanding that density can change without building heights changing. But I think the main encroachment, the main matter for consideration would be shading, particularly in wintertime, when you have higher buildings close to the road, especially to the north, it does get quite cold here in winter time, so you could end up with really, really cold, shady, and icy paths and roads. Again, that dominance of built form, any sort of sense of being in a corridor with views through the corridor towards, it's Ferry Hill there at that point. It's actually the hill between Queenstown Hill and Ferry Hill. That leads, it is Ferry Hill that leads to Lake Johnson. It's got a tree on top of it. So that's framed through State Highway 6. So I think you would reduce, not lose, but you would reduce the amenity of being in that corridor and the sort of more openness of Queenstown itself, and you would feel quite dominated by the buildings if they were very close and very high on the north.
And I think you kind of touched on what I was trying to get in my head with regard to the balance between dominance of large structures and openness, and trying to understand how far back those taller structures may need to be before we lose that dominance. Because when you presented the 8-metre images height, and I'm thinking we end up with some larger structures, and maybe they're potentially 3 and 4 stories. All I'm really seeing then, if you're going up that corridor, is framing from the landscape of what is effectively a built environment, with maybe the tops of the hills and those sort of things visible, if they're visible at all. And does that go to meeting the landscape values?
Oh, I think the structure plan's done a good job of, like the school classroom photo, you get the tall guys at the back and the small guys at the front. It's better to have the higher built development, towards the foot of the hill, while it does screen parts of the hill, slope hill, in the sense that it doesn't feel as dominant, because you still have the dominant natural landform, and then the built development works its way down towards the highway. Again, the density proposed, and the urban designers know this better than I do, but when you have this height and a density control, it allows for space between buildings to create more of a neighborhood, and to create wider footpaths and streets, and more space for trees, more space for views through buildings to the slope hill or to those surrounding mountains. So I think the representation of these graphics is not representative of what the actual built form may be. So it's my opinion that the building heights that have been proposed are generally in tandem with, I'm thinking about a reduced setback at 13 meters. 13 meters along the highway, especially in this instance, I think that the slope hill will still remain the dominant feature to the north, and you could still, with some landscaping between the built form and the highway, reduce the dominance of built form at 13 meters. If it were to go to 6 stories, as you say, or 24 meters, then you'd have to really consider views and shading in that instance. If the built form, or the building heights were to be closer to the road, then that would be a consideration that would really need to be considered.
It does require me to ask one more question, and I'm thinking of the urban design plan for the main built area of Queenstown to Taumata, and looking at those really high developments set into the toe of Bob's Peak, and ultimately looking to maintain that form consistent with the shape of that landscape area. Would there be value in considering those height changes with the slope hill in behind, and so thinking of contouring and continuity from that built environment transitioning into the landform behind it?
Potentially going higher, is that your question?
No, not necessarily. When you get up close to it, say you're already within the new area, and you've got this built form, where just having a consistent high platform, 24 metres, or because you'll put a plan in place and then they'll go, it's this height, but then they'll try and get another a couple of stories on
Sure.
it maybe, or an extra 7 metres somewhere else. Just looking at how that should be represented with regard to the landform that's sitting in behind it.
Right. I think when you're close to Slope Hill, and I've been very close to Slope Hill, particularly on the Glen Panel site, it is quite a dominant landform. And by having the higher built form in that area, the scale of the landform, the scale of the built form would feel, if we're talking 6 stories or more, that in that closeness to it, it would give you more of a, it wouldn't feel as dominant, the built form. And as you move away from it and the slope hill gets farther away, you move into more of a lower scale. The like particularly the north face of Remarkables could be more and more apparent, and you might get a bit more sky, and that gives you a bit more feeling of openness. And then that transition as you move towards State Highway 6, and then the more open character of the south of State Highway 6. Then that's how I would read the character of being within the TPLM and in the built form. There's quite a few good graphics in Mr. Harlan's evidence that really sets out how that would work in terms of density, and you can see that spacious quality between the higher buildings and the lower buildings, and how we're able to achieve that density and that building height in a way which creates an attractive place to live.
No, thanks, that's answered my question.
Thank you. We might just adjourn for afternoon tea and then carry on. So we'll come back, sorry, we're running 15 late, but we're conscious of Ms. Gilbert, but we'll start again at past. We're with Mr. Skelton and Ian for questions.
Yes, first of all, I hope you're not coming down with something that actually makes you unwell so close to Christmas.
Thank you.
Start with this defendable edge principle, which I've heard many people talk about in many different settings. Is there anything that you're aware of in the district plan that talks about that as a relevant factor when determining zones?
Not that I'm aware of in the QLDC district plan, aside from Schedule 24.8 and the landscape schedules that would be looking at edges to landscapes.
Okay. All things being equal, would you accept the proposition that if a district plan has been competently prepared, a zone that seeks to not have urban development in it will be able to keep urban development out of it?
I think there's significant pressure on parts of at least Queenstown that I'm aware of, Arrowtown specifically I'm thinking of, where there are limits on where urban development should occur and where it should not. And if those limits are merely a line on the plan, that oftentimes the development pressure is greater.
Okay, there might be pressure for development, but the question was, if a zone says avoid urban development for the sake of argument, wouldn't that be sufficient to create the defendable urban edge and stop urban sprawl or spread? I mean, the council's gone through part of its PDP process on the basis that it needs to introduce urban edges and boundaries around its settlements. Is that just a waste of time?
No, it's not a waste of time.
Or they're just lines on plans? Or is it your view that they all have a landscape-informed defensiveness about them?
Not that they all do, but they oftentimes do. Yes.
Okay. The visual assessments, and you've attached them, thank you. We go to your photograph 7. Seven A, so we're all on the same page. I don't want to ask you a question specific to this viewpoint, but what it shows are some very big trees that, although these are deciduous and you can see gaps between them here, when in full bloom would block extensive parts of the landscape behind. And we've had extensive discussion with a lot of experts on what these State Highway 6 setbacks are about, and we've been shown cross-sections that have come out of joint witness statements that show an awful lot of trees proposed all through and along those setbacks. Now, we don't know what species are intended, and we don't know whether they're deciduous or not, but we do know they're big from the cross-sections. We know there'll be multiple rows of them. And that is a part of the council's proposal, but that hasn't been shown on any of the images showing landscape views from the State Highway, which may result in more of a loss of views than the buildings that have been shown. So there's a disconnect. And if we're talking about views from the highway as a basis to limit building height and placement, I think there's a gap. And we may be not properly and correctly representing the council's actual proposal for what might be seen from bits of those highways. Can you help me on with that?
Yes. So it's my understanding that the proposal for additional trees, with specific regard to the north of State Highway 6,
Okay.
and that to the south of State Highway 6 is proposed to retain the existing trees, but I don't know of any proposal for new trees
Okay.
to the south of State Highway 6. And that, in my opinion, is where the more valued views of the wider landscape are held.
So on the northern side, you said twice in response to questions from the other commissioners about not being dominated by buildings. You talked about having the tallest buildings at the far toe of the hill, which happens to also be the furthest away from the bus stops on the highway, which we're simultaneously being told is an imperative that needs to be promoted. In fact, we've got one statement of evidence that says the transport network will cease to function in the future if serious mode shifts aren't achieved. So if we think about the northern side and we think about all the trees that are also proposed, are you still of the view that building height and placement needs to be controlled in the way it has been to provide for views of the landscape feature from the highway?
Of Slope Hill, landscape feature?
Yeah, so we're talking on the northern side, yep.
I think what I'd said earlier is more the dominance of built form from the state highway and its effect on shading was what I was most concerned with. And that
Shading?
Well,
again, those awful lot of trees are going to cast shadows too. That is the council's proposal that you're assessing. It's like you're free to say you don't agree with the council's proposal. Sure. Unusual for a council witness, but but in the first instance, I think we need to understand what the proposal is and what its effects are. And trees do have effects. It's not only buildings that are potentially adverse.
Sure. Most street trees are deciduous that are used in this district, do lose their leaves in wintertime, so they would reduce the amount of potential shading from trees. I think trees make for a nice street amenity.
Yes, but in this instance, I'm talking about the justification to limit the height and placement of buildings because of views from the highway to the Slope Hill ONL, which will be partly blocked by the trees that the council also seeks, but haven't been represented in any of the material or evidence, which is very different to all the other good things that trees might have.
Right.
So that's what I'm trying to test, is are we confident that those limitations on building placement and height are properly justifiable if we were to then also consider all the trees and the effects they would similarly have?
Yeah, I suppose we are limited on detail to knowing exactly what trees will be there, but if
If you don't know what the council's proposal is,
envision,
there's no way we can know.
We have a list of trees, which I've reviewed, and there will be some substantial height in some of those street trees, particularly in the park areas. There's an open space here. There's the existing trees to the east of the Glen Panel development site, which are proposed to be retained. And those are high stature trees that are proposed to be retained to the north. And they would probably give you a good indication of what the height of future trees, what the effect that might have on screening of Slope Hill. It's probably the height of the trees closest to the highway, if that's what we're considering of views for the highway, that those are the ones that are going to be provided.
The front line, that would set
the front line.
Of the loss,
Yes, so I think, some of the trees that were proposed in the master plan are columnar or fastigiato, which ones that come straight up. That allows views across and through them, so they're only visible.
Yeah, we don't know the frequency of planting that might be proposed in terms of a continuous canopy or not. In fairness.
So I think that there may be merit in a provision that trees closest to the highway should reflect a maximum mature stature similar to that proposed by the building heights to avoid the increased visual effects due to vegetation.
Okay. Well, you can consider that further and what have you. One of the other things we're hearing is that the age of the car will come to an end and we need to think about putting pedestrians and cyclists first. But all the viewpoints that have been modelled are from the middle of the highway. And so again, there's a possible disconnect between saying it's no longer about prioritising cars, but then the visual material and assessment of what you will see is from the middle of the highway in a driver's seat or a passenger seat. Now, people in buses are relevant too, but if we were to start saying our emphasis for evaluation should be about pedestrians and cyclists, and they're on the edge of the highway, between those layers of trees, that changes again the perspective of what they can see of the landscape features and the extent to which the trees are blocking those. How do we align these considerations? Is it your view that we should still properly be evaluating the visual issues from the vehicle occupant perspective in the highway, or should we be aligning, if pedestrians and cyclists and their future is what matters, should we be aligning views from those edges of the highway? And that complicates it maybe a bit more too.
Yeah, well, it does. And oftentimes we as landscape architects are concentrating on what's public visual effects, I mean, what we're looking at. And the main experience of the public is generally along public roads. In this case, it's a corridor, it's a highway corridor.
Yep.
So whether it's used by private vehicles, buses, or cyclists, is sort of, it's more just being a public place is what I've experienced it as. I know there'll be new public places inside the TPLM variation site. There is the active transport connection and network, which would run adjacent to the highway. And I have used on the south side of the highway. There's a trail there. I've used that before. And when you're in that, it feels very separate to the highway, even though it's only, I think, 5 or 6 meters apart away from the highway, because you do have that 75-meter setback to the Queenstown Country Club. There's other trees, and there's trees between you and the highway. So that separation gives it its own sense of place, really, being on that part of the corridor. So I think that if you're on the north side, you're going to be experiencing a more closeness to the neighborhood and the buildings, potentially less views of Slope Hill, but potentially more views and more amenity to the south across the highway where there is that open space.
You might lose one side of the view but gain more of the other.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. Do you have that joint witness statement you just flashed at me?
Urban design.
Yeah, thank you. Do you have access to the joint statement of urban design and transport experts?
I can get that in one moment. Urban design. Thank you. Yes, I have it right in front of me.
At the attachment B, cross-section options by council experts. And in fairness, you did say earlier there might be some disagreement between the landscape experts and the urban design experts, but this is what they've given us. And this is what we understand to be the council's current view. You've got those, there's two of them.
Yes,
I'm
I
looking
do.
at a 20-metre amenity access area and an 18-metre amenity access area.
Yes.
If we look on either side, but for now let's look on the left-hand side, which is the northern side, you will see a substantial difference in the edge of the highway for cars and where the pedestrian and cycle space is, much closer to the buildings. I don't see how a view from the highway over buildings to the ONL helps understand something like what's shown on these cross sections, which is substantially closer to the building that you feel should be managed to protect or provide for the view of the outstanding natural landscape feature.
Of Slope Hill?
Yep. And we can say the same on the south side when we look at the pedestrian and cycle provision and how far that is from the edge of the highway too. And again, the question of those limits might work if you're in the highway vehicular carriageway, but we're not talking about a typical street where the footpath is right on the edge of the curb. We're talking substantial differences of position. So are you still satisfied, having reviewed those, that your view and what you've assessed and how you've gauged viewpoints from the highway to buildings and their placement and their height relative to the landscape features, Slope Hill on the north and what have you on the south, remarkables?
Specifically from State Highway 6.
Yeah, are you satisfied that those are still sufficiently representative of all of the future users of those spaces, including all the trees on the northern side setback and including where the pedestrians and cyclists that we might elevate some priority to, which aren't shown in the photos. You're satisfied your conclusions sufficiently cover all of that?
Well, I think my conclusions are what I said earlier, is that the main visual amenity and value of Slope Hill as will be experienced in the future. It'll still be available to the east across the three-point site. So that part of the approach and gateway experience will still be retained. In these public spaces in the corridor, if you're using that as a transient, whether you're on a bike or a motorized skateboard or autonomous vehicle, you're moving through, so oftentimes you're just looking and you catch the glimpses in the views through things, and that's what can strike your attention. Oftentimes the buildings, the architecture, the trees are what gives you some amenity. If you're static mover through there, you're looking for the move and play experience at those plays, or the places where you might stop and sit and enjoy the view, or where you could gain a corridor through buildings, or there might be one specific viewpoint which does catch your attention. So I do understand this is quite a substantial tree that has been shown on these cross sections, and in the future there could be a tree of that scale, and that potentially views from the state highway through to the slope hill may be obscured by both the buildings and the trees. These sorts of trees would likely be spaced more than 8 meters, and 8 meter spacing is what you typically do for an avenue type planting. So the canopies don't necessarily grow together. There's still a space between the canopies. So I'd anticipate that high stature trees would be used generally sparingly and used as sort of more feature trees. So they do provide for a breaking of the built form, not necessarily entirely screening. So in answer to your question, yes, the trees would provide some additional screening of the built form, but I don't think that that's the make or break of the situation. That the trees, when they're not in leaf, especially, you can still see through them. They're verdant, they're natural character. They provide for part of the natural experience, where built form is built form, and it doesn't have any transparency that you can see through.
I haven't been asking you questions about screening the buildings. I've been asking you questions about screening the views above the buildings to the outstanding natural landscape. And the fact that trees are natural doesn't mean they don't block views of a landscape behind it any less than a building. So while I accept everything you've just said, and I can understand its relevance to your overall conclusions, I'm still mostly interested in, are you satisfied that there are robust and proper justifications for the limitations proposed on building height based on maintaining visibility of the ONL to the north, once you also factor in the loss of views, as intermittent as it may be, that trees that the council is also simultaneously seeking will additionally have? Does that mean building height should be constricted even more because there'll be less views of the ONL available when you think about the trees added? Does it mean building height should go up because the trees are screening so much anyway, buildings behind them are already out of view? Or does it land where it already lands, which is no change?
Well, there will be a change. In my evidence, I've said in a couple places that the outstanding qualities of Slope Hill, generally its interrelation with Lake Hayes, and where its conical form can be seen from the more westerly parts of State Highway 6, but that this part of the amenity of Slope Hill and this corridor on Ladies Mile, that the eye is generally drawn to the more distant mountain views and the dominance of the north-facing parts of the Remarkables to the south. That the upper parts of Slope Hill and its skyline is formed, is sort of more what the eye is attracted to, and that the wall or the face of it feels dominant, but is not doesn't particularly have a high amenity from the State Highway 6. I think its amenity and its value is more embodied in its open character, and it's particularly from Lake Hayes, where people look to the north and they see the upper parts of Slope Hill and they see an open landscape from their urban area. That's where the values are held. So yes, there may be screening from trees and from built development. The proposal seeks to put the higher buildings at the back and the smaller buildings towards the front. That's an urban design response. It does maintain some views through to Slope Hill. I'm not sure if I'm answering your question, but I'm trying as best as I can, Mr. Monroe.
Sure. And in fairness, it's not just a landscape issue. As you say, there's fingerprints of engineers and urban designers and other people too. So, last question for you, and again, this dominated by buildings. At the end of the day, the zone is actively seeking minimum densities of 40 dwellings per hectare or more. Mm-hmm. Why is seeing buildings that are being purposefully sought for at high density, why would it be the wrong outcome for people to have them close to them and see them and feel dominated by them?
I think
we're not talking about a rural lifestyle precinct or a suburban residential area. We're talking about a high-density, mixed-use, urban environment. In the same way, well, we're told the spatial plan is seeking Frankton Flats be a metropolitan centre, presumably with potentially much more building height in the future that we see now. I'm trying to understand, if the plan is actively seeking for density, why we would then think it's necessary to hide that density.
Right. Within the TPLM variation area, when you're actually in the site, especially to the north, there will be some dominance and you'll feel like you're within a neighborhood. The response, as I understand it, for the building restriction area and as I interpret it, for the BRA and the scale of built development, particularly to the north, but also to the south, is generally a response to human values of the State Highway 6 and the associative values of how many of the submitters have said, well, it's an open character landscape. It's the green approach to Queenstown. These are the things that they value about the landscape that they like to retain. So by having these setbacks and lesser building height adjacent to the state highway, it's an attempt to retain some semblance of those open qualities.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Skelton. No questions from me. They've all been covered extensively. So Thank you very much, and I hope you feel better soon or don't go downhill.
Me too.
Thank you. So, Ms. Gilbert. Perfect. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Gilbert. Over to you and for your summary as well.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I'm Bridget Gilbert, consultant landscape architect, providing advice to Council. My evidence is confined to the consideration of the landscape effects of the variation in relation to Slope Hill outstanding natural feature and the Slope Hill ONF boundaries. In my opinion, the variation will not downgrade or adversely affect the landscape values of Slope Hill ONF for the following reasons. The physical extent of the variation of area avoids encroaching into the Slope Hill ONF. And secondly, the proposed policies that relate to Slope Hill ONF, and I've just footnoted those policies that I consider relevant. I understand the Council's position is that changes to the Slope Hill ONF boundary are beyond the scope of the variation. However, irrespective of the panel's finding on scope, I note that the ONF mapping has been confirmed by the Environment Court in the PDP Topic 2 decisions. I am of the opinion that the Slope Hill ONF boundary along the north side of the variation area is appropriately located from a landscape perspective. So turning to the remaining matters in dispute, there's two. The first is moving the urban growth boundary into the ONF. The main outstanding issue concerns Glen Panel's submission seeking that the UGB is extended into the ONF. The Slope Hill ONF joint witness statement records the landscape experts' agreement that we do not consider that water tanks in their own right read as urban development. This is reiterated at paragraph 25 of Mr. Compton-Moan's evidence. Accordingly, and in reliance on Mr. Brown's planning evaluation and his rebuttal evidence on behalf of Council, I do not consider that it is necessary to realign the UGB to incorporate the potential location of the water tanks. I have also reread Bridesdale, in which the court stated that UGBs are a tool for managing growth within distinct and defendable urban edges. Therefore, I remain of the opinion expressed in the Slope Hill ONF JWS that moving the UGB to overlap the outstanding natural feature does not align with the intentions of PDP Objective 4.2.1. With respect to submissions seeking to rezone rural zone land within the ONF to an urban zoning, including residential, I understand that the key landscape-related policy test is the protection of landscape values. I do not support enabling urban development northwards across the lower or higher southern slopes of Slope Hill outstanding natural feature. In my opinion, urban development across the lower southern slopes of the feature would detract from or not protect the impression of Slope Hill ONF as a seemingly undeveloped, distinctive and highly legible Roche Moutonnet landform feature, in which built development is very limited and is subservient to the natural landscape elements, patterns and processes. More specifically, I consider that urban development across the lower southern slopes would not protect the identified landscape values described in the rebuttal version of the Slope Hill priority area schedule of landscape values, and that is referred to in my rebuttal evidence, and I just reference the various aspects of that schedule that I consider would not be protected. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Gillian, any questions?
Yeah, just one.
Certainly.
And it's slightly off what you've just read to us. It's in relation to the existing use of Slope Hill.
Yes.
In one of the Threepwood submissions, there was a comment about the viability of farming activities, and there was reference to if those farming activities were no longer commercially viable, what that landform may look like in the future if it was allowed to go weedy. And I just pick up your comment on your point 11. You talk about being highly legible, that feature being highly legible. Would that reverting to whatever vegetation you would get because it was no longer grazed affect the values and the legibility of that outstanding natural feature?
A change in farming activity on the Threepwood land would see a change in the land cover that would affect the appearance of that part of the landform feature. However, legibility is kind of the big picture patterns that we're talking about. Understanding the formative processes of landscape is often what we're referring to under a topic called expressiveness and legibility values. And to my mind, Slope Hill is probably one of the most legible Roche Moutonnets in the Wakatipu Basin.
Okay, so if there was no farming there...
So I don't see the change in the land cover influencing that to any great degree.
That's all from me.
Thank you. Julie.
You're lucky. I have no questions for you.
Oh.
Well,
Yeah, I have a question or two. Might be one. top of Slope Hill, there's already some structures there for navigation purposes, and this is more of an infrastructure question.
Yes.
There's consideration for high-rise tanks or those sort of things there to provide the water supply for the built environment lower down.
Yes.
And that going through your stuff appears to be acceptable in that area, so long as it's screened along with those other sorts of things. Is there any other kind of infrastructure that would be acceptable in the ONL?
I guess the only way I can really answer that is talk to the infrastructure that I'm aware of in ONLs and ONFs. Near the airport, a lot of airport-related infrastructure, telecommunications infrastructure, definitely reservoirs. I'm sure there's other forms of infrastructure, but I think I tried to make the point in my evidence in chief that we've got about around 97% of the district is outstanding natural landscape and an outstanding natural feature. It's just practical that from time to time that sort of infrastructure will need to be located in those Section 6B landscapes.
And I'm happy to get the wording wrong in this supplementary. They all sound like around this area public good type infrastructures or required for public activity, those sort. There's no private infrastructure sitting in any of these areas?
I wouldn't feel comfortable answering that question with any certainty, but the examples I'm talking about and that I have come across in the priority area schedule drafting work certainly are more that public, greater community benefit, public good.
No, that's all for me. Thanks, Vicky.
Just a few from me, and your evidence is quite straightforward, which is why there's so few questions. I mean, not straightforward as in simplistic, but as in it's based off your assessment, which is clear of the ONF boundary,
Yes.
and then of course the result of the court decision
Yes.
on the ONF boundary as well.
Yes.
But just a few ones, and it's your 3A in your summary, that I just want to test it just so I'm clear. We don't go, or the variation doesn't go into the ONF, but it does come up to it, and we've just heard about building height increasing as you go back. And I'm just interested, just given some of the sort of scheduled landscape values, that you're comfortable in terms of the different, especially the perceptual attributes and values,
Yes.
that they are catered for. And the way I read it is that B is the answer to that, but I
Yes.
just want to be clear that I'm right.
Yes, that's correct, sir. And I do address that somewhere in my rebuttal, where I acknowledge that the urban development that's contemplated by the variation will influence those perceptual values to at least some degree. But, sorry, that's wrong wording. They will remain valid to at least some degree because of the policies that form part of the provisions.
And in terms of those policies, and also in terms of like the views through to Slope Hill, and I think you mentioned them somewhere, I won't try and find them, but there's been a series of questions about tree line setbacks and etc. And I think, you weren't here yesterday, but with the urban designers, like in front of the school, etc., there's potentially trees planted, if there is a school.
Yeah.
And there was the discussion about the views through and planting, etc. Do you think there needs to be some, I know there's consistency issues from urban design, but some moderation to allow through views, or you'd rather have it fully screened off, a bit like it is now as you drive along, in terms of the tree planting?
In fairness, I haven't considered in detail whether there's the need for specific views. I think there's two ways of looking at it, though, perhaps for the panel. I'm sure there's more, actually. But one of them is, the road network is likely to provide views, and thinking sort of reasonably practically, the location of public open spaces in the vicinity of Slope Hill will be aligned with the road network as well. So that will form a, if you like, a natural view shaft. The other option is to impose view shafts, which is extremely difficult to do, and not something that this district plan has ever contemplated doing.
And not something I take it, in your view, is actually necessary.
No. I think, in fairness, it's a district that's blessed with a lot of really high quality views.
And just with the perceptual ones again, I think, and sorry, I wrote on the earlier version, then your rebuttal has a later version. But have you thought at all, and if the answer's no, that's fine, with the Hutchinson Trust land and the view from the west going to east over the Shotover River? Have you considered that at all with the highly attractive framed mid-range views eastbound on SH6, west of the Shotover Bridge?
Short answer, no.
Cool, thank you. Then my final question or questions relate to the water tanks and going up the urban growth boundary. I get what you're saying.
Yes.
From a water tank perspective, there is one thought on the urban growth boundary. The capacity for the landscape to absorb development and where we're at with the values, the schedule of landscape values with the capacity to absorb.
Yes.
I, from memory, read something that's pulled back a little bit, that there is some capacity, or am I wrong with that?
I would
That's more with the water tanks.
Yes. There has been quite a lot of refinement, if you like, on the sort of thorny issue of landscape capacity. And I would have to just... Yes, so the notified version of the schedule identified limited landscape capacity, and that for utilities and regionally significant infrastructure. So that's where I think the water tanks would sit. So it's not a showstopper, put it that way, the schedule. And I think there's, with careful design, careful location, there is likely to be a way of locating that sort of infrastructure in an appropriate way.
And just so I'm clear, and sorry, it's just because of the different versions within the rebuttal, but the schedule is still being developed, or where are we at with the schedule?
We're due to file reply evidence next week.
Oh, right, so it's very well developed.
So also the other thing that may be of interest to the panel is that there was extensive landscape and planning expert conferencing on the schedules, and in fairness, a heck of a lot of the detail is agreed. There's some, that's not to say there aren't some, quite meaty issues outstanding, but certainly the Glen Panel's landscape expert in the PA schedule process is in agreement with the text, although that's not really relevant to this conversation.
And the version we have, the latest one's the 24 November, which was with your rebuttal. Just if it's, is that still the most up to date? Is there anything of material interest to us that may have changed just in the last few weeks, given you're nearly there with it?
From an expert perspective, of course, the panel need to come to their own conclusions on it, but one of the changes that is referenced in the JWS, I think, that I attached to my rebuttal, is the use of the term no landscape capacity, which is reasonably absolute. And where that has landed is replacing that with the term extremely limited or no landscape capacity. So that in the Slope Hill schedule affects the capacity comments for urban expansion, intensive agriculture, mineral extraction, renewable energy generation for commercial scale, production forestry, and that's it. But there was general agreement amongst the experts that it was inappropriate to be quite as absolute, but there was still a place for the terminology of no landscape capacity. So that's the only substantive change that I can think of.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So perhaps if I can just explain what we've got in front of you. Obviously, there are the two summary statements from each of the stormwater and in case of missed, which are the freeholders experts. What, in preparing the response to the Commissioner's questions, we have had some further changes to the provisions recommended by the experts. And so Mr. Brown has done the exercise of incorporating those. And again, we thought it might be helpful for you to be able to see those alongside the discussion with the experts. I apologise for using the paper.
No.
But, so these are just changes to Chapter 27, so that's why you've just got an excerpt from provisions.
Thank you. No, it's the nature of the beast. Oh, this is a fresh 27 rather than just inserts.
We've printed the whole of 27 because there are bits, there's a change to the policy and then through to the actual provisions.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll start with you, Mr. Gardner, or? Perfect.
Oh, sorry, one other thing. We've also got the whiteboard because the witnesses felt that they may be able to explain some of what they, depending on where the questioning goes, that they might be assisted by using the whiteboard.
Excellent. No?
If it's of use, if it's no use, we can dispense with that. But,
thank you.
Well, my name is John Gardner. I've been involved with the Ladies Mile variation area since the inception of the project, particularly as regards stormwater. So if I start at point 3, key constraints that influence the decisions around the disposal of stormwater runoff from the TPLM area included a Whakakatāi requirement for no flow across State Highway 6 in the 1% AEP event, a desire on the part of numerous parties to protect the water quality in Lake Hayes, large volumes of runoff from Slope Hill entering the TPLM area, and a lack of downstream stormwater systems capable of taking the stormwater runoff from the TPLM area. After reviewing various existing documentation relating to Lake Hayes, topography, existing ground conditions, numerous means of stormwater disposal were tested, including a variety of pipe scenarios. However, after field testing of soils confirmed high soakage rates, soakage was selected as the preferred means of stormwater disposal. Soakage is preferred as it allows for reduction in flow of stormwater runoff to Lake Hayes, and that's in relation to the current situation, and that's in all bar extreme rainfall events. It utilises the underlying aquifer to transport stormwater away from Lake Hayes, thus mitigating against further degradation in Lake Hayes water quality. It removes the need for expensive infrastructure to be installed through existing residential areas with disruption and risk. Is capable of preventing the flow of runoff across State Highway 6 from the land north of State Highway 6. It best mimics the natural water cycle, thus adopting water-sensitive, low-impact design principles and incorporating the principles of Te Mana o Te Wai. It is proposed that a swale along the toe of Slope Hill, and generally along the line of the proposed collector road, be constructed to catch stormwater runoff from Slope Hill and limit its ingress into the area rezoned for development north of, or proposed for redevelopment, north of State Highway 6. As the runoff from Slope Hill is not being modified by development, it may possibly be treated differently in terms of stormwater treatment. Initially, 2 centralised devices were promoted to collect and dispose of stormwater runoff from the TPLM area, but QLDC indicated that it was unable to take a lead in implementing these. It has subsequently been proposed that a series of stormwater management devices be constructed by landowners across the TPLM area, with flexibility being provided as to their location and form of construction. To limit the future maintenance burden on council and the community, it's recommended that the number of devices be limited, thus requiring a degree of cooperation between landowners to effect a suitable solution. 4 devices have been suggested north of State Highway 6 in addition to the swale mentioned at paragraph 6 above. However, this is a matter of some disagreement between the stormwater experts. Secondary flow paths will need to be constructed and coordinated throughout the TPLM area to ensure that excessive runoff generated by extreme rainfall events is managed through the variation area in a controlled way. These flow paths will connect the pipe networks envisaged along with the various stormwater devices constructed, thus integrating the stormwater network or stormwater system across the entire variation area. Of necessity, overflows will follow the natural topography of the land, and in infrequent extreme events, overflow runoff will flow towards Lake Hayes and may enter the lake. I note that any flows entering Lake Hayes in extreme rainfall events are likely to be less than will occur in the existing situation, as the stormwater devices will capture and discharge the bulk of the runoff, and it is flows in excess of the design storm, i.e. the 1% AEP, that will overflow. The key factor in affecting a robust solution is in the ongoing assessment and management of overland flow paths that will be required across the variation, and failure to implement robust flow paths will put the entire system at risk. It is recommended that a stormwater management guideline be prepared, which provides tools for designing the stormwater management devices and a framework for assessment of individual resource applications in the context of the entire area, so as to mitigate against the risk of a fragmented implementation. The latest position on matters remaining in dispute, including any answers through the question process, is potentially around the number of stormwater devices that may be permitted across the variation area. Now, in terms of the questions, I'll just will carry on. So 1.28, I won't read the questions for brevity. Stormwater naturally flows to Lake Hayes, and in the current situation there's no controls stopping flow of runoff to Lake Hayes. and while it's uncertain how much runoff might reach Lake Hayes given high soakage rates of local soils, it's inevitable that in large events, runoff in excess of that which soaks away will reach the lake. Post-development, the rules intend for stormwater runoff from storms up to and including the 1% AEP event to be collected, controlled, treated and discharged to the underlying aquifer, which runs away from Lake Hayes. As a consequence, post-development, less stormwater runoff will flow to Lake Hayes than is likely to be the case in the current situation. It is, however, impractical to manage storm events greater than the 1% AEP via soakage, and it is only prudent to provide overland flow paths to cater for extremely large and infrequent events, together with any unforeseen events such as blockage or failure. Given existing QLDC and ORC requirements for sediment control, I do not consider that any additional planning provisions are required outside of what has already been included, including further recommendations made by Ms. Prestige. And at 1.29, a question about is it possible to manage stormwater with no discharges to Lake Hayes? Combined with my answer above, the intent is to have no discharge to Lake Hayes in events up to and including the 1% AEP, which I consider as achievable based on the work completed. The receiving environment in the case of any overflows will be Lake Hayes, as the TPLM area is part of the natural catchment for Lake Hayes. At 1.30, talking about the magnitude of rainfall event that will generate surface water flows from the master plan area. There's no further work been completed to determine that storm. The reason that the size of the event that will generate surface water flows is uncertain is due to a number of factors. The variable soakage rates of the soil across the TPLM area is one factor. In many areas, the soils have extremely high soakage rates, in other areas, just high soakage rates. Surface depression storage in the natural state will play a part, as will be localised ponding and very heavy rainfall events. And dependent on the soakage rates of soils in the depression, you may or may not get runoff away from those depressions. Channelization due to farm drains is another factor. And so any investigation needed to determine exactly what is happening in the current situation would have to be extensive across all properties north of State Highway 6 within the TPLM area, together with those to the east down to the shores of Lake Hayes. I would add one comment that I've not written in there. We have a unique, or not unique, but climatic factors in Queenstown play a part. And you do get a situation where if you had an extended cold period through winter and the ground freezes, and you subsequently got a rainfall event, you may actually get runoff to Lake Hayes in smaller events than would normally be the situation. So it's a complicated situation that can be undermined by a simple weather event. Well, not a simple weather event, but a weather event. I would add that comment. So even were investigation carried out and the size of the storm event that will create surface flows determined, it is potentially of minimal value at a plan change level in engineering terms. Because of the weather event, say freezing, it's just prudent to provide flow paths because there are circumstances that will exist in which there may be an overflow to Lake Hayes. These circumstances will be limited to very, very infrequently occurring storm events. The 1% AEP or 1 in 100-year storm event is defined as a storm that has a probability occurring once within a 100-year period. 0.5% AEP or 1 in 200-year storm event is defined as a storm that has a probability of occurring once within a 200-year window, so not frequent events. 1.31. In my opinion, controlled development in the TPLM area considerably decreases the risk of surface water runoff and contaminated material, including sediment running into Lake Hayes, when that is the intent of the chosen means of stormwater disposal. at 1.32 about potential overland flow paths being sufficient. Overland flow is adequately provided for, in my opinion, but it's a key area that could easily be significantly strengthened through a stormwater management guideline to ensure appropriate integration. With 1.33 about further investigation as to priority of flows east-west to avoid impacts on Lake Hayes. The TPLM area generally runs west to east from the Shotover River to Lake Hayes, and the recommended solution deals with this. I wasn't 100% sure about the framing of the question, but if the question is asking could flows from Lake Hayes be avoided by diverting flows from east to west, i.e. discharging against the natural flow and discharging to the Shotover River, the answer is that additional investigation is not warranted. Candle 3 looked at this possibility early in our assessment of options, and due to any topography, pipe work would of necessity have to be in the order of 27 metres deep at its deepest point to allow the pipeline to return water from the low point of the TPLM area back to the Shotover River. So we didn't, the depth is prohibitive, and we didn't pursue that much further as an option. At 1.34, in the reliance on multiple landowners and the risk of a non-integrated solution being delivered, the word integrated is worthy of some discussion to provide clarity. Any drainage system is integrated in the sense that all pipes are connected in a logical manner from the top of the catchment to the bottom. If there are sections of channel within the network rather than pipes, the channel is still graded within that framework to suit the constraints of the catchment. Overland flow paths are also integrated into the system in that they're sited to catch overflow from pipe system when pipe capacity is exceeded. They form a continuous alternative path for floodwaters to follow from the top of the catchment to the bottom. So at point 20 I've said that in this instance there's two factors that differentiate the stormwater solution from many other systems. I would like to add a third in a second. But firstly, we're relying on soakage via a series of basins as the primary means of disposal. Pipe work from development will drain to each basin in a manner determined at the time of detailed designs. The basins aren't interconnected, and at this level there's a series of integrated stormwater solutions that deal with sub-catchments within the TPLM area rather than within the overall area. As discussed throughout my evidence, it's critical that provision is made for secondary flow paths to control overflow runoff for storm events greater than the 1% AEP event, or for unforeseen circumstances where a part of a network may block or a basin does not perform as expected and overflows occur. It is the secondary flow paths that will provide the overall integration of the stormwater system, and it's critical that that's achieved. Well, this is at point 21, because the TPLM variation area is very flat, it's extremely important that flow paths are coordinated across the entire area. Because the location and form of the stormwater soakage devices are not being specified through a structure plan, it will be critical at design and consent stage that the stormwater solution proposed for each individual development is considered in the context of the entire TPLM area. The designers in QLDC will need to ensure that proposed design levels of devices are such that solutions on other landholdings can be affected without undue impact, and that on completion of all developments there are coherent, connected secondary flow paths throughout the TPLM area. Given the constraints across the catchment, the potential problems and means of avoidance are best highlighted by way of drawings and diagrams rather than via words. Hence the suggestion of a stormwater management guideline being created as a framework for decision making. The third factor I'd like to introduce, it is not normal practice for your primary system to be designed for the 1% AEP. The QLDC standards is for the 5% AEP or 1 in 20 year event to be catered for through the primary network. So we've lifted the bar in this situation largely to mitigate against further degradation of Lake Hayes. So that's a third factor that's slightly unusual. And sorry, I didn't put that in previously. At 1.35, the staging of an integrated stormwater system. Staging is very difficult to control because individual landowners are going to have different timeframes, different financial profiles, etc. I can really see no sensible way of allowing for staging as a consequence. At 1.36, a council-led delivery of stormwater infrastructure be appropriate. A council-led solution would certainly alleviate a lot of potential issues and would most likely result in a better outcome rather than having individual landowners operating in isolation. There was little doubt that there will be disagreement from landowners to the siting of communal devices if they feel they're being disadvantaged, and QLDC would potentially have to utilise its legislative power to force a solution if consultation and negotiation did not require the required outcome. There's certainly a number of mechanisms that have been utilised in similar circumstances across New Zealand to facilitate and fund infrastructure solutions, and fairly and equitably share cost amongst developers. The most suitable mechanism currently available, in my opinion, is funding via the Infrastructure Funding and Financing Act. It's effectively a government loan to deliver the works with repayment of the loan by way of a special rate applied to each completed dwelling. The advantage of this mechanism is that QLDC does not have to borrow directly and there's no financial impact on QLDC. And the solution is completely equitable in that every property owner across the TPLM area would contribute to the cost of the infrastructure that they would use. Another mechanism would be for QLDC to fund the work and recover it via some form of development contribution. There's a process that they would have to go through to allow that to happen, and would involve council having to find the funds up front with recovery over a period of years. Development agreements between developers are another mechanism that has worked in some areas where all developers in an area have come together and agreed to fund works according to whatever formula they have created. In most successful examples that I've seen, council has taken a central role as facilitator, quite often holding the contributions of each developer and distributing funds to other parties, whether they be consultants, contractors or developers, in accordance with the development agreement. But typically, the more parties to any agreement, the less likely it's possible for them to agree. And I would make the one further comment that while mechanisms do exist, they don't exist. There's no guarantee that CIP would agree to fund it or any other. So mechanisms do exist, but in this framework, there's nothing that you could hang your hat on, say they're guaranteed, and at this point.
Thank you, that's very helpful. In terms of the provisions and the changes, you best, if you could just quickly take us through what's changed now, or is that Prestige will do that? Cool, we'll come back to that then. But I fear, sorry, there might be a bit of overlap, but this can be a taster before, sorry, you will be tomorrow morning. We will pick on for a little bit longer this evening, but yes, we won't get through as Prestige tonight. Questions? So, Gillian, do you want to go first, or Judith? Judith. There we go.
So, thanks. You probably picked up I'm a traffic expert, not stormwater. My knowledge is limited, that water is wet and flows downhill. So I'm going to ask a couple of probably fairly basic questions from your perspective, but I just want to make sure I'm understanding where we're getting to. So my understanding of what you're saying is that at the moment the QLDC standards are to design for a 1 in 20 year storm, but you're upping the bar to design for a 1 in 100 year storm. And I do understand it doesn't mean they occur that regularly, it's just the risk of occurrence. So you say at paragraph 8 of your summary that there's likely to be some overflow to Lake Hayes in higher order storms. So if you're getting into sort of 1 in 200 year storm, you'd probably get some overflow to Lake Hayes. My question is, with this 1 in 100-year design storm system that you're sort of working on, is that an improvement over what happens now in terms of what just comes off Slope Hill?
In my opinion, yes. For several reasons. At the moment, there are no controls in place at all. It's rural farmland. So there is a question mark about how much water will get to Lake Hayes given high soakage rates, etc., across the land. But there's already evidence being produced by submitters, photographs of water running into Lake Hayes in large storm events. The 3-foot access road flooded, etc. So there's no doubt that there's a range of events that will generate sufficient water that will inevitably push some water to Lake Hayes without any control whatsoever. It's just going to flow as it naturally would. When the development occurs, a lot of controls will be put in place. And so while you may have an extreme event that exceeds a design storm, or potentially some form of blockage of a device that limits the soakage, those devices will still continue to operate in a controlled manner, and it's only water that it will exceed the design capability of that system that would run to Lake Hayes. Now, whether it actually gets there because you are reducing a large amount of the flow, or you're assuming you had 100% and the system could take 80%, only 20% is going to move downstream. Now, if the soakage rates of the soil, bearing in mind the TPLM area stops well short of Lake Hayes, if that 20% that escapes and soaks into the soil, potentially nothing gets to Lake Hayes. But there's going to be, at some point, inevitably, some water will get there.
Okay, thank you. So you also mentioned sort of ad lib that you recognise that there are some weather conditions that can affect soakage conditions.
Yep.
Lots of frost. I guess I just want to understand that a little bit better, that whether that can be taken account of in terms of your the assessments that you've done, or is it just an experience thing?
One of the submitters did raise it in their evidence, had it been taken into account the situation where the ground was frozen.
Yeah.
So it is recognised, and I've played golf at Millbrook, the best drive I've ever done, on a par 4. Caught me by surprise when the ball bounced and was still bouncing as it passed over the green. It does happen. So, but one of the reasons for suggesting a stormwater management guideline, there's a lot of thinking being done, and a lot of tools have come out of it at expert conferencing and thing, on which we're agreed that can. I'm not. The reason we say stormwater management guidelines, I'm not sure where it sits. It's not really a structure plan. It's not really. I've never seen anything like what I'm thinking in a district plan. Potentially could form a chapter in a QL in an engineering standard. It could be attached to a development agreement, but it's a series of tools. And a framework for thinking about things. So, could I use the white? If I use the whiteboard, it might help to have a much better sense. Sorry, I'll try and turn it so you can see. Sorry, I'll try and see how I do this.
Yeah, maybe turn it flat to us might be a bit more useful, because
They can see
you're not trying to help
Then
the
you're
people
helping
down
us.
the back. No disrespect. And I'm not sure the people down the back really wanted to know, but that's...
So, the intent of a sensible thing to do, if you're forming a basin, and the water is going to come into that basin and soak away, down, you have a superficial layer of soil, and it varies in thickness, through which the stormwater is going to soak any particular contaminant. This will be planted, but this soaking away will capture sediment, etc. Underneath you have freer draining soils, and so the soakage rate might be 300 millimetres in the top, but as you get down it gets right up. So by putting an overflow in here, that in your smaller storm events, all of the stormwater is going to get treated. As you get into large events, that overflow activates and accesses the higher soakage. Now that allows, I'm very conscious of land area and density and things, so this sort of system will allow a minimisation of the footprint of the device. But in the sense that we're talking about the freezing of the ground, it's only going to be the top layer that freezes. So having an overflow type system like that is providing an overflow, well it's a relief valve if you like.
So essentially the water would either sit in the pond if it's not deep enough to reach the overflow, or it would use the overflow and access the...
This would only be in larger storm events.
Yeah, okay.
So this up to that level might be your 5% AEP, which is a QLDC standard. It's all being treated properly. But as you're getting into the higher events, so when it starts raining, any particulate gets flushed off. As you get further into the storm events, you're just looking to manage the water.
Okay.
And there's other ways of there's some of the experts in conferencing are saying, well, could we put a storage system in? And there's egg crate type plastic crates effectively that you can bury to increase the volume available for storage.
So the next question I've got is, you're talking about guidelines, and the challenge for us is it doesn't really fall within our remit, and it's not really part of the district plan. So if you've got these guidelines of what's sensible because it reduces space, is there a dollar cost differential that might make this sort of approach less attractive? I guess what I'm trying to understand is, do we actually have to have the guidelines, or we just say, you know what, you guys are going to design the best system in terms of space and cost that creates the balance that you need for your land?
Yeah, and this is
just before you rub it off, sorry. Do you have a camera aboard?
No, I lost it on the bus
Maybe.
today.
Sorry, it's just I can see people asking for a picture of it, and it's almighty artwork. So,
And in 2 weeks we'll look at it and go, what?
It does need some dimensions on it from my point of view.
You engineer, you.
and just that way we could post it onto the website. Sorry, just otherwise it's... Now you're free to rub it off.
This is I appreciate what you're saying, because if we're sort of in the same position, just trying to understand where this sits in the framework. I think it's would be a very useful document, because if you sort of represent the TPLM area, and the high point is at one end, and so this is 3 point, and there's your low point. There's only about 1.2% average fall. So it's a little bit high, it drops off a little bit, and then it flows down. So the thing here for is because you've got a very minimal grade, if a developer comes in with an application for a block of land there, that really, the levels need to be within a certain range, because if that developer lifts his property, everybody upstream is going to be severely disadvantaged. Equally, if they're too low, you're going to struggle to get it out the bottom end. And if we don't know whether the device is going to go there or there, that these have got to somehow ultimately connect in a coherent manner logically through the roading network to get to the base. And so putting a framework together that allows, to say, well, the level there or there has to be within this range, and when council's assessing that application, they've got some sort of framework. Now, I agree, where does that sit? It's not really something for a district plan.
Can I challenge that and say why not? I mean, I can understand not putting in the district plan whether it's soakage to the aquifer or you're going to underground storage tanks, because that is down to that sort of space dollar cost decision that a developer would make. But if it's down to your stormwater device must be within a certain range of level of the existing ground, is that not something that could just be covered by a rule?
Certainly elements of it could be, but the thing that you're going to get is developers coming in at different times and you've got no control over where, and it's almost like a living document where, as a consequence of whatever council approves here, you cut off certain other decisions. And so it's almost like a living document that has to move with the development to ensure that there's this overall integration.
Or could there be some direction given by the plan that requires, and there's a lot of requirements in the provisions rather than enabling, and given the agreed importance of Lake Hayes, to my mind this is where there could be section 32 justification for a requirement, rather than merely enabling.
I'm an engineer, so...
And the quickest way, although keen to keep exploring this, might be for you and Mr. Brown to just think carefully of the guidance you have in your mind, and then what are the fundamental elements of it that are required to be delivered, and that then means the requirements and the absolute necessities in the plan, and then the developer has the freedom to decide on different methods, but at least we as decision makers know the overall umbrella is there to deliver the outcome for Lake Hayes.
And that's really where
sorry, that was a long...
No, but that's...
Because you've got the guidelines, it's just
and
we need some connection.
Why we were suggesting some sort of framework like that.
Yep.
How that's knitted together is a matter for...
And no, where you wrote that, I wrote agree, but we require it in the plan. So it could be, and sorry, Judith.
That's right.
But I suspect we've got a series of questions, and it would be good just to understand this. But sorry, go on.
Hold on. Another option. We've already had from other witnesses discussion of, are there key outcomes that perhaps should be in place before development can be let loose?
Yep.
Could some stormwater type guideline, the way you have in mind, be added to that list, which could provide the means for it to be created in a way that can still be harnessed in the decision to positively support some upzoning, rather than, in the worst case, we say it's a great idea, it's so important, it needs to happen, but we don't have a means to do it, so refuse the zoning request now and redo it later when these things are sorted out. But if we're already talking about maybe some signalisations or speed limits or other things should be in place, or other things, I don't see why this couldn't be, if it was somehow written into the plan as to what it actually is, and I'm sure there's some word that could be framework for integrated site-by-site land modification for the purposes of stormwater management or whatever. That might be one way that doesn't... I'd hate to see Mr Gardner's view compromised by trying to pick out bits of it that can sit in a district plan now that might still have gaps that might not be as effective or efficient as maybe they need to be. But that's, I think, for team council to think about. All Mr Gardner can do is tell you the outcomes he wants,
and then that's right. It sort of passes the hospital pass. Greg.
Yep, no, that's right. And I think there could be a layering of, there might be some fundamentals. It's also important for the plan to be clear in the direction. And then if there is to be something like that, to click in under it. So that might be a work on there. But sorry, we've gone off-piste.
That's I can continue to answer.
You were going to rub that off.
Oh, that was cool.
Oh, that was just general to tidy up, rather than I wondered if you were about to draw another
I
diagram.
suddenly realised we hadn't taken a photo of that diagram.
Cool. Okay, that's excellent. Thank you.
But, sorry, I'm not in my time with yours, so.
Thank you. My idiot questions morphed into sort of slightly less idiot questions, but that was all I had. Thank you.
That was a question I had. So. Gillian?
Thanks, Mr. Gardner. Just going back after your diagrams and the reference to fish hooks, I just go back to your statement today and your responses to question 1.36, paragraphs 23, 24, 25, particularly 23, where you say council-led solution would alleviate a lot of the potential issues. And that seems to be almost your starting point. Back in the master planning days was a council-led solution for stormwater, wasn't it, really? And there's been an evolution of stormwater management within the zone area. Do you just want to comment on whether you think that with the landowner or the land developer-led approach is going to create many challenges to get optimal outcomes?
I would say it is more the norm across the country than it is an exception. I would make the comment that this work on stormwater was done when Three Waters was very much a thing, and very hard for council in a period of political turmoil, flux, whatever you want to call it, when they didn't know whether they were going to own any of the assets or, it wasn't really a discussion to be had at that point in time. And even now, I don't think the answers are entirely available. But I would say a developer-led solution, or developer-led solutions up and down the country in terms of infrastructure are becoming more common because the same thread exists throughout the country. So I don't think it is impossible to deliver a developer-led solution. I think a framework, as something along the lines I've suggested, and how that fits in, I think would be very useful to facilitate that. And yeah, I certainly don't think I'm involved in a lot of the stuff up and down the country, and we are affecting solutions. It's just a little bit more complicated and does require some negotiation and compromise. But in many of the situations that I've been involved in, there is actually no framework, which I think, as I say, would probably be a step forward. Developer-led agreements, I've been involved with quite a number of those. The only issue with them is they're completely voluntary. And the more parties you've got, you'll probably get 75% sign up and 25% along for a ride, or causing problems. So I'm not sure. Certainly a council-led solution on or council-led solutions up and down the country would be preferable, because they have legislative powers to actually force the recalcitrant along. But I don't think it's a pragmatic reality in the current environment.
Okay, thank you. Now, I've got quite a few questions. I'm not sure when we're going to this afternoon.
Does it? Right,
Yep.
5:30 if we wrap up then.
My time's yours. I'm relaxed.
Thank you. So, and I apologise, I am going to bounce around a wee bit, partly because what you've said this afternoon has actually crossed off some of my questions, so just bear with me while I muddle around. Just one question top of mind is around soakage. So there's been soakage testing across the area. It's highly variable, as you said. You get very high soakage and then you get high soakage. So it sounds like, irrespective of where you are, you're going to get some soakage. Do you want to comment on that?
Typically, you get higher soakage towards State Highway 6.
Okay.
And our read on that is over millennia that material's washed off Slope Hill, and you can see it in the profile. You've just got more of a crust,
Okay.
which is where the idea of sinking shafts through that crust to access the better material underneath as an overflow. So typically, Slope Hill, we tested 2 specific locations where we were looking at communal devices. We had around about 330 to 350 millimetres an hour, and out towards the State Highway, I think the highest reading we got was about 660.
Okay. When you say crust,
Oh, and Amy was saying they got 1,500, so
wow.
very, very high soakage.
When you say crust,
Sort of soil.
are you saying like very fine
Yeah,
sediments,
just
clays, silts?
topsoil.
So in terms of your flash diagram up here with your centralised, presume is that mainly a swale through here or a series of connections, or?
The Slope Hill, from a development point of view, introduces an interesting dynamic. It's basically solid schist with a very thin layer of topsoil. When it rains, it sheets off a lot of water. Now, if you take that into the development, you've actually got to capture it and do something with it. And if you're not going to get away without any pipe networks within the development area. So if you're trying to collect a lot of water from Slope Hill and put it into a pipe, and we're talking a 100-year event, your pipes get large, it drives your devices deep, it uses up more area. So it's desirable to capture the water and keep it out of the development areas. And since the collector road and the master plan was kind of fundamentally along the toe, it made sense to put a swale on the uphill side to capture that water. It has significant financial advantages for developers because all of their pipe work is then just dealing with what's ever locally in terms of the development area. It did have ecological benefits in terms of providing a continuous corridor, as well as some amenity that could be used for walkways and things because it's going to be dry most of the time.
So in terms of those lower, you're saying that's the area that you've got lower permeability along there as well. And I think you've quantified some of the volumes that come off Slope Hill. You don't see that as there being limitations in that swale? Or, I mean, obviously your design's going to try and capture that. I'm just wondering, because there's also a comment in there around loose soils, and I'm not sure whether those loose soils are going to be creating a little bit of a problem when you've got a lot of water going into a localised area. What's that doing in terms of the stability of those soils? Those materials, rather.
So we have sized up, did some preliminary sizing on swales, just based on the soakage rates that we were getting. We didn't take into account the concept of overflow that I introduced. Which was a later a recognition of what we were seeing, and that came out of expert conferencing that we were generally agreed that that's actually what was happening, that you had just a thicker layer of material, and if you punctured that, you would be into higher soakage, and so the footprint could come down. And one of the submitters, Glenn Pannell, their expert was very keen on egg crates, which is fine, no technical problem. I don't like them under roads but under a swale next to a road, perfectly adequate. Again, would reduce the footprint. So we were not. My current view is that swale is not a conveyance mechanism. It would be better if it was broken at certain points. So each individual, if it was If each individual developer built a section and they weren't necessarily connected, it wouldn't matter. In fact, it is actually preferable. And then when that swale was exceeded, you've got the collector road, which would form your overland flow path down through to Threepwood. Now, the second part of that is we did and have written into our evidence that Slope Hill has not been modified by a developer. You know, it's just simply natural servitude. You're just taking water. So there would be an argument, or certainly under the RMA, because you're not required to treat it or do anything with it, that it could be dealt with slightly differently. And if along the toe of that you got variable soakage and a property could demonstrate that there was no way within their boundaries they could soak the 1% AEP to ground, and this is some of the changes we've said, that okay, the absolute minimum would be the 5% AEP would have to go to ground. Absolute minimum. You'd want to be trying to get the 1% AEP to ground, but if they could demonstrate that there was no way they could do it, then you could accept a slightly lower standard, potentially. Just for the swale, not for the development internally, that's 1% all the way.
So you talk about puncturing the crust. How thick is it?
Varies.
Okay. How much does it vary?
In places it's metres.
Oh, really? Okay.
Where you've got the sort of gully systems coming off Slope Hill,
Right.
in the topography you can see a very clear fan of material.
Yep. Okay.
Potentially up to 5 metres, but it's still manageable in terms of construction to actually excavate and sink a manhole or whatever.
Can I add, just in the Frankton area, we have the same sort of situation where there's up to about 6 metres of much siltier and less permeable material over the free draining gravels underneath, and we've taken the same approach in the designs that we've got about to be constructed as part of the NZ Up works. So yeah, there are feasible solutions to punch through even when it's 4, 5, 6 metres deep.
So that's about to happen.
Yes.
Has it happened?
Yes.
Have you used that approach elsewhere?
Generally in the area there is a style of soak pit called a Caldwell, which is basically like a deep shaft, sort of about 1 metre to 1.5 metres in diameter. It's filled with rock, and what it does is it gets down to the good underlying areas, and they work really well because we've got such good free draining soils in this particular area.
Okay. So you're just basically doing artificial recharge, and well, you're hastening recharge.
Pretty much.
That's cool. Thank you, that was helpful. How are we doing on time? About 28 more minutes, so that's fine. No, I won't take it. Mentally ticking off all the questions you've already covered off. So actually, in terms of those shafts, or those, can you give me some dimensions just to get a sense of it? Like for this instance, no, one's going yes, one's going no.
Well, I can give some context here. The contractors that actually sink these into the ground, they can do, it's a 900 millimetre diameter or a 1500 millimetre diameter, and they can do them up to about 11 metres deep. From the starting point. So basically, if you had a really large basin, you could excavate your basin, you could bring your drill rig in, and then you could get a further 11 metres deep.
Okay.
Yeah, my comment would be it's a matter for detailed design, and rather than having one large overflow, you may be better just to have a regular series.
I'm just getting it conceptually because this is new.
Yeah.
Yeah. And sometimes we will have a single one, but some of the designs I've done in Frankton, we have one basin that has 4, we have another basin that has 6.
And your diagram earlier suggested they were in a swale. Yeah. So how does that work for maintenance of your swale? Doesn't matter?
It's just a manhole top.
Okay.
So
Cool.
yeah.
It's pretty common.
Yeah.
Very common.
I haven't read your track changes, sorry, but there was one point that I picked up about the RCP on the climate change. You had a Code of Practice talks about RCP of 8.5, and the last hearing version talked about an RCP of 6.
Yeah, so in the draft Code of Practice that was released last year, they had an RCP of 6. We were trying to follow what council was requiring. That was a mistake. That's going to be rectified in the updated Code of Practice that gets released in the new year. So we're just making sure that everything is consistent across both what QLDC will be providing and what all of the experts have agreed is the appropriate RCP to be using.
So what is the correct RCP?
8.5.
Just,
Yeah,
sorry,
the standard's got to catch up.
Sure.
just for my benefit on that one, the 1 in 100 that you're using, is that taken at 2090 or whatever with the RCP applied, or are you taking the present day 1 in 100?
So, and I will get to this when I read all of my evidence. When we assess, when we're saying that we want them to understand the pre-development situation for the entire area, and we're asking for a hydraulic model, you would normally use your historic data to understand what's currently being released. But everything design-wise, it all should be using the 1% at the RCP of 8.5.
So when we're talking the 1% to ground,
Yep.
we're talking
It's ambitious.
1%
Of
in
the 2081 to 2100, the top end. Yeah.
And the 8.5, in my understanding, is the highest of
It
the
is.
4.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of conservatism within that, or
We will
because
see
I've
what
seen
happens.
6 being used.
Yeah.
8.5.
Yeah. Don't know if you have any thoughts on this, but there is differing thoughts in the industry as to whether something is a little bit more than it should be. But I mean, you look at what's going on in the world, and we just don't know where.
And if you're designing infrastructure cheaper now than to try and fix a
Well,
problem in the
it's
future.
also just that the life that we usually design things to is at least 50 to 100 years. So it would be underselling the whole infrastructure system.
But you would also, in terms of your comment, the system would be conservative and that you will be providing freeboard in the stormwater management devices. It's not unusual to provide some reserve area. So they would be conservative if they're designed, you know.
Especially until we wait until 2080 to 100, because any time before that, it's more than the 1. Well, it's less than the 1%.
It could, yes, or things get worse and it happens
Okay.
sooner. So there's
Yep.
very much.
Yep. So there's some
Unknowns.
precaution
Yeah.
sort of factored
Yeah.
in. Cool. Sorry, that was. Sorry, Gillian.
No, you're fine. Now, I'm not sure, just crossing my eyes on different versions of this, and it might just be easier to ask than to try and cross-reference. I know, I think I've found it. In the information requirements and the standards, so I'm in the section that is currently numbered 27.7.28, and I'm down in the information requirements. I think I'm going to be on page 15. It looks like it's highlighted. There is a comment around, or not a comment, there is a requirement. Sorry, this is actually. It was 7 on the last one, so it's 7. It is still 7. Good, found it. So, and I guess this might even be for Mr. Brown. So in the information requirements, it actually makes the comment where possible infrastructure will be coordinated within the QLDC owned road corridors and the State Highway 6 corridor. I'm not sure that's necessarily an information requirement. Well, it isn't. But I guess my question is, in terms of that statement, to be coordinated within the QLDC owned corridors, I understand that, and the State Highway 6 corridor. And a reference was made earlier about Waka Pūtahi's stormwater management not just running off the roads. So is that something you've had a conversation with Waka Pūtahi about, whether they're happy for? I think that's more about water and waste. Sorry, whether Waka Pūtahi has actually agreed that yes, it should be coordinated within the corridor?
I don't think we were intending for stormwater to actually be out there. I think it's more the water and waste that would potentially have to be running along the corridor. So that may
be a matter of interpretation then.
We may have added something into a section that wasn't quite appropriate for.
Okay, that's a small point. This is something that caught my eye.
But yeah, no. So what we found is that it's not natural for the stormwater to make it all the way to the state highway for every development. There are a couple of little parcels of land where things come out to the state highway, but believe that everything can be contained within the site, and there shouldn't be any need for them to make it out to the state highway corridor for stormwater management.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
If I may on that one, I think in the 1 AEP or the 0.5 AEP, we were, well I should say rather than we, considering that it would be quite normal to deal with overland flows where you can't get inundation to be associated with roading corridors for those flood events. I think was where, when I may have brought it up earlier, was what I was considering, rather than channeled or other pipe infrastructure adjacent to SH6.
Yeah, and just expanding on what I've just said, the work that I've been doing out on the State Highway, because I've been designing what's been happening with stormwater-wise around the Howards Drive intersection upgrades as part of NZ Up. It's actually quite hard to, without manipulating the levels within the Ladies Mile area, to sort of bring it overland into that State Highway corridor to use that as an overland flow path. It would make more sense using the topography of Ladies Mile itself to actually use the interior roads as overland flow paths towards the east.
And that's why there's no point in fighting natural contours.
You would be bringing in quite a lot of material to build up the land across the entirety of the land, yeah. So it's possible, but it's expensive.
Again, in the stormwater guideline, the logical thing would be to pipe the 5% AEP to the management devices, but to have the roads shaped towards them. So the 1% would also go into the devices, but not through pipe work. Although, if a developer made a choice for whatever reason to pipe the 1% AEP to a device, they're free to do that. It's unlikely that they would, well, potentially if they could not grade the roads to a particular device and they still had to get the water there, they could do that. So, I mean, that's where, writing, the bottom line is the 1% AEP has to go to ground. So they've got flexibility in how they achieve that. Logic would say the 5% in a pipe and then the roads would shape it, but if they pipe the 1% AEP, that would be their choice too.
So just the permeability gradient then runs Slope Hill out to State Highway 6. We would have the ability for more soakage closer to the centre of the development rather than in the toe of the hill.
That was one of the debates at the expert conferencing. We've done a limited amount of testing, but individual developers would be free to actually test their entire site. Logic would say if you're trying to minimise the size of the device, you put it where you've got the greatest soakage. And that's where the flexibility would work in a developer's favour, and at the end of the day in terms of density, because you don't want to make these devices any bigger than you have to.
And probably one last question on that gradient. The layout of the developer sites means that there wouldn't be any developer that wouldn't have a highly permeable piece of their property available to them and have to negotiate with someone else beside them to take those larger flows?
Not that we're aware of based on the testing that's been done, but I can't entirely discount that because, yeah, it's unlikely, but it's not impossible. But there are I'll use the whiteboard once more.
While you're walking up there, the other question that relates to that is in-ground or underground flow is away from Lake Hayes once that's soaked in. So is there an issue with the time development of these plots? So someone might be soaking in halfway along and then there's no development for, I don't know, a kilometre or two, and then there's another development where soakage is going in. It's not going to affect that flow at all?
No, the groundwater is minimum of about 30 metres down, 30 to 50 from what we've seen. But the, well, actually what I was going to sketch is somewhat equivalent or somewhat related to what you're talking about, because if the flow is down, the logical point is to have a device at the very bottom end. Now, if this particular landowner does not want to cooperate, or his timing is different or whatever, you could say, okay, there's a device there. But because that device is there, this owner can no longer, as a result of his reluctance to cooperate or whatever it is, when he comes to develop, he's got to extend that device. And so this guy might be taking that catchment. This person has to move that device to there. Now, it may be a little bit deeper or whatever, but that's a choice. And this is where a framework for decision making from the council would say, okay, well, if you don't want to cooperate, we'll put a device here, but we want to limit the number of devices for maintenance. And so, as a consequence of your decision, that's what's happening. And so, when you're talking about individual developers coming in a fragmented sort of way, this sort of concept can still limit the number of devices and provide a framework. So, you know, not saying, okay, I put one there, I mean, council's forced into a position of having to take another one, you end up with a dozen of them. So, but yeah, with consistent soakage, I don't think you've got a problem with individuals coming in.
Affect me, yeah. Just going back to those deep recharge, another high-tech photo. That deeper recharge mechanism that you've got, is that a fairly low-cost maintenance for council, or is?
It requires a lot of what we refer to as pre-treatment. We want to minimise the amount of sediments that are going to get into them, because the only way to rehabilitate it is to dig it out and do it again.
Okay, thank you.
Sink a new one beside it. So, yeah.
Sorry, I'm just really going to be bouncing around. It's just the time of the day. I apologise. Going back to our frozen ground question, I like problems in my brain whirring around. But if you've got vegetation in those swales, do you think you've got frozen ground? You drew pictures before with little, and I'm not sure how big these things are, whether they're that sort of very low grassed swale or whether you're thinking something a bit taller, but potentially have you got less frozen, are the conditions less likely to freeze in those areas actually because you've got them vegetated than if they were just low, short grass? I don't know.
Yeah, the devices themselves, in terms of the soakage basins, if I call them that, are likely to be probably 2 to 2.5 metres deep minimum. And I say that because you've got to pipe stormwater into them, and if you allow a metre cover over your pipe, You've then got whatever the size of the pipe is, say 500 or 600, and you want to come in slightly above the base of them. So I would imagine most of the devices, in an ideal world, would be about 2.5 metres deep. If you're draining against the flow, they're going to go a bit deeper and use a bit more land, but you'd really want to be avoiding that if you could.
That becomes a health and safety issue then as well, potentially.
Well, you would have stable side slopes that got able to be, if they're planted out with rushes or whatever plants are appropriate locally, you know, the maintenance is going to be picking up rubbish and bits and pieces like that. You need access, maybe there's going to be some slopes that need to be mown.
Yeah, we normally situate them between
But
1 and 3
you're
and
not
1 and
having
6.
vertical side slopes. Some of that would be something that wouldn't be suitable.
That was actually a thought that crossed my mind when we had our landscape person talking about deciduous trees, and I was wondering how unhelpful they are for your stormwater.
Yeah, but unhelpful.
We don't tend to like deciduous trees.
Don't like
do we?
trees.
No. We won't go there. So just trying to get to the end of my questions.
Oh, sorry, in terms of the frozen ground,
Right.
the reason I said the basin's at 2.5 metres deep, so you've got quite a bit of volume. If the surface layer were frozen, you've still got a lot of volume that would store it.
Yeah.
Eventually it would tip into the overflow, and the deeper gravel, the underlying is not likely to be frozen.
It's also going to thaw it, isn't it? All that water sitting in there.
But then you've got
Yeah.
the overland flow path
As well.
itself, which is fundamental to this whole thing. If you don't have it, you're asking for trouble.
So in terms of that recharge to ground, the deeper I'm talking about, so in terms of, so there's some positives there, recharging groundwater, good thing. There's community water supply from that aquifer, from the Windermere aquifer, I understand.
There are some local private water bores.
So I was looking at Otago maps, and there's slight confusion because I've remapped some of theirs. They suggest some of the bores down by the shot over are part of that aquifer, or not?
It's kind of overlapped because they are so close to the river. You're basically
It's a surface
drawing
water take.
the river.
Right.
So that's where the aquifer ends up. They merge. So yeah.
That's good.
But just on that one, because when I was reading your evidence, I hadn't, I don't know Queenstown well, and I hadn't realised there was a water supply take. There's no issue here in terms of putting all of this stormwater into the groundwater for the, I'm trying to remember its name, bores at Shotover Road. Bores?
Yep.
I think it was in, yes, it was in
Yes.
your evidence, but yes.
Yeah. So the current bore field is on the essentially on the side of the Shotover River, and it takes from that catchment. The aquifer lies so deep underneath the Ladies Mile area, and it's important to note too that we are treating for water quality before things go to ground directly. So we're already putting cleaner water into the ground, and then when you get the direct inflow to the deep stuff, it's got less contaminants because it's all of the contaminated water, highly contaminated water has passed through its first flush already, and it's soaked through the basin treatment. And it's still got to get in the order of 30 to 50 metres through the free draining soils underneath. But that still takes time. We're not talking literally turn on a tap and just everything. Well, actually, sometimes it does disappear. It goes that quickly. But to get through that depth, you are getting an element of cleansing as well. So for what's been happening at Pet Lodge and the fact that they've got a bore right beside where we were needing to put treatment basins and soakage to ground, we've had discussions with hydrogeologists that are just like, well, it has to move such a long way that even if there were some contaminants, it's very unlikely that it would get to that water take. Yeah.
Thank you.
Those bores, are they people being supplied by the shot over bores, do they have the boil water notices?
No, they have a fully compliant water treatment plant.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think you've covered off everything. We've already asked the question around the framework. I guess just as a parting comment, are you seeing the framework, the stormwater management guideline framework, as being both useful for developers and internally for council? You're seeing it as doing dual purpose, right? Okay. Thank you. That's all my questions.
I've covered mine as well.
So, just from mine, and I've just got one left, and it's more related to, and I think you mentioned it's the 1% overland flow or the 5% overland flow heading towards Lake Hayes. And there were, and I noticed they've been tweaked, but there was a void overland discharges, and it wasn't tied to a 1% or anything like that. And the 1%, so it's going to be a big flood, a big storm event, and there will be, and I can fully understand you're saying you need to provide these flow paths to get the water off the land, and it will be Lake Hayes. At that level too, what I understood was the amount of water going into Lake Hayes and the volume of water, there'll be dilution, and it's unlikely to be a significant effect on Lake Hayes, or even a minor effect.
It's probably worthy of noting that if you've got the 1% AEP, the 1 in 100 year flood, we're intending does not go there at all.
It's captured.
If you've got a storm event, let's say a 0.5% AEP or 1 in 200 year event, that is not double the size of a 1 in 100 year event. It might be another 20 or 25%, but it's not double. And the stormwater system within the developed areas will still be performing pretty much at peak level. So you're only going to take whatever's that extra that's going to flow over. Whether it gets to Lake Hayes or not is then dependent on the soakage conditions through Threepwood and down to the lake. So I would make, in that situation, this 1 in 200 year event is not just affecting the TPLM area, it's going to be affecting the whole of Queenstown. And you know, the TPLM area is a very, very small percentage of the overall Lake Hayes catchment. So in an event like that, I would suggest you will be getting, you know, a lot of runoff into Lake Hayes from a lot of places, but you'll be getting runoff into Lake Wakatipu and everywhere else. So the situation, I think, will be better, but you are still going to have, you know, Lake Hayes is going to be brown, whatever colour, because you can get runoff that's totally unrelated to TPLM.
Well, yes, it would be brown irrespective of...
Irrespective, you're going to get a lot of water, and people will be talking about the, you know, flood for years to come.
So you're talking about an event that would have the water up in the mall, was that type of event you're talking about?
Well, yeah, well, there was a few, back in the 90s, wasn't there? Yeah, I'm not sure what size event that was, but that's what you're talking. It'll be widespread, very heavy. Something like that.
Notice anything out in Ladies Mile because it'll be everywhere.
Yeah, that was basically what Auckland sort of got hammered with in January, February. So, I mean, I think the Auckland airport, they back engineered there was a hot spot when the storm was about a 1 in 400 year event that flooded Auckland airport. So you get some pretty big events.
And then just coming back from the 1 in 100, there seems to be, from my reading, a bit of uncertainty as to where the tipping point may be. So you're saying design everything to retain to soakage on the site to the 1 in 100.
Correct.
And then that 5%, where it's got to be possible across each site, therefore that 5% might overflow.
No,
I'm just sorry.
The 5% is a smaller event. That's your 20 year event.
Yep.
That should be dealt with quite comfortably within Then, so we're designing for a bigger event,
And then your 50-year event,
still within that.
and still within it.
Yeah, it's only when you get over the 1% AEP, so,
Yep.
you know, 1 in 150, 1 in 200, 1 in 400.
There is
With the exception of
of Slope Hill.
Yes,
Yep.
so, okay, that's where,
Yeah,
so,
we're saying that the developed area, assuming the plan change goes through, that's the 1%, no argument, or no leeway, that's what it is. What we're saying is Slope Hill is a natural catchment, it's got this crust and these fans come down. If the ideal is for the developer to put the 1% to ground, but if through testing and every other mechanism they just happen to be unlucky and can't, we're saying the minimum is they've got to put the 5% AEP to ground. They've got to demonstrate to council why they can't do it. They can't just come in and say, well, we're only putting the 5%.
And we've updated to
Yep.
make it a bit clearer that they need to be aiming up to 1%, not, oh, I can't do 1%, I'll just do 5%. Because that's not what we're hoping to
Yeah.
achieve. Yeah.
So and the only reason for a little bit of leeway is that's where you've got some variation. You know, they may just hit a schist pan or something, I don't know. But that is a natural catchment. They're not modifying the landform, etc. It's going to where it would naturally go. And so it's, you know, we want them to do the 1%, but if they can demonstrate that there's no way they can do it, and they can only get 75% of that, well, that's what they've got to go for.
and then the rest of it would be retained in that site, or could overland flow to another site?
They would have the ability, they could negotiate.
Right, so it'd be a
There are, again, there's, I don't want to go, well, I can go to the whiteboard, but there's mechanisms they can do that I'd put in the stormwater management, because, you know, from the swale, they could just simply get a 20-tonne excavator and just rip a whole lot of trenches back into the subdivision, fill it back with shot over gravel, build a road on top of it. You don't want to put egg crates under the road, I don't believe, but if you dug some trenches back out into the development area and filled them up with shot over gravel, there's a lot of things you can do to maximise your chances. So that's what I say, we want them to do the 1%, and if they did that and testing said that they'd only achieve 75% of the 1%, well, that's...
And I think it's important to note that they have the option of creating 2 overland flow paths. They can bring everything along the bottom of Slope Hill, if that works for them, or Slope Hill. And they can bring things through whichever road they choose that makes sense as connectivity through the whole site. They could all decide that, no, they're going to have one path through the middle. We don't know where they're going to go, so we're just trying to give them a little bit of direction and guidance and help them understand what we want to see at the end of it. But how they choose to use their land at the moment is up to them. So we just want them to coordinate. That's all.
And that's a good place to wrap it up. In terms of, is it a fair summary, what I take, and that's probably typical engineering, is there's lots of options and tools here and lots of mechanisms. The challenge is the fragmented land ownership, and that's where it bites and where we need to look at it from a planning variation solution, because your evidence is highly practical and there's all of these options, but it's that fragmentation.
Yes, and that's, I come back to having a document that puts all the tools on the table that people can draw from, whether that's designers, whether it's council, landowners have got to say, because this is too expensive, I want to do that. It's just putting it all out there on the table so that you've got the best possible chance of overcoming the fragmentation and getting the outcome you want.
Therein lies the challenge for you and Mr. Brown over the next period of time. Just to, as I've alluded to, we're reluctant to the degree we absolutely don't need to do drafting, and we'd far rather that you just think, how can this be packaged? And it might be quite novel with some of it, but equally there may be ways that have been done before. Lovely. Now, everyone's looking like it's the end of the day. So that was all the questions from me. Is there anything admin for the council
No, I was just going to clarify, obviously we've got Ms. Prestige to give
in the morning?
evidence,
Yep.
but if it's okay, we might be talking to her this evening just to talk about draft.
Oh, God, yeah,
Yeah.
we're not in court, so
That's fine.
chat away. The more discussion, the better for us, so
That's fine, I just wanted
go for gold. Thank you. Thank you, and we'll start at 9:30 in the morning. And we're pretty much now back on time.